something to us, wants to share their view, their expectations, please raise your hand.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible now.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Captain Devashish Paul. I'm a serving officer in the Indian Navy. And this is my second webinar I'm attending on the Career Counseling. The first one I attended was the ICC, ICCC foundation level conducted by Mindler. And I am really looking forward to this particular webinar. This is a completely different field for me after having spent almost about 27 years in the Indian Navy. And it is really very interesting and a very dynamic field. I would say a dynamically changing field today, especially if you are considering career counseling for children in India with the new education policy coming in, which is going to drastically change the complete education system in our country, which uh, is also going to change their outlook towards what they can achieve or what sort of career they can go through after going through the new education policy that's coming in. So yeah, I am really looking forward to this particular webinar, especially with the huge number of participation from all over the country and abroad that we are looking forward to. And also, I am looking forward to Dr. Parikshit Dhanda's talk because he did guide us at the Mindler ICCC Foundation level course that I did. And yeah, so thank you all of you for giving us this platform to interact. And let's move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. Once again, I would like to welcome all the attendees over here. This is 3G Presents India's largest career guidance digital conference. Yes, of course, we need to highlight the word digital because after the lockdown, everyone, we have been wondering whether we'll be able to conduct events, whether we'll be able to unite people, what will happen to the career, what sort of new careers are coming in because of this pandemic situation. Even if pandemic situation has not come, trust me, guys, there were a lot of new careers have been in pipeline. There are so many careers that are going to come. In fact, a lot of surveys says that almost from 69% to 80% of the new jobs that are still on the way. It's not yet been invented. For example, my name is Tamarasan. I'm an event anchor. If you go back to ages, there wouldn't be a role called as an event anchor. There was someone called as a master of ceremony who was an event in a church. But later, slowly it changed, and now we are into TV, we are into movies, we are into live events. Same way, there are so many other events. For example, if we say, engineer, when I say engineer, you know who's an engineer. When I say doctor, you know who is a doctor. But when I say something else, new name, you will not understand who that is. So that is how it's going to change. There are so much of percentage of jobs are not yet invented. So you'll find a lot of changes in the next 10 years. It's not in next 100 years or 200 years. In next 2, 3 years or 5 years and maximum in 10 years, you're going to find so many changes in different jobs. There will be few jobs that will be completely out of context. I'd like to say one good example. This is what I always say, who are in Chennai or in Tamil Nadu. A few years back, like at least 10, 20 years back, if you ask someone, I want to get a phone or I want to get some electronics item. Maybe if anyone is say, can you answer in the chat box? Some 10, 20 years back, when I ask a question to someone, I need to get an electronic device or a mobile phone or laptop, which is the place you will refer. Let's see if people are still aware of these places. I'd like to see some answers in the chat box. Definitely, Richie Street. That's fantastic, Akhilan. Thank you so much. I'm really happy that still people still remember Richie Street. But if I ask you the same question now tell me the answer. If I ask you, I want to get a mobile phone at a better price and with good quality or something, whatever. Now, what will be your answer at this moment? Let's see the answer in the chat box. Yes, Flipkart, Alibaba, and Amazon. This is what we see. So almost like 99% of the people have already forgotten about Richie Street. It's very a bad situation, a pathetic situation I can see. Same about Richie Street people, they have been doing real good business. Even myself, until 5 years back, anything I want, I don't mind traveling 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers because it's worth traveling to that place. But now everything has changed. So which means richest people, they have to keep themselves updated with changing technology. Either they need to collaborate with online giants or they need to convert them into online model. Likewise, I'm just giving an example. It's not the exact scenario. Same way, so many changes are happening in career. So many changes are happening the way we study. For example, this is what I used to say during my school webinars. Schools used to restrict mobile phones. Teachers say or the headmasters say that you shouldn't touch phone at all. But now school has come inside the phone. Without phone, we are not able to study. So that is how the technology is changing. So we are very, very happy to present this webinar to you. We are part of 3G team. You can check our details in our website 3gmelive.com and also 3girps.org also. You can find all details. Anyway, we'll be sharing all this information for the next 3 days. Now, once again, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you who have logged in on time. Actual webinar starts at 9:30 or 10, but starting from 9 o'clock, so many people have logged in. Now, I'd like to give a couple of technical instructions. My name is Thamarasan, representing the brand Chennai Event MCs, Entertainers and Professionals. And we are part of the 3G team. We are going to be the host for the next 3 days. Myself, along with my business partner, Nandini Aravindan. And also we have a list of MCs, and slowly you'll be introduced to all the master of ceremonies over here. Now, the basic technical instructions. The webinar is unlike other live meeting or other training programs you would have attended. Here, you will not be able to converse, or you will not be able to come on video as such. Once you log in, you will be in the attendees column. And if you feel you would like to talk, you can raise your hand so that we can, when we have time, we would really love to interact with you. We will bring you on stage. When I say we bring you on stage, we'll be giving you allow to talk permission, and you can talk. And when it goes real serious and it goes real interesting, and when someone wants to talk in the video, if you want to share your feedback or if you want to share your experience, and if you have time, we'll also bring you on video as well. So we have that option as well. But as of now, please excuse us, you'll be in the attendees mode because more than 10,000, 15,000 people are logging in. So as of now, in Zoom, we have the restriction that we can have up to 1,000 people. However, we have already started our live in the channel. We'll also share the link. It has already gone live in our YouTube channel. So you people can start watching over there. Please do share the link with your friends also. They can also start watching it. So if you want to communicate with us, I have said there is no voice option as such. So what you are going to do is, you have the chat column already. A lot of people, you have started communicating with us. We are really happy. We are excited to handle so much of people today. So please start sending the messages, and please start communicating with us. Anything, whether the feedback you're enjoying, if you keep on enjoying, you can keep adding smileys. You can keep saying good going guys, whatever. If you have something to share, some area of improvement or something else you'd like to share also, most welcome. We are not restricting any sort of feedback because we wanted to give you the best. It's going to be for the next 3 days. And this is World Book of Records event, which I should have highlighted first. I'm sorry, I'm mentioning it a little later. So if you're going to attend for the next 3 days without any break, we have certain norms for that. At the end of every session, we will send you a review form in WhatsApp. So as of now, most of you would have already joined in our WhatsApp group. We are maintaining more than 50 to 80 WhatsApp groups. You are part of any of the groups. In case you are not a part of any of the WhatsApp groups, shortly we'll be flashing our phone number. You can send a message to that number. We will add you over there, because more than communicating here, there'll be a lot of communications happening over in WhatsApp. Post event follow-up also will happens over there. So we'll be sending a review form after every session. We can fill in the review form. That is the only way, or that is the major way where we are going to assess that you have been the part of this event. So if you are going to attend this event continuously for the next 3 days, you are eligible to get so many certificates. One of the certificates is World Book of Records certificate, and you can directly make the payment to them, 250 rupees. We will send you the link, and you'll be getting this certificate, and you have so many users with this certificate. You can add it to your LinkedIn profile, you can add it to your other profile, you can keep it in your WhatsApp, and so many of the employees are looking out for people who are involved in such activities. So that's going to be biggest mileage for you getting this World Book of Records certificate. And second one, from 3G, you are going to get the certificate for attending artificial intelligence and IR 4.0, that is Industrial Revolution 4.0. I'm sure a lot of you are so excited on hearing the word artificial intelligence itself. Yes, of course, you're going to learn a lot about. In fact, that's going to be the very first session by our founder. So keep your fingers crossed. You are going to learn a lot in that session. And the third certificate would be, we will be sending you a questionnaire at the end of the third day. It's going to be simple questions, multiple choice questions. We call it as the MCQ. You need to fill it based on whatever you have attended in the 3 days. And if you are able to do that, we are going to give you Career Counseling Foundation certificate. So you are eligible to get 3 certificates. All we expect is your participation, your comment, your likes, your shares, and also, without forgetting, getting added to the WhatsApp group and filling in the Google review form. Thank you so much, MC Thamarasan, once again. And mostly you will not be seeing me on screen because our well-trained MCs are ready to be on board, and they have already started communicating with you. So without delay, I would like to hand over the session to Sonia. Sonia, you can take it forward. You can have interaction with the audience. And Nandini will be giving a next round of technical instructions shortly. Over to Sonia. Yes, Sonia, I have made you co-host, so you'll be able to interact with the audience now.
Hello. Um, Hello, everyone. I welcome you all to this amazing webinar. So, as sir told that we would be interacting in the chat box only, but then we have some time. So let's interact individually. Can someone raise their hand if they want to talk? Okay. So, Mr. Ganesh Ethel, I've allowed you to talk, please.
Um, Good morning to everyone.
Good morning,
Can you
sir.
hear? Okay, it is really exciting. Thank you, Dr. Shai, for sending this invitation through LinkedIn, and also Irfana had sent me this request. So I was really excited to know, what is in for me, because I'm a global career counselor. I have a career counseling and a skill development startup company here in Mangalore. And I'm sure there's a lot of exciting things to learn for me in the next 3 days, because learning never stops. So you get an opportunity like this. I think we all need to make best use of it. Maybe we may use, as counselors, I feel that we need to be equipped with a lot of information about, because any career for that matter, it's not about whether you are interested in that career or not, but you will have a lot of students who pop you up with a lot of questions. And dealing with students of this generation, you need to have that information. So I think um, nothing better than a platform like this to learn about new careers, and probably learn more about it. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. That's true. We as students also are sometimes very confused as to what to do next. So this webinar would help us all, whether it be the students, the teachers, or anyone for that matter, to guide us through. So next, I would like to allow Ms. Pragya Satyamurthy. Welcome, ma'am. Kindly unmute yourself and you can talk to us. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself and you can interact with us. Okay, so I think there's an issue. So next up we have Akhilan S. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So basically, I'm from Bangalore and I've lived in Chennai as well. And I've got 13 years of experience in IT. Right now, I've quit my job and I'm doing this NLP practitioner and career counselor as well. So I was very excited to see what really this session would offer me and help me to progress in my career counseling career. So I'm looking forward to learn a lot of things, and I'm very eager to learn as much as possible and gain confidence to me be as a career counselor. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to have a conversation with you people.
Thank you so much, sir. We are very glad that apart from our panelists, we have some experienced people in the attendees as well. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
So next up we have Martin Nazir. Nazir. Sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Myself, Mr. Mateen Nazir. I am from Jammu and Kashmir.
Welcome.
I'm actually from the finance background, having no knowledge about this 3G and technical something like that. But I like to know about these things and to share with many people who don't have any knowledge like that. If I know anything, I will share this thing to. That's why I just this is an opportunity for me that I got an offer from your side to join this webinar, to join this meeting, like these things. And I'm very much thankful to you people that you give an opportunity to me also to join and to know this, to know something from your side. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are really glad to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have Prayaga Satyamurthy. If you could, ma'am, if you could unmute yourself and talk.
Great session. First, let me thank my friend Aman giving me this information to join in this webinar. I hope this will really help us to help many people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Next up, we have Dr. J. M. Paul. You have to unmute yourself, sir. At the bottom
Okay,
left.
okay.
Yes, yes.
Now it is audible?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, I am Dr. J.M. Paul. I am working as a professor in Marathanisht's College of Engineering, Kodamangalam. So, as a professor, I am having 22 years of experience. The problem is nowadays, a lot of people and students are approaching me to guide them to get a proper career. So, this seminar will definitely help me how to guide them properly, and it will be helpful to the society where I am working. And thank you, all of you, for your giving this opportunity to attend this seminar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. We really hope you get your answers to your questions from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for that. Okay, I have to cut you here. Sorry. All right. So once again, we welcome you all, and I would request Dr. Amanullah Khan to say a few words. Is he here? All right, he's not here.
I'm here.
All right, sir. Welcome, sir. Happy morning.
And, we extend a very warm welcome to all the participants here for taking the time off and joining this world record 3G mission for Build India to Save the World. This is one of the largest career guidance digital conference happening, and it's an immense pleasure. It gives us immense pleasure to share with all of you that you are one of the most privileged participants that I have ever come across, where we are participating along with 15,000 plus people across the world, especially from India. And it's our honor and privilege that you would also be able to get a lot of recognized certificates that you can use for your career building, for attracting more leads, and also be able to operate from home, gain the knowledge. In a fast changing world, we all know that, it's no more the big which is going to beat the small. It's actually the fast who is going to beat the slow. And you have taken the first step. We are really honored to share with you that, you have done the right step to move in the progress in this fast changing world. This is exactly what makes the difference between champions and followers. You are real great champions. Fantastic and life to have you all here. I look forward to a great interaction with you as we proceed in this program. I wish you all the best, and it's our honor and privilege to see also our chairman, Shai sir, and also the MCs who are so enthusiastically participating here, encouraging all of us, and giving a thumbs up to every one of us. Stay blessed. God bless us all. Bye.
Thank you very much, sir, for that motivating speech. Thank you very much. We are honored and privileged. I'm really happy. All right. So I'm going to invite another person who is also equally important, and I'm going to say something about him before I say his name. All right. So I would like to, call him. Probably I should say.
Nandini, I'm really sorry to interrupt. A lot of people have joined in the audience side as of now. So
right.
they have been waiting for the technical instruction once again. So it would be really great before we bring the other person. Can we give the technical instruction once again so that you can give a informal introduction again for the audience about the event, and you can tell them about the chat options. That'd be really great because people have been asking for that.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So once again, we welcome you all to the 3G IRPS, the largest digital conference for career guidance, and we are really happy and proud to be part of this. And all right, so just as a good practice, let's all follow this. So being attendee, all will be having the option of sharing views and suggestions and questions in the chat box, which you can all use. And then you can also raise your hand in case you wanted to talk, but then that is not allowed after the session starts. So make sure you are always lively and bubbly with all your chat options, that is with all chat options that is available. So make sure you keep interacting with us, so that we will also feel energetic and we will also feel happy to be joining you. And next is the good practice which we would always recommend is, if you have a Wi-Fi connection, please so that you can save your data from save your mobile data, I should say. And also mobile data might have fluctuations. Reason why we say it's a good practice to always have a Wi-Fi connection and connect through that. All right, and the attendees, as you can see us see us on live in YouTube and other social media. You can always keep chatting, or probably you can also keep giving us a lot of views and suggestions. We find those pages over there, so we will collect the questions and we will finally collate it so as to answer by the questions. And yes, I think I'm done with the technical instructions. Any more? Probably Tamil, you can pitch in and you can give. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nandri. And audience, I'm sorry, there was a little bit of voice break when you were speaking. Anyway, I'm sure that you people have got what she conveyed. And probably either Joel or Naina can pitch in, and they can also give the technical instruction again. And then we are good to start. That's probably Naina, you can take the lead. Naina or Sonia, if she's there, she can take the lead and give the technical instruction again. Little bit of instructions, please.
Okay, so as ma'am already mentioned, if you guys wanna interact with us, you can. You are on mute, so without any so we don't want any disturbance. So you can interact with us through chat. Many of us know how to interact in the chat, but then I'll give you some instructions. If you are on your laptop, you just scroll on your screen and you'll get a chat option right at the bottom of your screen. And if you're on your phones, you can just click on the middle of your screen and you'll find a chat option, and you can pitch in your questions as well as your feedback in the chat box. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, before we start the event formally, let's go for a couple of audience interaction. And then, yes, we are good to start, because we like to hear from audience, because once we start the session, mostly we may not be able to give them the audio access. So very shortly, we are going to start the formal event with proper, I'm not going to reveal that surprise. However, how a normal event happens the same way, we are going to start, even if it's a virtual event. So I request Nandri and the MC team to take a lead and interact with a couple of participants so that we can bring in some more energy, and then we can start the program officially.
All right. Thank you very much, Tamil. I think, I can assign Naina for doing that, because I too have some work backstage. All right. Thank you very much. And over to you, Naina.
Thank you, ma'am. So I will request Mohammed Fayaz to share his views with us. Sir, could you please unmute yourself and talk to us?
Very good morning to all. I am from Chennai and have been in K-12 education from past 35 years. I have been teaching students of government school, CBSE school, matriculation school, aided school, corporation schools. So I had a variety of wide range of experiences in interacting with the students. What I feel is that there is a vacuum of counseling. So there are two aspects in counseling. One is career counseling. Another one is education counseling. See, we cannot make fishes to climb the trees and cannot make the birds to swim. So someone has rightly said, so counseling is the need of the hour. If we are to take India to the world stage and compete with the China and other people who are dictating terms to us. So we have a vast pool of talent in the world, And I can say India is the brain of the world, and we are yet to exploit it, and counseling is going to help us a lot. I have been with Dr. Sahid for quite some time, and I just want to give my quote. India is proud of Dr. Sahid, and we take pride in being with him. Thank you, and wish you all a very exciting future. Especially, I congratulate India for having such a beautiful, talented, and multifaceted personalities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. So I will request 91997 to please rename themselves, so that it will be easier for us to call you upon. And also I will request Miss Aparna to share her view with us. Ma'am, can you please unmute yourself?
Joel, Nandini here. We have some questions coming up. So can you please collate that? Joel or Sonia, please do that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kol Nisar Sethi, would you like to share your views with us? Sir, you need to unmute yourself.
All right, with this last person, we'll move on to our panelist. We'll request Dr. GK to say a few words, and then we are going to start the event formally. So can we hear from Dr. GK, please?
Good morning, friends. I am Dr. G.V. Kumar. I'm part of the 3G team. I welcome you all for the wonderful event. I see that everybody, because the toughest job is a career counselor, and already there are experts are here, and we would like to learn from them, and it's a mutual benefit for everybody. And we have got a wonderful team of all our MCs and our host and co-host. All people are there to help you technically and everything, and all your questions will be answered. And we request all the panelists to give the appropriate answer for everyone. We never leave anybody else. So with this, I would like to welcome you all, and we'll be seeing you. I'll be there in the 3 days, but I'll be sharing one session, and we'll be seeing there. Thank you, Tamil and Nandini and all the MC teams. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
so
much, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to welcome each and every one of you. As the time progress, we could see numbers have been increasing to hundreds and then thousands. And of course, yes, this is going live on Zoom, and also this is going live on our YouTube channel as well. We will keep sharing the link. And now, once again, let me welcome you all, each and every one of you. My name is Tamil Arsan. I'm going to be the master MC for this event, representing the brand Chennai Event MCs, entertainers and professionals, and virtual event MCs, along with MC Nandini Aravindan, and from the entire MC team from 3G. So with this, we are going to start our event officially. I would like to welcome you all to 3G Presents, India's largest career guidance digital conference, in which more than 15,000 people have registered, and very shortly we will be able to see them. In Zoom, we have the maximum limit as 1,000. So whoever is not able to join in Zoom, definitely you can watch it in YouTube, and also please keep sharing it with the others. And now, without delaying much or without giving any other introduction, let's start into this session. Now I'm going to put a question to our audience. When any event we start, we would like to start it in a traditional way. So can you please help me identify some traditional way? What are the ways in India we start an event in a traditional way? Can you please share it in the chat form? You can send it in the chat message saying that these are the ways we start an event. Someone would say dance, someone would say singing, and someone would want me to sing with this voice. Praise song, yes, of course, someone is saying praise song. Okay, good. Lamp lighting, fantastic. So yes, so what I'm going to do is, like most of you have been asking, saying that we would like to have lamp lighting. That is the way we start a program. So even we have also planned for lamp lighting. And when is the lamp lighting? People will be wondering, oh, how will you do a lamp lighting when you are doing it virtually? So what we did a brainstorming session. We wanted to do it in a little different way. So please give me some time. I'm going to switch over my screen and we are going to have the proper lamp lighting ceremony. And then we have a special guest for us. And for most of it, that's a surprise. We didn't reveal the surprise for you for quite a long time until yesterday. So it was a great surprise for us to have this great man. He's not just a great man. He comes from a great family. So I'm not going to reveal that person now. I'm going to have the lamp lighting ceremony first, and then we'll move on to inviting that great celebrity who is going to give a wonderful speech among us. So just give me 10 seconds time where I'm going to switch over my screen. All right. So with the divine presence, we are starting our day here. I would like to welcome you all once again to these 3 days of a great conference, which is happening on career. And you are going to learn a lot about careers. What are the new types of careers that are going to come, and what are the changes we are going to have, all those things. And you're going to get 3 different certificates taking part in this webinar. So as of now, let me skip that because our chief guest he has been waiting for quite a long time. So it's high time. I need to introduce this person. So most of you would have guessed it, and in fact, last night we also revealed his poster as well. So this man comes from a great family. I would like to say, like if you take Indian politics or Indian democracy, there is one person who has been the one of the I would say one of the greatest finance minister that there can be anyone who can handle finance. Indian finance are better than this person. That's what we used to say that. And he is none other than our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji. And this person, he comes from that family. So it's my pleasure to bring in that person onto the stage. But before I bring in over here, I'd like to give a small introduction about him. Like having come from the great family, it doesn't stop him that, okay, yeah, I'm from a great family, so I shouldn't do anything. He didn't stop that way. He has been into so many other things. He has been a great orator. When I say orator, he used to give a lot of speech. He could control the audience with his speech. Such a great orator, and he has received a lot of awards. And he has been a social activist as well. He doesn't stop with his career or doesn't stop with his speech. He has been a social activist as well. And he's an editor-in-chief in World Book of Records, Punjab. And you know that is a record we are going to get. We are going to get the record, World of Records from London. And he is also TEDx speaker. Those who are not yet aware of TEDx, definitely most of you would have been aware of TEDx, where they curate the content a lot, and your quality has to be maintained. So he's also a TEDx speaker, and he's a blogger as well. When he say blogger, it's nothing but you keep sharing your ideas, you keep sharing, you keep helping people. So he has been helping people. He has been serving others in the form of his blogs, and he has been a motivational speaker as well. So the person who has so many laurels or so many titles like this, it's my pleasure introducing him. When they gave his introduction to me, I asked him whether am I really eligible to introduce this person, but I would like to thank the entire team to have given me this opportunity to introduce Mr. Randeep Singh Kohli. So with a huge round of virtual applause from you all, I would like to welcome Mr. Randeep Singh Kohli. So let me make him a co-host, and you'll be able to take you through for the next 10-15 minutes. He is going to captivate you with his powerful speech over here. So welcome Randeep Singh ji. Let me turn on your video. So we wanted to purposefully keep him backstage so that we wanted to bring him on spotlight now. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Namaskar.
Yes, hello, namaskar. Yeah. So a very pleasant good morning to all of you. And today, 3G Institute of Research and Policy Study has organized this India's largest career guidance digital conference. And I would like to congratulate the whole team of 3G who have taken this initiative so that many people who have unfortunately lost their jobs or employment opportunities due to this pandemic, this will help them a lot in getting their career guidance, and that is totally free of cost. I would like to congratulate the whole team of 3G and especially Dr. Shahid ji who have taken this initiative. So let me first introduce about World Book of Records. World Book of Records, which is one of the leading organization in international certification of world records. It works intercontinental from Europe, North America, South America, Asia, Africa, Australia with global networks. It recognizes the talent and potential of people who have their through their world records, and it also honors personalities, list places of outstanding contribution for humanity and universal peace. So today here we have gathered in this largest career guidance this webinar. So I would like to congratulate this 3G team for holding this total webinar and helping the person who have in providing them guidance, career guidance, employment opportunities. And if we talk about technology right now, and right now, it is of tremendous importance. Technology has one of the largest and important aspect of our day-to-day life. We can see that right now, if we plan to do this webinar 2 decades back, we cannot think of the same. And if you can also say that if lockdown applies 2 decades back, we can just sit at homes or play with our board games or play with our families right now. But scenario has totally changed, because if we want to meet someone, we can meet him through technology. This is the wonderful example. This 3G and this webinar is the wonderful example of importance of technology. Right now, we have been guiding the persons worldwide, and I think we have registered more than 15,000 people who will see this webinar today. So in this way, I want to say that this is the importance of technology in our day-to-day life. Right now, after the pandemic, person and people and other big companies have also witnessed this, and they have allowed their, you can say, employees to work from home, because it is not possible in this situation to go to the offices and work. And it has made, technology has made our life so simple, so easier, that we can connect with one-to-one worldwide through this technology. So we have such a good institutes in our India, like who are organizing these biggest career guidance webinars. So I would like to congratulate again the whole team of 3G Institute of Research and Policy Study who have taken this initiative. And so with this, I would like to invite our guest and other speakers. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, sir. And we are honored and privileged to have you as the chief guest in our wonderful, largest career guidance conference. So we are really happy and more privileged. Thank you very much for your presence. And okay, audience. So now, thank you very much, sir. All right, so audience, we have so many things and so many exciting things that are coming up for you. So please stay tuned, and we have the next interesting thing that's going to happen, which I'm going to introduce in some time.
Yes, next we can invite our team member Nandini. He will take care of that. He is going to give the introduction for the company.
All right, so let me introduce Bara Gilmore, so who is also part of 3G MC team, and I'm really happy to welcome Bara. Hi, Bara. Over to you.
1 second, I need to bring him onto the panelist.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you can just check the audience pulse, how much they're enjoying now.
Yes, of course. And I see a lot of chat messages popping up. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, one important instruction. See, if you have some questions, you can put it in the Q&A section, because most of the people who are, chatting are also using the Q&A. Only the questions are allowed in Q&A section. And the other things you can keep, chatting and keep pouring your love and, cheers and all those bubbly stuffs. You can make it happen in the chat box. And the other stuff, whichever you are very serious about, and the questions that you wanted to ask, please make use of the Q&A section. Okay. So because I keep seeing a lot of like in unprofessional stuffs in Q&A section, so we would definitely like to highlight this at this moment. Thank you very much.
Yes, over to Bara for the official introduction about 3G.
All right. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Bara, we can hear you. And I think you need to turn on your video or something.
The video is on. Can you see me?
We are not able to see. Probably can turn it off and turn it on again. All right, it's not coming. Okay, anyway, you can start speaking probably in the meantime. I'll check that.
Okay. First of all, thank you all for coming and joining this webinar. Good morning. My name is Bara Gilmore, and I'll be giving a basic introduction to 3G IRPS. The three main questions usually that people ask us is what, why, or who we are. We are a humanitarian organization addressing the cause and effect of the world employment crisis due to the fourth industrial revolution in India and technological singularity, the biggest threat to humanity. 69% of Indian jobs will be automated by 2030 and 80% across the globe. What is it that we do? 3G IRPS, we are introducing first time in the world a technology blended school curriculum for K-12. 3G Innovation Lab is a workspace and children's club where young minds can give shape to the ideas through hands-on do-it-yourself mode and learn innovation skills. This ultra-modern lab enables students to have a tangible experience rather than a virtual experience. Young children will get a chance to work with tools and equipment to understand the concepts on science, electronics, hobby projects, robotics, and so on. 3G RPS has launched an initiative to Mission 3G, Build India to Serve the World. It was launched in ISB Hyderabad and is designed as a result of 8 years of research by thousands of scholars. What is this mission? What is the mission Build India to Save the World? India is the largest young nation in an aging world. This means that India has an opportunity to be the workforce for the entire globe. In other words, building Indian youth is equivalent to building the global workforce of itself. Why are we doing this? 7 out of 10% Indians will have no job in the next 10 years. Yes, 7 out of 10 is a big number. According to the World Bank report, India requires more than 42,000 jobs per day. The existing unemployed population is more than 8.1 crore. If we want to solve this crisis within the next 10 years, India needs a production of 50,000 jobs a day to counter unemployment. The current production rate is 450 jobs only. On top of all that, 69% of Indian jobs will be automated before 2030, which means 7 out of 10 Indians will have no job in the next 10 years. If you don't instill your children with the fast-paced technology education, your children will end up being unemployed, lost, and hopeless. This brings us to our vision. Our vision is to transform the careers of 600 million youths in India. Thank you very much for listening to
the introduction, and I hope you all the best.
Thank you very much, Bara. Thank you. All right, so audience, now it's time for you. I would request you to, send some lovely messages in the chat so that, we'll take it forward from there. Yeah, so if you have some questions, probably, yes, I'll read out some questions which are coming up. Okay, so can you please elaborate on CMA India course? Also, comparison with CA and CS with merits and demerits of all these courses. All right, so this is one of the questions, and so probably our speakers would address this. And okay, so how to compete with Korea, Germany, and Russia. All right, that's interesting. And how to compete in other countries, okay, with other countries, and create a monopoly as China is doing in other countries. Okay, that's great. And how can I get IIT Madras certificate? Okay, that's all right. That's his personal question, I guess. Okay. All right. So, okay, one person. Okay, hi, this is Rehan from Coimbatore, and I have a question on new education policy. All right. So our speakers will be, really glad to answer these questions. So we will pass on the questions while they are here online, and we are going to do the next thing. And let me. Okay. So let me invite the next person. So Tamar, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, over to you. And we have the next person. Okay, before I invite Tamar, I should also say something about this person. So this person whom we are going to introduce next is going to be actually, making some changes in the life of many thousands and millions of students and people. So I'm really glad to, welcome this person who is creating lots and lots of changes. Okay. I think, there's an echo from your side, Tamil, who is creating lots and lots of, changes, tremendous changes in this country because of his initiative. So we are really glad. And I should also say that, this person has made most of those impossible things to possible just by his innovations and thought process. So I'm really glad in, welcoming this person. And Tamil, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nandini, for letting me give introduction for such a great person. And I personally feel very happy to give introduction for this person because having associated with me with him for a few months, I've learned his lifestyle. So in this introduction, probably people may be expecting about his qualification, all those things, but more than that, I would like to share my experience as a human being. That's what, for example, most of the time people would say like, I like this politician, I like this cinema actor, not because of what they do on screen. Even behind the screen, what is it they do? That is what very important. As a person, we like some person, we like their work ethics, all those things. So in that way, this person whom I'm going to bring onto the limelight now, this person, he has been working real hard for the last couple of decades, I can say, and especially for the last 10 years, he has been doing so many things to bring in change. One of his missions, what I can say is build India to serve the world. So that is a powerful phrase, I can say, because most of people will say, for example, if people are from South India, they say that I need to do something for my South India. When we are from India, we will say that I want to do something for India. But his mission says that we will build India, but we will do it, we'll serve the entire world. That one single phrase itself shows that how much humanitarian character this person has. He comes from the Harvard University. He has also got so many awards from over there. Basically, he's from India, he's from Kerala, but he has traveled across the globe along with his family. I need to bring his family as well over here because the entire family has been working behind this project. Not only when I say this project, the project of building India in serving the world. So such a powerful person, along with his entire family support, along with his entire family's involvement, efforts, day and night efforts, he has been trying to build India, and we feel really honored and we feel really great to have associated with him. And also he has been the founder of so many other forums as well. He has been the founder, he has been the member, he has been helping others to get into these forums, so many activities he has been doing. He would like to be called himself as an humanitarian, and also he's a serial entrepreneur and is a strong advocate of technology singularity. For people who interact with him personally, like when they people, for example, when I introduce some of my friends to him, people will say that, wow, he seems to be a very innocent person. How come is such a great person? He would be able to talk to people so down to earth. That's what all my friends or all my peers, they used to ask. Such a down to earth person for his position, definitely he has to maintain certain level, but he never bother about that. He wants to talk to people, especially like how we give introduction for Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who always would love to be with people. Same way, I would like to connect him. I would like to relate, even though we cannot compare anyone with Dr. APJ Kalam, but I see this person as he is focusing more on the youngsters community because India is in the hands of the youngsters community. So he has done a lot of research in artificial intelligence about the career, what, and now the COVID situation. So it's my pleasure to invite our founder chairman, Dr. Sahid Cholayil, to take over the stage to talk about what is the impact of this COVID situation and also what is the impact of artificial intelligence. So once again, with a virtual round of applause, I'd like to welcome Dr. Shai Cholayil to take over the stage, and it's going to be for next 1.5 hours. It's going to be a powerful presentation from him. So wherever you are at home, you are at your office, or wherever you are, I would request you to stay glued to your screen for the next 1.5 hours. Thank you so much, and stage is yours, sir.
A very good morning, each one of you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Tamal. Okay, thank you for giving an opportunity to interact with you all. Hope I am audible. Okay, everything is okay, right, Tamal?
Yes, sir, everything is clear, sir.
So I'm going to share my screen. So could you help me to, I think it is showing host disabled attendees sharing screen.
I have made a course, sir. You can share now.
Still it is showing.
One second, let me check.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's done now. It's done now. It's done. You guys are able to see the screen right now, right? Tamil, you are able to see.
Yes, we are able to see. And in the meantime, the
yes, sir, we are good to go.
Whatever the question he asked, we can communicate with him. As always, we give the technical instruction. We can start communicating with him in the form of the chat. And also those who are watching in YouTube also, you can please feel free to leave the comment. Those who are watching in Zoom, whenever you ask question, that is the way you are going to involve. So as of now, MC team, we are also going to enjoy the session. Audience side, the only thing we expect from you is the communication through chat. All right, thank you so much. And yes, over to you, sir.
Yes, we are going to start. Thank you very much, all of you guys, giving an opportunity to interact, to give a small idea about the company where the research is started. It started from 2005 in IIT Mumbai. Then the research went to Harvard, then to MIT. Then we launched in ISB Hyderabad. If you put in the internet Mission 3G in the Google, you will understand the NDT. We covered that. Now we are headquarters in IIT Madras Research Park. So this is a brief idea about us. So this is the most exciting session about the artificial intelligence. I'll try maximum possible to make it in a small and simple manner. Artificial intelligence is the new electricity. Behavioral data is the oil of 21st century. Mathematics is the spine of artificial intelligence. India is the answer of 21st century. From this slide, what we need to understand, our future is all about artificial intelligence. The word in your future, you need to take behavioral data. Behavioral data is going to rule the world. Behavioral data is going to rule the world. 21st century is all about behavioral data. If those who are looking for a career, mathematics is going to be the people like the oil industry. The paymaster was oil industry. Now mathematics, those who are very good in mathematics, they are going to get the, they're going to best job, and mathematics is going to be a rule once again. We all know that there is a phobia already in mathematics. Guys, improve that area. It is going to be the future. India is the answer of 21st century. Anybody can say in the chat why India is going to be the 21st century? India is going to be the answer of 21st century. Yes, youth population, China is losing 60%. Wow, very good answer. So it's all about the behavioral data. So you guys knows what is behavioral. Could you just mention few companies about behavioral data companies? in India or in the world? Facebook, human resource, youth population, geo, okay, Facebook, Google. Okay, so I'll give an example of behavioral data. Now we all know that we proud to Geo. Why Geo got a huge investment even if it's in a COVID situation? You guys know why Geo got a huge investment in the COVID situation? Geo, TikTok ban customer, yeah, Instagram is the best example. Why did Geo got a Ambani got? We have to salute him. Why did he? Yes, exactly. Behavioral data. Behavior, the one and only company in India is Geo. So everybody, India is the answer of 20th century. The world is looking for an Indian behavioral data. India is going to be, India got an opportunity to rule the world if you really take care of our behavioral data. See, the future, we are exiting from the fossil fuel economy to behavioral data economy. Our behavioral data is our bank. So we need to take care of that. So from this slide, the takeaway is behavioral data, behavioral data, behavioral data. All of this attending, I think thousands of attending, 15,000, I can see around 1,000 people here. Well, I think 500, I don't know exactly the number. I'm sharing the screen. I lost that side. So behavioral data is the game. Those who are in the inside and outside, remember, the future is all about behavioral data. So I'm going to next slide. This slide is all about behavioral data. Then we talk about mathematics. Then we talk about India. Going to next slide. So we are exiting from the fossil fuel era driven by, actually the world is always controlled by energy. The energy was fossil fuel oil. One of the largest business in the world, which is been controlling nation, government, policies, economy, war, peace of the last centuries. The paymasters was oil industry. All the richest countries, if you really look, it came from the oil. Could you, anybody tell who is in the history, the richest person in the history? In the chat, anybody can say the richest person in the history? Bill Gates, Rockefeller, Kamlesh is Rockefeller, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates. Yes, exactly. The Rockefeller was in the history. He also is money made from the oil. So just before century, just the century, we are passing to 21st century. It was all about oil. Everything is about oil. Now we are exiting from the oil to behavioral data economy. It is not the data. It is all about behavioral data. Remember, I am keep on repeating this word, behavioral data, behavioral data, behavioral data. Our future is all about behavioral data. The country have to be taken care of the behavioral data. We all have to be taken care of our behavioral data because it is going to be like our bank, like our money. To give an example how behavior data is powerful, you can understand from here in the right side. Okay, artificial intelligence driven by behavioral data. Mathematics is the spine of artificial intelligence. Even this industry will be the paymasters in the future. If you really look at the bottom, the 9 companies which is here, Apple, Google, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, these all company born, except IBM, I think it's all born in front of our eyes. These are the companies, if you really look their valuation worth, it is all beyond trillion. Could anybody can say what is the GDP of India in the chat? The GDP of India. 4.3, 500 billion, 2.76 lakh crore, okay, it's almost 2.8 trillion here and there it comes. Okay, just imagine if you take this company in front of you, the last 2 decades, the company who born, they become around Indian GDP. They can buy the country. This is the secret of a behavioral data. So behavioral data, these are the companies, these are the 9 companies, it is going to rule the world. So it's all about behavior. See, just imagine, you can also be a billionaire if you are working on a behavior. In India, each one of us, we have to work for a behavioral data now. It is the secret, behavioral data. Don't let any country to take our behavioral data. It's all about behavioral data. This country can even buy India, these two companies, that level they reach within 2 decades. That is the power of a behavioral data. So hope you understand the importance of a behavioral data. The company which is going to control the world these are the NAND companies which is predicting that. So we want a company like Jio come from India to control the world, take to another level to make India proud. So I'm going to next slide. Whoever lead in artificial intelligence 2030 will rule the world of until 2100. That much important is there in the behavioral data. Remember behavioral data. I'm repeating again behavioral data. The future is all about behavioral data. So the session of mine, it is going to be, I'll be talking negative side in the initial, no need to worry. The second part will be the positive side. So impact the negative, I'm talking about negative side of the artificial intelligence to make you all you understand how it is going to impact the life of you and me. We are going to witness we are in a transition period. We are passing through a pandemic situation, which is unprecedented. Okay. So the behavioral data is going to change the world. In the world, 5,000 years of a productivity is going to happen. 5,000 years of effort. Everything which you are going to see is going to change, which is environmental, family, wisdom, emotional, social, land, respect, mental, everything. Even the relationship even will have a little here and there. The kind of a robot which is going to come, you know, we all live in a kind of I agree life, even though my daughter, my son cannot 100% accept me because they all are unique. They came here to solve a different problem. They respect me as a father, but they cannot accept me 100%. In all the relationship, there is no 100% perfect. But we are entering to a world, you will have a robot which you can accept 100. This is going to work on behalf of me, take care of in everything. It can understand you, it can understand your weakness, it can understand your strength, and you are going to, even sometimes the relationship, even the sex, we cannot compete with a robot. So we don't know the future, what kind of a relationship is going to be. When we have a kind of a Aishwarya Rai robot, when we have a Salman Khan kind of a robot, does the marriage relationship, we don't know. We are entering to a fad. Even the kind of a baby which we are seeing in Japan, they're warming up the robot babies. Now, do we really need the baby? We need to think about it now. So even the relationship, it is going to change. We are going to witness that level of a change. So behavioral data, artificial, whenever you guys hear artificial intelligence, you have to keep in mind, it's all about behavioral data. You and me knows that Google, even the Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, it's all about behavioral data. Wherever you give, I agree, it means you are giving your power of behavioral data to the people. So I'm entering to the history of a artificial intelligence, how the evolution happened. As we know, all we know that the center of the power center always has an energy. Earlier, we always have to increment the productivity to increase the energy. We need always after productivity to be human. To get a energy level from 1x to 2x, we put more people. We know that in Hindustan, we were 27 to 28% of a GDP. Dr. Shashi Tharoor's speech, we remember Oxford, we remember that. We all know that. We are all proud of him. See, the people, the number of the people was the game in pre-18th century. It's all about number of the people. Hindustan became that much GDP. The reason the muscle power was the game in pre-independence. So Brit understood that. They came and colonized us. The reason was it's all about muscle power. Later stage, to add from 2x to 10x, we put animals into the animal energy. We know that horses mainly used for transportation, even the war, horses, elephants, bullock cart we have used to get the energy to 2x to 10x. From 10x to 1000x, when the steam engine find, we started to use in the machines energy basically. It eliminates the energy landscape, the animal energy. So this is where the evolution of artificial intelligence is coming from here. It's all about energy and the productivity. The productivity was in pre-18, the number of the people, then it is when steam engine find out, the industrial era started. It's all about machine, number of machine. Slowly, we humans started to give the intelligence to the machine. Now we are entering to a world, according to Elon Musk's prediction and Dr. Ray Kurzweil's prediction, who is the head of a Google, downline 3 years to 5 years, AI is going to surpass human intelligence. This is the threat which we are going to face. Downline 3 to 5 years, if you look into the Google, the last prediction, you can check Dr. Ray Kurzweil, the head of Google AI, according to their prediction, AGI, artificial general intelligence, is going to happen within 3 years. What does it mean that a machine can do better than any human being? I'll be talking about a little more. Okay, we always surprise how it is possible. From here, you will understand that. I'll go a little slow here. This is where the thing is changing. We human have a two skill. We all know that two skill. One is physical skill. The other one is cognitive. These are the two skill human now. We all know that. This both now AI is taking over. In the AI future age, a machine can do all this job, both physical and mental, 100 times better than the human. This is the reason in the introduction we said that 80% of the world population is going to lose their job. According to the Dell, we know that 85% of the job yet to be invented, the future job is yet to be invented. It's all information, it is their internet, it is not ours. So I'm going to a little bit make you understand how difficult to upskilling and reskilling. It doesn't need any rocket science to understand upskilling and reskilling is going to be kind of a very, very tough. From this slide, you will understand why it is tough. As I told you, we have two kind of a skill. One is physical skill. The second is cognitive or mental skill. The pre-18, we all know the farming. Majority of the people lived in farming. Here, physical energy, the skill we used. The first industrial revolution, machine came. Here also, upskilling and reskilling, there is no much difficulty because of the assembly line, it was a physical. So first industrial revolution, upskilling and reskilling was easy, it is again a physical. Second industrial revolution, it was electricity to create a mass production. Here also assembly line. Where the problem, it is started in third industrial revolution, which is the information technology happened. You and me, we remember all the company like Infosys, like Wipro, like TCS, all these companies, the information technology company went to the campus, recruited the people from the campus. Even now it's happening. They didn't care which stream you are, whether it's a civil, whether it's a mechanical, whether it's a computer, whether it's a electrical, they select all the people. All their game was get a guy from IQ level. So they take the IQ level guys and they taken the training in-house and or outsourced way. They put into the system. India also became, one of the richest. This is where our Bangalore shining. This is where our Hyderabad is shining. Chennai is shining. Gurgaon is shining. This is all because of the IT. Now the problem here, what is going to happen? The people, those who have recruited, their age will be 35 to 40. Above 40 people, it is creating a gap. They are not much, they don't know much. They were focusing on their family problem, their other problems. They didn't upgrade themselves. So 40 above people are going to be kind of a obsolete soon. You'll be seeing that we are entering to a reversal parenting. Even children, see the people, those who are in their 50s and 60s, their value system is inculcated by their parents, their grandparents, the religious institution, the social value system, and school and colleges. But currently, all the children, those who born with the mobile, their value system majorly impacted by the social media information system. So what is happening that now, for example, a 55 years old father want to buy a mobile. He doesn't know how to operate through, how to compare the mobile in the online. So online we get the chip. So he'll go and ask his son Okay, son, can you help me on buying a mobile? So everything is going to happen. You want to order something, everything is going to. See, just imagine olden days, our parents take us to make, okay, son, come, I'll teach you how to pay electricity bill. So everything is going to change. So even the above 40, 50 people will have a trouble. They feel more anxiety, more depressed. The reason they are losing the respect, unless until the culture value, the family value is more. This is where we are entering. It's creating a useless class.
Sir,
Now
sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you please check the slide? It seems it's not moving.
Yeah, it is the same slide.
It's the same slide, right? Okay,
yeah,
fine.
Yeah, it is showing.
So many people are asking question about that, so I wanted to clarify on that.
Yeah, so we are talking about reskilling and upskilling. We are entering to the fourth industrial revolution. It is artificial intelligence, 3D printing. It is robotic. It's automobile. It's a quantum computing. Fundamentally affect every human on earth. There is no single human, like we say COVID. It won't affect the guy even who sells the fish nearby you. It is going to affect his life. You'll have an app. You just press in the app. If you want to buy a fish, the drone will go same time, go and catch the fish in live and bring for you, sell, half of the price or 30% of the price what the guy is selling. You'll have a fresh. So that level of a change which we are going to witness 5,000 years of a productivity. You are going to face a different world. We call it as a VUCA world. Volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous. We are not able to understand why it is happening. Institution will face problems. The country will, leaders are confused. Parents are confused. All will be confused. What to do with the future? What kind of a career is going to come? Nobody knows that yet to be. So you will get an idea why it is happening from my session. So we are entering to everything will be changing. Now the problem here, remember, reskilling and upskilling is going to be a main challenge. All the job is based in the future is going to be analytic job. The guy who lost the job as the driver, can we upskill him as a data analytic guy? If a cashier lost job, can we making a data scientist? This is the problem which is going. All the job is going to come, which is connected. See, as I understand, as I told you, this is a cognitive side automation. Before it was a physical automation. People will think that, okay, we created a human, created the AI. Why it is going to, the reason it is that it's sort of, we all know that the guy who created chess, yeah, I think I'll just, I got some message again. The slide is changed. The YouTube have a slide. I'll just stop the sharing and reshare again. Can anybody check the YouTube stream?
Yes, sir. And also what I would say for YouTube, yes, we'll refresh it. Those are on Zoom. If you're not able to see the slide, if you're logged in mobile, I would request you need to slide your screen. In mobile, it would be different screens. So you'll be seeing video, you'll be seeing the slide. Yes, very good. Now people are saying they're able to see the slide. Because we have the technical team, almost like 15 people are watching from different location. As of now, from our technical team, we were able to see the slide. That's the reason we didn't do anything. However, considering so many feedback that has come from audience side, we have refreshed the slide again. So now it should be fine.
Yeah, I'll just repeat this slide a little more to make you people understand the seriousness. We were talking about two kind of a skill. Okay, one is physical. This is very important slide for all of us. We have a two kind of a skill. One, it is here, it's a physical skill. The second is cognitive. We have a two kind of a skill. These two skills are going to be automated by machine. In the future, AI age, machine can do all these jobs, both physical and mental, 100 times better than a human. This is the job crisis. This is the reason everybody is saying we'll lose the job. So we are talking about the second, the cognitive skill. So we are entering to fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial majority was in farming. It was a physical job basically. Then the first industrial revolution happened. Machines, it was a mechanized the production. There was this reskilling and upskilling, there was not much issue. The reason it was also assembly line, it was a physical job. Second industrial revolution, mass production due to the electricity, it accelerated. There also assembly line, no problem, upskilling and reskilling. But third industrial revolution is a cognitive automation. It is not a physical automation. It's a cognitive automation. So when cognitive automation comes, AI is going to surpass 10 into 16 cycle we talk about when it comes to the brain. I'll be giving that idea also, coming slide, you will understand that. So fourth industrial revolution, it's all about, cognitive automation. So it is very difficult. Artificial intelligence, 3D printing, nano robotic, automobile, quantum computing, these are going to be the industry. The jobs maturely connected with mathematics, analytics. Now, can we, if in case a driver lost the job, can we making a data analytic? This is the biggest question, the challenge, which is upskilling and reskilling is going to come. If a cashier lost the job, can we upskilling and reskilling the data analytic job? So fundamentally, it is going to affect every human. Imagine if 50 years old taxi driver lose his job, can we upskill him to become a data scientist or AI engineer extra? Kind of impossible. I'm entering to make you understand more serious about it, to make you understand in layman, and I'll be keeping a few minutes at the end to answer your question also. So moving slide to give a little bit of history, we have seen fascism, even though some of them use somebody, but it is end of the day, it is connected with the human being. Communism, which we have seen, it's also connected with the human being. The central point was human being. Religion, we know that we all focus on the human being. Liberalism, which we are enjoying, we are the largest democracy, we are enjoying it. It's all about human-centric, but the danger is starting. Remember, the future is, we call it as a twin revolution. Information and biotechnology, information technology and biotechnology is going to merge each other. In the design itself, there is no human. In the design itself, the entire behavioral data in the hand of a people which we can count. It's a tiny elite capitalist who can control the world. Even you guys think I am not going to that side, but the connection with COVID and AI, there is a huge relationship you can think of. I'm not going to say that side. You can think of that. What will happen if we all keep inside? We are kind of a caged now. We'll go outside. Somehow we manage things, come back to the home. So what is happening? Behavioral data is increasing. Every online company is going to increase. Everything is connected with the AI. Everything is behavioral data. So behavioral data is end of the day, it's going to be beneficial. All ism, fascism, socialism, liberalism, and religion were human connected. But in revolution, information technology and biotechnology of the future skill make human irrelevant. We 3G commune, mission with a cause, pledge. We 3G commune, 3G Institute of Research and Policies, along with you all. I am requesting all of you to join this mission to address the biggest problem, to pledge and to appeal to the world, to create all the technical design should be, whoever do the designing, it should be human-centric. The focus should be human-centric and naturalistic. This too is required. So we are a company, we are addressing technological singularity. Technological singularity as stage, I'll be explaining that in the further slide. So this is where here, what is happening? So far, we human brain design. Now we are human going to resign. Machine brain is going to design. This is where the AI is going to come. So which industry is going to be the major job providers? It is going to be a robotic industry. So major job is going to be robotic. Michelle Kaku, you guys know who is he? See the new kind of a psychology, there are a lot of psychology people. See the psychology is going to change entirely. What and all we learn the psychology, we have to, sometimes we need to trash also. The new psychology is coming. First time in the data also I'll be explaining if I get the time why it is that. So machine psychology is where AI, neuroscience, philosophy and engineering meet. Machine psychology is going to come. We are going to teach machines how to behave with the human, because we are going to work with hand in hand with the machines, robot. In the future, we are going to work in future, psychologists go to train robot than the human. Psychologists have a bigger opportunity is going to come. So what kind of a job, those who are looking for, many are students, many are faculties, what kind of a job is going to be in the future? If you read the mix of a job is going to be mathematic connection, because analytical, and psychology comes, and we need a framework from the education side. We call it as a techno-behavioralist. These are the three components which we require. So there is no such a courses which is now currently, we are designing a courses for UG for this, PG for this, PhD for based out of IIT Madras Research Park. Those who can find these three going to have a Midas touch of AI. Do you have these three want to become a champion of the AI? Techno-behavior. Hope you understand this is going, these are the three factors. So mathematics is the prime factor here. And second factor, you can see the psychology. We need a little bit frame for the education side also. Master three jewels, mathematics, psychology, and education. I'm moving to slide. Hope you, Tamlarasan, my slides are okay, right?
Yes, sir. All are going good, sir.
All are going good, right? Why no human? Just from the images, you understand how serious, slowly, robotic is going to become. We'll lose our job. See, this slide is a little bit, useless humans. See who is driving? We are going to be garbage. Where can I dump this human garbage? This is the situation is going to, unless and until we dehumanize, humanize them, the robot, before it dehumanizes us. So this is where the threat is, but it's not a threat, it's an opportunity. I'll be explaining in the next slide. This slide also important. This is all information there in the internet. You guys can go and check. It's all information. It's available in the internet. Google Brain. This is a very important slide, especially faculties and students, parents. This is very important slide, especially career coaches. You guys have to understand here what kind of a world is going to come. How can we guide the career guidance? It's a new world. Mega mind Google Brain implant could mean end of school, as anyone will be able to learn anything instantly. It means that you can upload and download knowledge to our brain. We are going to interface the brain to cloud computing, which were the Elon Musk OpenAI working. Even this is also a little bit scary. It's not scary actually. It's a good for human. There is a transition is happening. Sometime remember one thing. In initial stage, it helped all the teachers and professors. It's an enabler, but later stage it's a disabler for the people. Will say it is good. I am not here to talk about good thing to the teachers and professors. There is a threat in the later stage. Even the word teacher, you and me, everybody knows gone. But in the future, I am not sure about it, may even own children won't respect us. The reason there is a huge transition is going to happen that segment. So from this word, you can understand that 90% mind reading AI can turn neural activity into sentences with 97% of the accuracy, 97%. Scientists have developed an artificial intelligence system that can translate person thought into text by analyzing their brain activity. Whatever your brain, whatever you are thinking, it can be translated into word, 97% of the accuracy. Now, if someone thinking the AI can understand and translate into the word, we are going to be a digital surveillance 100%. Any teacher can understand that. So next slide, I'll go a little further. We are going to where the threat, I'll make you understand where the threat. We are going to compare the biological intelligence with the technological intelligence. From this slide, my question to everybody, what kind of education? I am also education, I am a trainer, I am a teacher. The problem which we are facing being a teacher, we are facing what it is facing that. Now, we cannot compete with YouTube. We cannot compete with Google all the information there. We cannot compete with the MOOC, the courses which is free. So better we call as a mentor or something. No teacher can have 100% knowledge. And also the industry, every 8 minutes, everything is changing. Now even first year curriculum can be outdated the second year. So now it is very difficult to even create a curriculum. That dynamism. From this, you guys will understand in a very layman terms what is the threat. Then I'll ask you guys what kind of education really the world needs. How much it help all the education policies to us. I'm going to give an idea about that, the biological intelligence, where is our limitation? We have a 200 hertz, the brain operating frequency. Operating frequency of the AI is 200. Currently, it may go to any level. Even, I don't know, this slide of mine is at least 3-4 years outdated. Okay, transmitting information speed axon, which we do. If I touch a fire through my finger, the information comes from my finger through axon to my brain, and my brain will act through the neurons and take back my hand. The speed is 200 meters per second. The artificial intelligence speed is 3 million meters per second now. Just imagine 3 million meters per second. So can anybody do an exercise to make everybody feel that in your chat, you all are using computer. Those who are using computer, go to the Google. Let us type teacher. Just type teacher. How much result it brought you? Just type a teacher in a Google. How much result it? Please do exercise. Those who are in computer. Just chat me with the number. Anybody, please, to make you understand, to make you feel where the threat is. Within second, 0.64 second, right? 0.59 second. I don't know how to even count this number. See, AI also learning, we are also learning. In a second, it can bring trillion data, analyze and answer. Is there any human being? Is there any smartest kid on earth? Can be done. Guys, tell me. Is there any smartest human on earth can compete this speed of learning? Please tell me. See, please feel yourself. I am trying my level best. I can talk more in slide if anybody have a. So everybody is saying almost impossible. See, this is where the threats are coming. See, tell me what kind of education? Artificially, if you look into the power of a brain is 20 watt. Here, the power of a 300,000 watt, which is 2016, which you use. I don't know what power is we are having. Computer 1 week learning equal to, see, we are learning, our children are going, I am going to the college, school, we are learning from book, but artificial intelligence is learning in a week 20,000 years of worth of a human level research. 20,000 years worth of a human level. Now, what kind of education will help us? Guys, tell me. What kind of education policy we need? This is where the educators have to think about it. This is where the career coaches, career guidance have to come up together to solve the problem, to make every Indian citizen, each one of us to become an inventor and innovator. So I don't know how many. See, many of us, the listeners are from the policy side. I don't know how much they think about the new policy. It's not a normal thing, right? It's very. See, AI is learning that level of a speed. We also learning. Our memory capacity is what? It's all about storage, right? Storage and analyzing. How much we can analyze from our storage. AI have a more than 3 million meters per second speed. Guys, you guys need any more explanation? I can give you slides and slides about the AI. So hope you understand what kind of education, why is so much of an important in this, required in this context. Where is the problem it started? You understand, right? This is the automation of a cognitive system. It's a cognitive automation. I am moving to the next slide. Okay, to give a kind of an idea about the AI, to set the context, Stephen Hawking, the development of a full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. This was his last prediction before his death. Sundar Pichai, Google CEO, he said lightly, fear about artificial intelligence are very legitimate. The last economic forum, whoever watched, they understand. Every guys who work with the AI, they come and said, come and monitor us. Just think about, they ask us, what was the theme? How to survive in 21st century. Survive, the word they use, survive. Every company is telling that, come and monitor us. So why they are saying, come and monitor us? Something is wrong, right? So Elon Musk, Tesla, guys, follow Elon Musk. You will be amazed at the kind of a person. He's transforming the world wherever he touches. When he touched the PayPal through the money, he disrupted the bank. Future, we don't need bank. When he touched the, the battery car, we are exiting from the fossil fuel. When he touched SpaceX, it goes. Sometimes some of the people are saying it's not a human being because he want to go for he's kind of came from somewhere else. He want to go for a space also. He want to take 1 million people to space. He's not a human being. Jack Ma, Alibaba, guys, follow Jack Ma also. You will get a lot of idea. I am not supporting China or anything, but you will get a lot of learning from him. So tech revolution could cause third world war. Jack Ma is saying, see, all the world war happened because of the technology. When technology increases, human lose jobs. Human lose jobs, chaos will happen, unrest will happen. It will lead to war. According to Walville Putin, the most individual, one powerful guy, he says that Putin says that nation that lead in AI will be the ruler of the world. I'm moving the slide, the education system. We are majority of all of us in the education. See what kind of education which we are running. We know that we have a 21st century kids are being taught by the 20th century teachers using 19th century curriculum and technique of 18th century calendar. You can think about, I'm not saying we have 18th century technique, we have a 19th century curriculum, 20th century teachers and 21st century. You know what is AI? It is easy to align. Does the new policy will help us? You think about, I don't know. See, what is the current system? Children will go to the school, teacher will give books, rote learning, rata maro. They go to tuition, say milaya, even the tuition, again from the parental tuition, it goes, examination come, we omit, we get the graduation degree. This is what is happening. It's all, if you remove one chapter from the exam, nobody is going to learn about it. So from this is all, you know, the slides, all the education knows the slide. Here we have a teacher, we have a 7.6 billion, 8 billion, 7.6 billion people. Look at all of our face. We are unique. Comparing to other is a crime. We came here to solve a different problem, each one of us. Comparing one guy to another guy is a crime. We don't have any problem pushing all the content. There is no issue. Our problem is assessing. We are assessed by same thing. See, look at this, people. If you, this is the assessment system which we have. Assessment, we have a trouble. You can think, I'm not talking, I'm also a teacher. I cannot go beyond that. You guys understand. See, this is not my slide. In the internet is showing the guys who came, what happened in the education system, what it is happened here. You check into the internet before we finish. Someone now commits suicide because of this pressure. 20 kids killed per day. It's an Indian situation. Okay. To give an idea of how the technology evolved. Mechanical system, 100 years. What outcome it created? Industrial productivity, production engineering. These are the outcome we got. After that, information system, around 35 years. What it given to us? All the process improved, the way of a productivity. We have done the process re-engineering, which we have done. After that internet system, we know how it came in our time. What it happened? Cost is coming down because everybody started to give a business. If I'm starting a restaurant, I'll be thinking about how to create a brand over the world. So everybody, the cost, the global integrated enterprises came. Again, cloud computing. Data, big data analysis. See, all the AI because of the big cloud computing. You know, you and me know that how much GB we are getting free from the Google. This is the cognitive system which we are cognitive is the automation is coming. This is the AI starter. So what is going to happen in the future? Understanding the capability of a cognitive system, cognitive technology can now mimic what we humans do: perceive, infer, gather evidence, making hypotheses, even reasoning. So machine can now learn, adopt, sense, experience the world by mimicking humans' sense. We have 5 senses: see, smell, touch, taste, hear. This all 5 senses already taken by AI. So end result, you will understand, we will not have a job. So this is not my report. Go to World Bank, take the report. This is all you will be available. It is saying 69, but the current situation, the prediction is more, it is going to be in India. So the world, it is not only here, it's a world phenomena. It is not because of us anything. It's a world phenomena. We are in a transition point. It will have a transit. It is the toughest 2 decades. We are going to face the big problem that coming 2 decades. So 80% of the world is going to lose their job. It's not only India problem. But what is the problem in India? Because we have a 600 million youth. It is rare happen in the history. While rest of the world is aging, India, we supposed to have a demographic dividend. Now the problem is it may go to demographic nightmare. This is where you and me enter. It is the duty of a you and me. We have to come outside from, we need to think about together. We need to help each one of us. This is where we are starting the mission. This is the reason we put build India to serve. While rest of the world is aging, India is younger and younger. You know, we have to serve the world. We are the workforce of the world. We have to serve. We are the youngest country. It is our duty to serve the world. We have all the opportunity with us. We have to make use of, but we need to think it differently. When we came to India, the biggest question of asking ourselves that the sad part, I'm proud of an Indian. I want to die for education. I'm passionate about education. I want to serve my country. So I'm here. The one question, when I came to here, the one question which I asked myself, one thing. Post-independent, after 1947, apart from APJ Sheridan, remember I said APJ Sheridan in SpaceX, to be proud of an Indian, even though we have all the IITs, IIMs, even grade 1, we are going for a recommendation. We have a CBSE institution. We have a very, very good IGC, IP, all the curriculum there. Every month we are clapping, we are celebrating the rank holders. Now, my question is here to each one of us, including me, what is proud of an Indian in terms of invention and innovation? We are a largest engineering producing country. Post-independence, could you chat for me? What is the invention and innovation? Apart from space, which is APJ Sheridan, because CV Raman effect, it is 1935. After, you know, in the science, what we achieved. We have Tachasilas, we have all, if you really look to go back, we control the world. So could you tell me something? Invention and innovations, which you and me can proud to the world. We have a 1.3 brilliant brain. We all are just thinking, right? It's not coming in our mind. So people say de-drain of brain. We were 5,000 scientists here to understand. We went intensively study to pre-independence till today about the Indian education system to understand what is the problem, where we made wrong. We have a 1.3 brilliant brain. The other side, if you look at all the products like Google, like IBM, like Microsoft built by us, even my Microsoft guy said that if I didn't create a Microsoft, India will make one from India, right? So what went wrong? Why we are not able to see? We are celebrating every rank holders every year. Where are they? We ourselves went to understand that we think de-drain of brain. What we understand that the people, those who are working IBM, Microsoft outside, like we proud to Indranoy, we proud to Nadella, we proud to Sundar Pichai, all they were not rank holders of that institution. They were backbenchers all the rank holders of this institution. They are here. Why they are not able to invent and innovate something? Even mosquito elimination, we are not able to do. How many people life it is taking? So this is where you and me have to think. It is our duty. It is not, I am not talking about blaming any educational system. I am also part of it. I'm not blaming that. So we have to take the pledge. We need to make the world and understand that we Indians are going to change. We are going to make every Indian, each one of us, an inventor and innovator. This is where our mission starts. We need to change. So I'm moving, guys, think about that. Nothing is there to be proud of. Even we are not yet to be an entrepreneurial country. Nobody say, American said, sometimes it feel ashamed. The guy said to me, yeah, we are just farming in Bangalore and, in Hyderabad and of course, somewhere in, Chennai and Guduva. We'll take our outside and you are nothing. It really hurt me. So guys, think about that. Change everything. We can do that. We have implemented all the best product in the world. We will do that. We'll innovate. We will invent. So moving to next slide. Hope you understand. See, remember this next slide. 70% of the students chasing a dying career. It is going to be the dying career. All the students, this word, remember, why it is that 40% of the fortune company is going to die in front of your eyes. You will be seeing another 3 years. 60% of the fortune company, which is designing survival strategy, not growth strategy. Many companies sometimes even say that Google death also naturally declared. The business, according to Rogers' curve, majority of the theory, every business have a start and end. Before the olden days, the life cycle was 25 years. Now to reduce to 10 years, it is going to reduce 5 years. So all of us, remember the career coaches, everyone, the children are going to work, each one of us is going to work in their life 20 to 30 jobs. Now, how do we do the career guidance to them? 20 to 30 jobs. What kind of a career guidance we give to them? Does our course work? It is going to be gig economy. It is going to be assignment based. See, every business is going to be end within 5 years. So wherever we work 5 years, he will lose the job. He'll have a different job. That industry is no more. So this is where career guidance, the new career guidance we need. This is where we have done the research. Okay, I'm moving. So world education today, the biggest human resources tragedy. Biggest human resources tragedy, which I said. 85%, see the Dell word, 85% of the job that will exit 2030 haven't been invented yet. See, no job in the future. Let us analyze a crazy guy is coming and telling, making us scared. Okay, job go, let us analyze. It doesn't need any rocket science to understand. Anybody can understand in a very simple manner. I'll tell you how it is. Let us analyze some industries. Fourth industrial revolution is coming. Industrial revolution, first we know that mechanized production, steam engine, electricity. Second in the mass production. Third is information. We know the fourth thing, we explained already this. Let us analyze the energy segment. Energy segment exiting the fossil fuel era in the death of $1 trillion economy. So I am also from Middle East. I've been there. I am proud of that country also. It was my second mother. What and all today, because of that side, I made it. But I know the future there. We are exiting from the fossil fuel era there. It will be a very sad. The shining will be losing there. Every 200 years, it's a fall and rise of a country. The power dynamics so far, it was it's all connected. Center point was fossil fuel oil. It is changing. The world power dynamics changing towards China. You can feel that the changing toward the China, the way it is going, changing. So we get the opportunity. We have to wake up. We have the opportunity. We are the youngsters. We have to invent. We have to innovate. We are going to pledge that we'll be the number one. This is where we are coming up. So we know the fossil fuel, controlling nation, government, economy, war policies. Oil, very simple, oil price hike, our goods pricing. We always fight in our politics, whether it is a both government, they fight each other in your period. We know that. Any prices, it affect all of our, it will, even the onion price will increase, rice price will increase. We cannot go for a bike. So why it is happening, the exiting of the oil? There are majorly three reasons we are exiting. One is the fracking technology. Now we can take the oil extraction from horizontally and vertically in any depth. Now we have an oil surplus. Even the price of the oil, it will be joke, the barrel have a more cost than the oil price. And climate change is going to come. It is in a very crucial stage. We are suffering because of the pandemic. We know Nipah, all pandemic is coming because we didn't, if you really look into the designing, we didn't consider the nature. This is the reason we always say in the future, any designing, it should be human-centric and naturalistic. If we didn't care the nature, nature can exit us. Remember, exit us. It's something which is happening. Nature is caged us now, because we didn't care the nature. So global warming is happening because of the carbon. So carbon majorly producing from where, you know that. So many countries already is banning the fossil fuel oil. Alternative energy which is coming, the solar. See, energy is going to be absolutely free. Ubiquitous technology is coming in 2035. You will have a free. Anything, the storage was the biggest problem. Gig factory, we know the Elon Musk is coming up in what and all the solution. So energy is going to be absolutely free for you and me. Not only many things is going to be free, I'll be explaining that. So you understand all the paymasters, the biggest money, all it came from the oil industry. We are exiting from that oil. And it will have a major change, major transition. Many countries will have ups and downs. The power change is moving to different direction. The second industry, which is automobile industry. We have around, I think, I'm not sure, I think 2.5 billion vehicles. So we know around 8 billion, 7.6 to 8 billion people. So keep apart the people like age people and kids. Out of this around, keep the personal car, let us say a commercial car, a commercial vehicle, 2 billion. So they are going to lose their job. 100% agreed by everybody, it is going to be driverless vehicle. So what will happen, these 2 billion people? Just imagine in our place, the people, those who are not going to the education, they go for an auto rickshaw, bus driver and lorry driver. All the vehicle are going to be automated. What they will do? It is a 2 billion people. Every 6 people, 1 guy is in automobile industry. So what will happen in this automobile industry? The major transportation is going to see, there are 4 invention and innovation is going to in this automobile industry. The first thing we'll be witnessing the driverless. Second is it is going to be drone. See, we think that India, it won't come. We see the sad part, jokingly, we said that roads are going to be monument. We will be playing football and cricket. When future kid doesn't need any license because drone is going to control the world. You just, in like a Ola Uber, you just click, drone will come in your balcony. You get inside and you can go without any traffic. 1.29 million are dying. Even Corona is killing not people that much in the road crash. It is happening. When this drone come, it's high level safety. There is no risk. We can save the human. So the technology is ready. And also it is cheap, absolutely. Doesn't need any much money. It's a 3D printing. It's a solar energy. So transportation majorly redefined by even the delivery. Swiggy boys also will have a problem. The delivery is going to be drone. Drone policies already in India is developing. That is the second revolution is going to automate. Third is Hyperloop. Hyperloop, which is the testing in Dubai to Abu Dhabi, 200 kilometers, 14 minutes. It is, I think that it's taking 2,000 passengers. Even ET3 is coming from here to America to go and come back. I think less than 3-4 hours, which is I hear. ET3 is coming. And also it's cheap. You can go to morning to America, come back in the evening after your job. You can search for a job in America. Then we know that around more than 10 companies working in a rocket in commercial. We'll be traveling, not the flight, which is having 800 kilometers per 30,000 kilometers per speed. It is going to redefine, redesign, rediscover the entire transportation and logistics system. So 30 to 40 minutes is going to be the major travel time. I'm moving. See, we'll check another industry like a manufacturing industry. See, this is the Foxconn. You can see from the image this and this. You can check in the internet. 60,000 people are replaced in a day. If you really look into the internet, According to CMI report, how many people lost job in million in recent, right? We never heard about this many people. We know, okay, 100 people lost 200. We are talking about thousands and 10,000 now. It's all technology. So we think that agriculture is a good area. No, agriculture 100% it will be automated. So even the blockchain is coming by sitting anywhere in the world. You can buy the land through blockchain in African countries. You just hire a drone, scan it. You'll understand what kind of a soil is there, how much the light it is getting, what and all can be done. By sitting here, you can do agriculture anywhere in the world. You don't need to go there. Vertical farming, those who want to know more about, go to the precision agriculture. You'll understand the technology, how disrupting the agriculture. Okay, look into the 3D printing. This is also, that the organs, majority of the organ now we can print 3D. Even your skin can be printed 3D printing. See the car, how beautiful 3D printed car. Food, 60% of the food is going to be 3D printed. It's going to solve the hunger and it create a lesser price, lesser value. Just imagine that. And also you'll have a system, all this food, we don't know how it is. Similar like education, food also one size fits for all doesn't work because our chemistry is different, biology is different. So we need a personalized food. You'll have AI will take care of that. So AI will tell you, in your stomach, there are a micron and it will tell you in your mobile how much it went, what happened. So that world is coming. You can see Dubai 3D printed building, how many story you can see. See the dresses 3D printed. Even the, the jewel, the diamond 3D printed, the gold, it's all everything you are going to get something like free. So additive manufacturing, we know 3D printing, what is going to happen. See the logistic. This is the logistic in the future. All logistic. I'm moving, it is already 11, 12. Okay, finance has, banks are no longer required, but banking is required. Digital banking, blockchain, cryptocurrency, no bank in the future. Mass job loss. See, here is the problem. Assembly line, we always talk assembly. In design stage, we need people. Here we need people in design, but here manufacturing will be 3D printing and robotic. Delivery will be drone. So assembly line, what is going to happen? Mass job loss. The deadly combination of AI, design, 3D printing combination with the drone, mass production, agriculture, automobile, infrastructure, transport, all were human-centric entities, which were major job providers. These are going to get completely disrupted during the AI. When AI design, 3D printing and robotic manufacturing and drone carry, where do humans have roles? You guys think about what kind of education? Even we think that IT is safe. No. Now Google AI, majority of the people are coders. We are teaching coders. We don't need people in coding. Google AI can create a code better than the researchers who made it. So 60% of the job are at stake. It's a new world. It is not the code, it's algorithm. It's a different thing. AI will do the algorithm. No, we don't need code writers. Code writers end. So 70%, you understood 70% of job existing in India, 80% of the all jobs globally will be automated before 2030. Now the question is here, will you survive the fourth industrial revolution? What skill will guarantee your future? Is your job is safe? Are we equipping ourselves for what? Will your education save you in this disruptive era? Are we equipping our children for what? Guys, ask yourself, let us come hand in hand. Let us do something differently. Help the government, help the educational ecosystem together. Let us transform. This is the power of us. We have a 1.3 brilliant people are here. We can do that. We can become number one. Remember, everybody is going to take our behavioral data. Behavioral data is the economy. So don't let anybody to take our behavioral data. We need a data residential policy. It is very much required. So massive unemployment, oil industry, information technology, we'll have a problem. These are the two industries. We know that majority of the money come from the Middle East. When Middle East face the problem, the money flow will come. Rest money is from information technology. The people, those who have done the farming, they will take back from us. So I'm not playing certain videos because it's already 11:15. So robot in a situation, even you cannot recognize each other. when human and robot, I recently interviewed a robot, which is, no, it can recognize you. It asked me, Shahid, how was your flight from Mumbai to Dubai yesterday? It talked to you like, 20 years, because it's scanning your eyes and taking your entire data, checking within second all your bio and talking to you. Is there any friend who can do that? So 40% of the Fortune company will be meaningless in the coming day. AI touch almost every aspect of our lives, and it is only getting started. People have no idea how fast things are moving undisclosed. So I'll talk a little bit about the AI in history. See, AI is nothing new. It is there in 1956. The first AI conference happened in Dartmouth in 1956, which is attended by Alan Newell, Carnegie Mellon, Herbert Simon, Carnegie Mellon, John McCarthy, MIT, is the co-founder of MIT AI Lab, Mervyn Minsky, co-founder of MIT AI Lab. Okay, Arthur Samuel from IBM, they are the founders of AI. You guys know Alan Turing, we cannot forget this guy, the modern computer, Turing mission, the award of Nobel Prize, the modern computer. Alan Newell, this Mervyn Minsky is that. John McCarthy coined the word of artificial intelligence. Herbert Simon is here. This is the guy coined the word. So what and all today, which we are using even in the Apple mobile, the system, the CD system is defined by him, the framework. I'm moving to greatest mystery of all the time. One is the brain. Here, all the psychologists have to think about it. See, first time in the history, we human, if I ask one question here, how many brains we have? Just give me the answer. How many brains we have? Please tap. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Even if we go and ask the neuroscience who is doing the surgery, sometimes he will not give the answer for you. That much outdated we are, our curriculum. That much outdated. We have a 3 brain. We have a head brain, we have a heart brain, we have a gut brain. The guy would operate that. All the psychology which we are having currently, it is, the basis of an assumption. We only have a knowledge about 5% about the rest is hypo. We have a MRI scan system. We just put through the sound, we analyze what is happening. It is still mystery, it's yet to be decoded. This is where the AI is going to help. Artificial intelligence, first time, it's opening up and understanding each neuron, what is its function. What is its core function? What is a compartmental function? What is its orchestration? This is where the AI is coming. It is changing the entire psychology system. We'll understand which neuron went to fire. It make all of us happy. So universe, we asked that the universe, can anybody can say, when we compare universe and earth, what is the comparison of universe and earth? Universe and earth, when we compare the size. Earth which we are living, what size? Yes, a dot. Now, we don't know what is this. It is still, we don't know who I am, why I am. I didn't apply to any God to be Shahid or son of my father and mother. I don't know my genetic. I don't know when I should die. I don't know anything. It's all belief system installed by people. See, when we compare the earth, we are a dot. Similar like earth, we have a 5,000. Now we need to decode all this. AI will help all of us. This is the reason we need AI. Because human intelligence have a limitation. So what is all about AI? We'll go a little more session. My times are going to have a problem. Okay, artificial narrow intelligence. From this slide, very important slide, the weak AI. We are just copying AI, the brain. So neuron, we are creating artificial neuron. So far, what and all the invention we have solving one problem. Like a speech recognition, it's only solving one problem. Like a driverless car, it's solving only one problem. What human do, we speech recognition, we talk, jump, dance, we drive everything. So what and all solving one problem, which is the AI we call as a weak AI or narrow intelligence. Artificial general intelligence, which is called AGI. Some of the, we refer as this is the danger, which is according to Dr. Ray Kurzweil, RAYKURZ. Please look into that. AGI is, according to Elon Musk, it is happening within 3 years to 5 years, which is the danger for us, which is equal or better than human intelligence. When AI reach that level, human doesn't have it. We have a fatigue, we don't know who we are. AI can do, see and replicate it within seconds, everything. So we'll lose our job. The third stage called artificial super intelligence. A $1,000 computer will be giving a trillion people. We have only 7.68 billion people, trillion people power, which is going to happen 2035 to 2050. We are a company addressing that level of a research. We are addressing, this is called technological singularity. AI will have a power of a 1 trillion given. When you buy a computer, $1,000, it is having a power. We are a company addressing that. We were 5,000 researchers here to understand this and how to handle this situation. Hope I'm going, what kind of a power AI is giving? Artificial narrow intelligent power, which we are getting image recognition, speech recognition, test a different sort of a human. AJ is giving human like autonomy is giving. ASI is giving self-pro. We don't know. We blindly believe the AI in the future. Like we don't need economics. We don't know how it is accounting. Like we went to a strange place, Google Map, blindly we believe. Similar way we are going to do that. So in one page of AI extracting, similar like human being extracting information, they are using neural network and optimization. We are using Python, you know, the software tensor library. And the hardest part, similar like brain, good question. If we want to have a smartest person, or we need to ask good question, he need to have a more experience. Similar like AI need a good question and good data. Why it is now we have a huge data, hardware, good community tools, investment. Where do we stand? Most of the big questions yet to be answered. These are we reach. So building AI, what is the difference between machine learning and deep learning and the AI? The olden days rule-based system. We have a washing machine system, this much water, this much kg dress, and this much powder. It's a rules. Then we have a pattern-based system, machine learning. It's a pattern and solution. Like doctor, we go, doctor asks the symptom and give the medicine accordingly. But deep learning, AI is a part of a deep learning. The difference is it's like a human. It learns by itself. It make error, it correct itself, it learn. It's like a human. We learn similar way. That is the difference machine learning and AI. Okay, one word in AI, if you guys want to become a billionaire or millionaire, here it is. One single domain, huge amount of a data can train system to be a superhuman. Remember, if you guys want to become a rich, find a one domain, create a huge data, one single domain, huge data, huge data, huge data, huge data, capacity, capability of the computer, 5G or 6G, and the AI expert, we say deep mathematics, we can automate anything. So anybody want to become a rich, find a domain, make a huge data. Similar like Uber, transportation, like Swiggy, you know, the food habit, you need to do that. Now I'm moving, I don't have much time. My time is going to end here. So these are the 4 stages AI can. Internet AI, Google, Facebook, Alibaba, these people came and made money. We didn't understand. We said, I agree in everywhere. Second, bank insurance ended. These people, this is a perception AI. Majorly, we are seeing things from through eyes and ears. Now AI can do that. This is the automation guy. This is a autonomous AI. See, the sad part in this slide for me, oh my God. Is it okay? People can see, I think, server something hanging. I'm okay. Can anybody can unmute?
It's okay. Recording stopped and continued. Nothing problem.
Yeah. Okay. See, look into this slide. I'm sad in this slide. There is an Indian company in the AI? 99 till today. There is no Indian company. Jio is coming only now. Where we are missing the bus, guys. You all are going to AI learning for deep learning or data science. It is not the AI. AI is a very simple thing. It's a small technology. It's a tool. Remember, we don't need a university to learn AI. It's like electricity. So we are going a wrong direction, going a data science and machine learning. It's all labor job. We need to understand each domain, how AI is impacting. That is where the Indian policies has to come. Each industry, how. See, there is no AI company in India. Jio recently come. TCS, Wipro, these and all, not AI company. Now our problem, even we learn AI, where we get job. See, when we learn swimming, at least we need a swimming pool. We don't have a swimming pool. We don't have a pond. We don't have a river. We don't have a sea. This is the trouble. You can see the company. Which company we have AI? The people, those who are talking about AI is not the company. When AI in your mind come, think about behavior. It's a huge behavioral data. How many in Indian company have a huge behavioral data? This is my question, all of you. Guys, think about it. Human versus computer. I told the Go player, see, 2016, it happened, human versus computer. Go player is considered the smartest, the brain. We always, to understand the brain, we'll go for a game. So it consider Go player is the player, 2,600 years of a history. It's a Chinese proud. A algorithm built by British guys, later bought by, I think, Google. I think it is a $500 million they paid. One sheet algorithm. Within 40 days, it defeated Lee Sedol. Go and watch the movie. This is where the China changed the world. China understood in 2016, AI is going to rule the world and Google is going to rule the world. This is where the emergency meeting happened and they changed the entire thing. Now they are in AI. Their algorithm is far better than American algorithm. Okay, 1997, we understand here, Kasparov defeated chessboard 1,500. Here, 200,000 watt. 2011, 2016, Lee Sedol, see our human brain, only 20 watt. This is where you and me need to think about. I'll be talking about little good about, I don't have a much time, four more minutes is there. I'm just, see, the good part is that energy is going to bring what AI is going to bring. Oh, these are the resources scarcity, right? Time, money, expertise, resources, everything is going to be free. What and all you need, including money, AI is going. We don't need it. See, all the biggest problem is us. We think that job is everything. We don't need to job. We don't need to do job. Remove from your specs the job. We didn't see. It's all installed by Brits in the industrial era for their purpose to do. See the kind of investment we are putting in the defenses. All India put all over the world. 10% is enough for everybody to cater. Now AI will take care of the borders. Why do we take a human in this toughest, the cold places? We don't need that. See, AI is bringing huge money, 15 trillion, 14 points extra. It is going to come, huge money. We have to bag this money. So the thing is, if you are not Uber yourself, you will be Kodak. See, remember, if Generation C millennial has absolutely no excuse to not being a billionaire, you can look from here. See, this is the year, this is the companies here. 1998 started, Google made $1 billion. How many years you know? Facebook here, how many years you know? Tesla, it's coming down, the year is coming down. Uber, you know. Snapchat, all this, Oculus made, it doesn't have in a single money. Pokemon made $4 billion in a 4 week. It's all happened. Now, what is happening in India? We have Geo given all things. To become a billionaire, we don't need anything other than out of box the thinking. Every gadget is with us. Only thinking is required. I'll give a better example. We are proud for Tata contribution. We cannot forget. I salute for Tata, but the model have to change now. I salute the kind of a contribution. The India's development, Tata, we cannot ignore. But the transition is happening. Just imagine, 1860 it started. Many vertical, 700,000 employees, 100 countries, 110 billion. Here 2010, Mike and Kevin started. Here 1868. One vertical, many vertical. Employee 13. See the valuation, 110 billion. Now you guys can make $1 billion by, it is 2010 story. We are more capable now. Within 1 year, you can create $110 billion company. I'm moving, see these companies, Ola, Uber, we know all these companies, what happened, it's self-explanatory. Netflix, this all software company, what does it mean? Business model is changing. See, all the business, it is going to change. So create a, platform, not product. All these are platforms. Create platform, not the product. Someone else come and do the. See, any age, any current sale, brand equity, reputation, intellectual property, none of them guarantee the future success for any business unless and until they change themselves. Oh, my business is 100 years. My current sale is $1 billion. Nobody care now. See, many of this is the Rogers came. Most of the companies in the death stage. What this mean that every Indian, each one of our youngsters have an opportunity to create $1 billion company. The only thing which we need to change our mindset. So see the $1 billion companies in 2000, it's all huge. 2014, 15. See what we need to understand, 2025, it is not the human is going to connect it. It is connected device, everything going to connect in the world. table, chair, everything. So from this faster, cheaper computing, these are the new innovation come. Convergence is business model is changing. This is the reason we are losing job. See the technology, these are our dreams. It's all free with the children. It's a dematerializing, it's a demonetizing. All diamond fill. I'm just ending with you see, aging is going to be a disease. You can edit your aging. Even we can make the cancer deleted from the dictionary through AI. See, neural lysis is going to happen. This is the neocortex and how it is connecting. This is the chip, limbic system and neocortex. We are bringing chip. It look like this. This solved the problem. So I'm just ending here. See, we have a book. We have done study about all the designation of the world. We put an end date. So we have a book called Blue Book. Anybody have a more interested about the Blue Book? We'll have another session about that. I'm ending. Artificial intelligence is the love romance with it, liberating human from unsolvable. Artificial intelligence is going to solve all the problems of humanity, increasing lifespan, solving all unsolvable problems, changing the perspective of a life and purpose. Artificial intelligence is the last invention humanity needs. We human exist for love, not for job. Remove the job. You can live without job. You are going to be, see, the future job is all about taking, loving and sharing. The people will have more money. I'm ending. Thank you guys. Over to you, panelists. I'm stopping the sharing.
Thank you very much, Shahid sir. All right, thank you very much, Shahid sir. So he can rightly be called as a humanitarian, egalitarian, AI scientist. He's a futurist, he's an educationist, and he's a serial entrepreneur and a very strong advocate of technological singularity, I should say, because this term is quite new for many, and it was very new when I first heard this word, technological singularity. So it's a food for your thought, and viewers, you can just go and Google it and get to know about all those, super intelligent stuff. All right, superb. And he's also the founder and chairman of Mission 3G, headquartered at IIT Madras Research Park. Well, he was also able to develop the world's first integrated career mapping for global education and learning industry. So as known as a business enthusiast and disruptive thinker, he has also received a lot of awards. And to mention few here, I would also like to say ASSOCHAM Education Excellence Award of 2018 and the World Education Award of 2017 in Dubai was received by him. So also this session was really thought-provoking, sir, and we got a lot of insights. Though most of the points were very futuristic, still we were able to relate those futuristic skills, and I think we need to adapt to it. Thank you very much for that. And it was very relevant topic during this pandemic, which I feel, and personally I feel, and also we were like seeing a lot of chat messages that was popping up. I hope you were also reading some of them. Anyways, it was very relevant for this pandemic. And the artificial intelligence, of course, you have activated our neurons right now. So we are, super energetic right now, and also we are ready to work more on the artificial intelligence. And you were able to project ample of, accurate data in layman terms, which we were able to relate it to. Thank you very much for that. And it was a huge learning and insight. And in fact, we were able to, grab some of the most important things that we need to follow from today onwards. And thank you once again, sir, and thanks to all the participants for cheering up, and also leaving all your comments and suggestions in the chat box. That was really welcoming. Thank you very much. And now the important announcement for the certificates. Yes, there were like a lot of questions popping up, like where and when we can receive these certificates. Now let me tell you, the procedure to get the certificate is that you need to fill in the Google form. Okay, so where will you get the link to Google form? Now you need to join a WhatsApp group. In case you are already there in the WhatsApp group, that's not a problem. You will be getting the Google form link. And in case people who have not yet joined the WhatsApp group, so please make sure that join right now, and we will also tell you the number. It's 8310519263. Let me repeat, 8310519263, and we will also use the chat option to display that number. Okay, so next is like, what are those certificates that we are offering you? The free foundation career counseling certificate from London certification with 15 credits based on the MCQ test with conditions apply. So next is free participation e-certificate for attending a webinar on the impacts of artificial intelligence and COVID-19 on employment and career and entrepreneurship by 3G Institute. And then you can also earn a participation e-certificate from World Book of Records by paying 250 rupees directly from the World Book of Records. These are important certifications that we are giving right now. And you can immediately join the WhatsApp group in order to get the Google form link, and you can use the same Google form link for all these sessions, because we have the speakers, so you can just select the speakers from the drop down that is available there. So this session was with Shahid, so you can select Mr. Dr. Shahid Cholayil's name, and you can give your review. Thank you very much. And I would like to welcome the next MC from our team, Mr. Joel. So Joel, over to you.
Joel, I think you are on mute or your voice is not audible. You need to connect your audio.
No, you're not audible now.
I'm sorry for the audio issue. Probably you can check. In the meantime, Nandini can take over.
Hello. Yes, Joel, you're not audible. Okay.
Yes, probably Nandini, you can take over so that we can fix this audio issue in the meantime.
Okay, so now with great pleasure, I would like to welcome the next speaker of the day. I'm really glad to welcome Stephen Rudolph, who is the creator of Multiple Natures Theory and founder of Multiple Natures International Incorporation. He has over 25 years of experience in education field, and Stephen spent 21 years in India, where he developed the Yemen concept, which has already been used by more than 150,000 people around the world. He's the founder of Jiva Public School and co-created Jiva Ayurveda, the world's largest telemedicine center that has treated over 2 million patients. He holds a master's in education from Temple University, who's the author of 2 best-selling books, and is the recent recipient of the World Summit Award for e-health. So I'm really glad and excited to welcome Stephen Rudolph, who is the next speaker of our session. So welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Nandini, for that warm welcome and introduction. And a special thanks to Dr. Shahid Cholayil for this invitation for me to join this session and to address this world record large-sized audience on a very important topic of careers and the future that we're facing right now, which seems to be quite a challenging one. So I'm going to share my screen because I have a presentation. So, you just let me know if you're able to see the shared screen. Is it coming through okay?
Yes, sir. Everything is fine. We're able to see.
Great. Thank you so much. So my topic for today is called Multiple Natures. And I'm going to share an idea where you can discover your unique abilities, align them, and thrive. So this is the topic for today. And before we get into the topic, I think it's important for me to take over from where Dr. Cholayil left off. We're really faced with a challenging situation in the world today. And I'll start with a poem. It would be nice to have a little bit of poetry with us today. This is from Warsan Shire, from one of his poems. He says, a part of the poem, "Later that night, I held an atlas in my lap, ran my fingers across the whole world and whispered, 'Where does it hurt?' It answered, 'Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.'" So if you're like me, going through your various Facebook feeds or Instagram feeds or news posts that we check out on a daily basis, we see so many challenges facing us that are really quite daunting. They make us feel insecure. They give us anxiety. They make us fearful because so much change is taking place. And it brings a question to us that what is the future going to be like, and what is my place going to be like that in the future? What steps should I take now in order to prepare for that future that I don't even know, which I don't even know what it's going to be like? So I'm going to give some insights about how you might be able to take steps today so you don't have to be fearful of the future. You'll be able to stand in your own shoes and take every day and every challenge as it comes with a degree of certainty and with a degree of self-confidence. And so here we go. Let me start with a little bit about myself. I'm from New Jersey, Wayne, New Jersey, originally. This is thanks to the help of Google Maps. You can find your childhood home if you no longer live there. And growing up as a youngster in the United States, just like many, everybody out there who's watching, you had a dream of what it was that you wanted to be. I'm sure probably when you were in school or in high school, you might have thought to yourself, I want to be a doctor, or maybe I want to be a web designer. Well, in my case, I had a dream that I wanted to be a rock star. So this is me when I was about 17 years old. And I was quite sure that that's what I was going to be because I have an aptitude for music. And I think I can be entertaining at times. And I decided I was going to pursue that as a career, but I found out very quickly once I graduated college that aspiring rock stars don't make any money. And so living in New York, I had to pay the rent, and I went out and I got a job. And I got any job that I could find. I got a job as an English teacher. Just like that, I saw a sign that said wanted English teachers. I thought, okay, I speak English, how hard could it be? And I got the job, and I started teaching. And in my first class, I said to myself, oh my God, it was like an epiphany. I could do this for the rest of my life. Something woke up inside. It was like I heard the Akashvani, right? That voice from the sky that says, Steve, you're not a rock star, you're a teacher. And I listened to that voice and I thought, this is what I'm going to pursue. And after some time, I thought to myself, you know what? Why is it that school never prepared me for this? Why didn't my classes, my teachers ever help me to understand that I had this propensity to educate? And so I decided that I wanted to open up a school, and that the speciality of my school would be to help individuals, to help the children understand who they were, not just to pass the exams, right? Start first with, who am I? That's the most important question. So I was going to open up my school in New York City, and then I met someone from India, and he said, hey, listen, Stephen, don't do this in New York. Come to India. This is back in 1991 or so, yeah. And come to India, and let's open up this school there. And so after some years of planning, I got my master's degree. I was in Japan for some time, got some experience, saved some money. I moved to India, a far cry from New York. And if you remember India in the 90s, if you were even born at that time, it was a fairly rugged kind of place. And we had a house where we lived, and we didn't have money to buy a building or a piece of land to run a school. So we started the school with 8 children on the first day and 3 teachers, and with the idea that we're going to help children understand their natures. This was a Jiva Public School based in Faridabad. So I'll fast forward to today. Jiva Public School today has almost 2,000 students, and true to the vision, all the children understand what their basic nature is, what their future, which directions would be the best directions for them to take in their future because of the program that we've created. And it's a program which I call Multiple Natures. I'm going to share it and explain how it works. And if you would even like to access it, you'll have an opportunity to do so. So they're what I call human alignment tools, and I'll explain what I mean by that in just a little while. And I developed this tool. Part of it is a test. There's a psychometric test called the Multiple Natures test. And I began doing this in the 2000s, going from school to school. I don't know, perhaps some of you, if you were in school at the time, you might have seen me. I went to hundreds of schools throughout India giving various workshops. And many thousands and thousands of students in India actually took the Multiple Natures test. And I just want to share one example. It's a student I had never met before, but this was in Patiala. We did the test about a year later, did the test in the school. About a year later, I get this email message from a guy named Simar Soki. And he says, thanks to the MN test, I've taken up dancing and my parents have agreed. Right? So this was he shared with me that his parents wanted him to become an engineer, but he wanted to become a dancer, but the test indicated that he could become a dancer. And so he says that his parents have agreed, I can now say I'm living my dream. I'm currently the world's second best Sikh classical dancer, and I'll soon be the first. And he sends me this picture. And I almost fall off my chair. And I think to myself, look at him, look at his face, look at his energy. My God, the world has lost one very mediocre engineer, and it has gained an incredible human being who's contributing his capacity and his talents to the art of dancing. And I thought to myself, yes, this is working, this is right. Everybody needs not to be a dancer, but to have this same alignment. What you are looking at is an individual who is aligned. And alignment can happen as a dancer, it can happen as an AI developer, it can happen as a salesperson, it can happen as a physiotherapist. You can be aligned in many different types of work. However, certain people will find alignment more in certain areas and rather than other areas. And we're going to talk about this in just a little bit. So I had to do my deep dive into India. I had to learn Hindi. I had to learn a little Sanskrit. मैं हिंदी थोड़ा बोल लेता हूँ. So अगर आपको if you want to hear, मैं थोड़ा सा बोल लेता हूँ. कभी कभार मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूँ. And मौका नहीं मिलते हैं वो practice करना. So when I get these opportunities, I really like it. So I did my deep dive into Indian philosophy, into the culture. I met all sorts of people from the Ambanis. I met all the Amitabh Bachchan. I've met lots of Bollywood heroes and heroines. I also went to various places to study with great scholars who would reveal to me deep secrets about Vedic and Indian philosophy, which helped me greatly. In fact, you might know Jiva Ayurveda. I'm one of the co-founders. Dr. Partap Chauhan, you've probably seen him on TV, was my colleague for many years. I was behind the technology that you see today. You might not know that because you didn't see me on TV doing that, but I made the first Ayurvedic website in '94, the first Ayurvedic courses online in '95, the first Ayurvedic store in '95, and the first Ayurvedic telemedicine center also in '95. I developed the Teledoc program, which was the first rural healthcare program that won us the World Summit Award, and produced the first Ayurvedic TV shows for Jiva Ayurveda on Care World and various television channels that you must have seen. This then evolved into the Ayurvedic Telemedicine Center that has over 400 doctors, 1,500 employees, and about 8,000 patients per day, which is also a world record for number of patients treated per day in telemedicine. And so with that, we developed clinics, we did big data analysis. With that background of my understanding the education, of my getting deeply into the Indian philosophy and culture, and also going into Ayurveda, I was able to unearth some secrets, let's just say, or some secrets that were really not known, as it seemed to me, to most people in India and definitely not to people in the West. And so I would like to share some of those with you if you would like to know about them. Would you like to know about those secrets? All right, well, you have an opportunity. If you remember the Matrix, if you want, you can take the blue pill, and if you do, there's no turning back, and the story ends and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever it is that you want to believe. But if you take the purple pill, you're going to come into MN land with me, and I'm going to show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So I hope you stick with me for this. All I'm offering is the truth and nothing more. Okay, so the first big concept that was introduced to me was swastha. Now, you know this word, right? Swastha, swasth. You hear it all the time. Aapka swasth kaise hai? Swasth theek hai, right? People will ask you that all the time. The word swa, sta, two parts. Swa means self. Sta means to be situated in. So swa, sta means to be situated within yourself. Situated within yourself. Isn't it amazing that the word actually means to be healthy? Blew my mind. What does it say? Health is not your body mass index. Health is not your cholesterol level. Your level of health or well-being is dependent on how situated in yourself you are. Now, what does that mean to be situated in yourself? So I got excited to try to find out what that means. I went to the next big concept, purusharth. The 4 human pursuits, Dharma, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. You would have heard this before. Indians know this like that. Your grandmother would have told you about it. You know it on the back of your hand, but I didn't, okay? Now, I'm gonna hold off on Dharma for just a second because that's a little bit more tricky. Arth, right? To make money. Everybody's gotta make money. You gotta take care of your family. You have to take care of your food and your clothes and things like that. Arth, simple. You need to be responsible about your money. Number 2, Kama, right? All work and no play makes Yogender a dull boy, right? You have to have some fun once in a while. It can't just be work, work, work all day. Otherwise, you know, life's going to lose its fun and its meaning. And moksha, well, obviously, there has to be some sort of greater purpose to what it is that you're doing. So whether you say it's enlightenment or whether you say it's fulfilling a purpose which is beneficial towards humanity, there has to be some greater purpose rather than just like eating and living and dying. There needs to be something that, okay, so I understood those things, but this Dharma word got me really, really perplexed. It really tricked me. What the heck is this? Because all the time, you know, I went to the root to understand Dharma means from the root dri, to hold together. But here, people were talking about Dharma in English. I said, what is Dharma? They would say it's religion, it's righteousness, it's duty, right? It's my duty. People used to say to me all the time, right? I couldn't understand it. And there's a reason for this. And this is very important to understand how all this fits together. There is no definition of Dharma in English. And that's why Westerners can't understand this word, because it's got 2 components to it. Dharma means it's something used for its intended purpose. And it also means something used for ethical purposes. Now hold on to your socks, get ready. So if you put these 2 on a matrix like this, I call it the Dharma matrix, where the top and the bottom are engaged for its intended purpose, the bottom is engaged for an unintended purpose, and on the left and the right, we talk about, let's just say, ethical and unethical. Let's watch what happens when we put a hammer into here. Okay, let's look in quadrant A. A hammer used for its intended purpose, let's say for a good reason, an ethical reason would be to build a hospital, right? Now, what happens if an intruder comes into your house, right, and you throw a hammer at him? Well, it's used for an ethical purpose, but it's not what it was intended for, right? Now, what happens over here? Somebody takes a hammer and they vandalize a car. Well, it's not the intended purpose and it's unethical. Now, let's look up here. If you've seen Breaking Bad, right, you might resonate with this. If you used a hammer, right, to build something, but what you built was a meth lab, right, it's used for the intended purpose, but it's unethical. Get ready. Let's put people into this. But before we do, let's understand the definition of Ayurveda. This comes right out of Charak Samhita. Listen carefully. Hitahitam sukham dukamaya ayustasya hitahitam. Ayurveda is that which deals with the good, the bad, the blissful, and the sorrowful life. What is beneficial, what is not beneficial, with longevity, right? As Shahid was talking about what Ayu is and life itself. Now get ready for this. Let's put these also on the same matrix. What is blissful, right? Sukh, what is sorrowful, duk, right? Intended, the unintended. What is good, hit, right? Ethical. What is bad, ahit, unethical. Now, if you put people into here, you can see this is Harriet Tubman, who was somebody you might not know from India, but she was somebody who helped to ferry slaves across the Mason-Dixon line to get them into the North to be free. About 150 years ago or so. So her natures are aligned, her action is ethical. What about somebody whose natures are misaligned and their action is ethical? This is what Shami Kapoor once explained to me. I met Shami Kapoor and he called these Dukhi Atma. People have got a good heart, but they're not doing something that's fulfilling, right? This is what's in this quadrant. Now let's take a look here. Natures are not aligned and the action is unethical. This is a case of James Holmes, who was the murderer in Aurora, Colorado, who shot up an entire movie theater. And then the natures are aligned, but the action's unethical. Bernie Madoff, who was a financer, an investor, but he defrauded millions of people out of billions of dollars. So if we understand here what Dharma is, right? What does Dharma mean? It means to be in this quadrant, moving toward alignment. You need to follow, right? You need to follow your intended purpose for good. I hope you're with me. Hang on, because we're going to take it forward. Now, Charak Samhita goes a little forward and it gives you some codes of conduct for work. Avoiding procrastination, strike while the iron's hot. It tells you don't lose hope. It also don't overload your intellect. It also tells you should always remember your own nature. Your own nature. And I'm saying, what is this nature thing? What is this nature that I keep, prakriti, you'll hear, swabhav. I keep hearing this word coming up again and again. Follow your nature, remember your nature. What is it? I turn to the Bhagavad Gita and the answer is bang right there, right? You all know the story. You've got two warring cousins, a family, two warring families, right? Cousins of each other, the Pandavas and the Kauravas, right? And Arjuna is the leader of the Pandavas, and these are the good guys essentially, and the Kauravas on the bad, they're the bad guys. And Krishna is the chariot driver, and Arjuna has to fight, and he's got this Gandiv. It's like the Excalibur of bows. He gets out there and he's got to fight, but he sees on the other side his grandfather, his teacher Dronacharya, and he suddenly says to himself, "Oh my God, I can't fight. I can't kill my family members." And he says to Krishna, "I'm not going to fight because I'll cause more problems than good, and better I become a sadhu or a mendicant." And Krishna, what does he do? He smiles. And and Arjuna's depressed. He drops the Gandiv, he drops it, and he's shaking, his hair standing up. He's absolutely in depression. And Krishna says to him, "Listen, it's in your blood. You are a warrior, you are a kshatriya. This is your nature. You have to fight because that's what your duty is. So do it for the intended purpose, but do it for good. You're going to defeat the people who are doing evil, the people who are doing wrong for society." So if you look in Gita, you'll find these quotes. Listen to this. This is where it all comes from. "No one can remain even for a moment without doing something, for all are compelled to act by the forces of nature." This is what's going on outside. The pandemic comes, you lose your job, right? Your company shuts down, and now suddenly you're with that, and you have to take care. What do? Right? It gets sent to another city, and now you have to find another job in another city. So things are constantly changing, and you're forced to act in each of those. This is what's so hard. Look at what Shahid is saying. AI is coming. People have to keep changing what they're used to, changing their technologies. And so you have to keep adapting, and this is the tricky thing. So he also says all beings follow their nature. So what's the use of resisting it? So he's saying that you've got a nature inside you, and it's geared toward doing certain kinds of things. So don't try to run off the battlefield and then don't try to run off the battlefield and become something else. You have to do what you have to do. And lastly, he says, and I love this one, it's better to perform one's own dharma imperfectly than it is to perform another's dharma flawlessly. It's better to die while engaged in your own dharma, what's called swadharma, than engaging in someone else's dharma, because that will bring nothing but anxiety. So these are powerful things talking about what this nature is. So exactly what is that swabhav? Your own being, your own nature, your inherent capacity, your essence. That's where I developed the MN framework. And so I used two aspects or two concepts for my framework. One is a Western concept by Howard Gardner called multiple intelligences. The other is multiple natures, which I developed and I drew out of the Indian context and ethos and philosophy. So on the left, you have intelligences. These are abilities, right? Your body, your gross bodily intelligence to use your body for like sports or physical things. Your fine bodily is your hands. Interpersonal means your ability to deal with people. Logic is dealing with numbers. Linguistic is dealing with language. Your visual intelligence is the graphic for drawing and painting and photography. The spatial for manipulating things and people in space. If you're operating a drone, that would be spatial. Musical intelligence, intrapersonal intelligence, the deep reflective thinking, and naturalistic intelligence, understanding plants, animals, nature, and the environment. So these are your abilities, how you render how you render things. Your nature, this is that thing, that nature's part that I was just talking about, your essence, who you are. This is what I derived. These are tendencies or propensities. Now, it's not there written explicitly, but I had to do a lot of research to pull this out. I've identified 9 of these. A protective nature, which is a tendency to prevent harm, loss, or injury. An educative nature, which is a tendency to teach. And while I'm doing this, you can think about the ones that are really strong for you or the ones that might be really weak for you. You know, so there's some you're going to say, yeah, that's me, that's me. An administrative nature, which is like this tendency to manage and get work done. A creative nature, which is a tendency to generate new ideas and brainstorm. A healing nature, which is a tendency to help others out of pain, right? An entertaining nature, which is this tendency to draw attention to yourself or your work and to amuse people. A providing nature, which is a tendency to help people and to assist and to guide them. And an entrepreneurial nature, which is this ability to create value in projects and businesses. And last, an adventurous nature, which is a tendency to take risk. And what's so cool about these things is how they interact. This is like the pataka, this is the fireworks, right? So if you see a bodily intelligence is strong and protective strong, then what happens is the person might be geared toward a police officer, a firefighter. If healing is strong, but the gross bodily is strong, then there's a physiotherapist or a massage therapist. If the entrepreneurial is strong and the naturalistic is strong, well, there's somebody who might decide to make a business that has natural medicines or plants or maybe a place to keep your a hotel for dogs when the owners are away. So this is how I took that knowledge from India, I melded East and I melded West together to create a tool that will help people understand what their essence is and how they can align it with whatever work they choose. So you're going to see how we're going to use this. Okay, let's keep moving. Let's take a look at this example. Like, what about a server in a restaurant? She's providing, right? Giving, serving, helping, but she has to be strong with her bodily and people too, right? If she's not strong with the people, right, interpersonal, then she's not going to really be comfortable serving people all day long. It's going to be like wearing shoes that are too tight and you hate your job. What if she's not providing? She doesn't really want to help people, but she got a job as a server. She's going to be miserable all day long, right? She's going to hate that. What about an office administrator? Somebody needs to be strong with administrative nature, getting work done. Again, they have to be interpersonal, but linguistic, because they have to give instructions, they have to be careful with the details. And if they're not administrative and they're forgetting deadlines all the time, they're going to lose their job. They're going to hate their job. Some people just think, oh, I just got a job at Geo. It's so great. What are you doing? I'm an office administrator. But then you're not administrative and you hate it and you get fired. So this is what I mean by being aligned with who you are. What about an airport security officer, right? Protective, wants to prevent harm, loss, and injury, but needs that visual all day long, right? Needs that visual thing. Why? Because he's going to constantly be looking for the bombs and stuff like that, looking, checking. If he doesn't have that protective thing and doesn't really care, things are going to slip by and that could cause problems. It's what I call MN vision. I once had a programmer who worked for me. Now, programmers need to be administrative. There's so much detail they have to keep track of. They need to be logical too. But unfortunately, this guy was low in those two, and he was high in entertaining and interpersonal, making jokes all the time, interacting with people instead of being on the computer. And this guy used to get really frustrated, and eventually he got fired because he couldn't do his job properly because he wasn't aligned with what he was doing. And if you look from the Ayurvedic perspective, you can see there are different kinds of diseases, and one of those is psychological diseases. Types of treatment, you got spiritual therapy, you've got rational therapy, that's like, your medicines, etc. Counseling and psychotherapy, that's what's the wave of the future, Satya Vijaya. And the reason for this is because of future shock, a negative psychological state of individuals and society caused by too much change in too short a period of time. The reason people are getting sick and can't stay well is because too much change and they can't keep up with it. They can't adapt quickly enough. How do you adapt to all this change? So in the future, we need more counselors, we need more psychotherapists, we need people who've got tools to help people navigate the constant change. And that's why I'm really glad that Sahid has taken up this challenge to create so many career counselors in India, because you want to move into that direction with all that adapting, you're going to need people to help in the process. So in order to do this, Ayurveda says very clearly, you need to access people who have that knowledge, and you should follow your own unique constitution, including your nature. All of this is coming out of 5,000-year-old information. And this is the mind-blowing thing. It took me 21 years to dig that stuff out, but we got it, and we've managed to put it into tools. And this will help people from stopping doing this. You're misaligned, you don't love your job, you're not sure of what to do next, so what do? Caffeine, you comfort eat, you go for cookies and sugary kind of thing, rasgulla, Raj Bhog, right? I mean, gulab jamun, how do you resist, right? You eat, you overeat, people are smoking, they're vaping, they turn to alcohol, sometimes they go shopping, right? Retail therapy, avoidance strategies, all because they're misaligned with, well, what do you do when someone gets to Mars, right? You do all this stuff, this guy gets to Mars and suddenly he realizes, what the heck am I doing here? Who am I? that guy is still going to have that problem. It's a 5,000, this is an eternal human problem. This is endemic to human beings. And it was there 5,000 years ago, and it's going to be there 5,000 years in the future. Who am I? What's my essence? And how do I align myself so I can thrive and I can be happy? And you can't stimulate your way to happiness. You know, it's like a diminishing return. The more you keep eating, after a while it becomes painful. 1 cigarette, 2 cigarettes, right? 1 cup of coffee, 1 cup of chai, 2 cup of chai, right? After a while it becomes painful. So let me leave you with this last analogy to help you understand how you could apply this to your life specifically, right? And this is even beyond careers, but we'll see that in a minute, which is tigers. I want you to imagine these qualities that I showed you about intelligences and natures, like tigers. So if you're strong with that logical intelligence, right, it's like a big tiger, it needs to eat. If it's medium sized, it's kind of like a medium sized tiger. And if it's not really strong, it's like a little tiger. And all tigers need to eat. But you need to know the strength of your tiger. So if you're really strong, you're going to be doing Sudokus and your job should be logical related. But if not, you need to avoid that. You need to think carefully about that, because otherwise you're going to get overfed tigers. What in Ayurveda is called atiyoga. When you overuse your qualities, you overuse these intelligences or natures too much. It's all there in the literature. The opposite is what I call hungry tigers, ayoga, when you don't use your intelligences and your natures enough. And I like to say, if you don't feed your tigers, they will eat you. So if you've got a huge creative nature and you're not using it, what happens? It's going to eat you from inside, and then you start to medicate, and then you start to smoke and do all these things that are going to eat away at your swastha. You are not going to be aligned with yourself, and you are going to be miserable. You are going to be dukhi atma. The MN framework, right? Don't forget that these are your tigers. That's what I'm talking about. And you can do it anyway. As Shai says, there might not be jobs. You can think about it like food, you know, like aperitif and appetizers, main course and dessert. You know, hobbies like a dessert. There's some people who won't need money. They're going to be able to be doing hobbies all the time. Or maybe they do a couple of gigs, a couple of hustle jobs on the side. Those are like appetizers, right? You do a gig over here, you do a gig over there. Some people will have jobs. It's not that they're going to go away completely, but some will, and some people have interest. So your tigers don't care how they get fed. They just need to get fed. Now it's up to you to look at your tigers and to figure out how you can do that. Okay, so how does multiple natures help you do this? So I've created what is called a human alignment tool that gives you the ability to use this and understand. The offerings are basically this. We have an MN test, which is a 4-step personality assessment. We have MN Life, which are workshops. We have an online workshop now where you can discover your nature. And we have training programs for guidance professionals who like to use this tool and these tools to help align their clients. So the MN test, there's 4 parts to it. And look at this, there's 2 tests online. One of them is an AI-based adaptive test, but then there's a live assessment where you work with a human being. So there is a human touch there, which we think is important. If you've seen AlphaGo, I think one of the interesting things that comes up with that is it's not just about machines being smarter than people, it's machines being super smart, maybe smarter than people, to help us understand more about ourselves, to help us understand more about the human condition. They can be our friends. They should be our friends, right? And so here, that's what we've done. The tool is a friend, and it helps the live assessor, the practitioner, who then gives you a personal explanation. 25-page report, lots of insights into careers, tasks, and hobbies. Its origins, I've told you about, East and West. It's very precise, and it has 10 quadrillion variations. Some psychometric tests, you have 16. They say that you're one of 16 profiles or one of 9 profiles. We have 10 quadrillion, and I don't think we're going to run out of those. Everybody's so unique, and that's what it is. It is precise. There's a human touch, as I've mentioned. Its scope of uses, it's used by career counselors, coaches, HR people, art therapists, mental health professionals. It's even used by Ayurvedic doctors. And it's versatile. You can use it to select your courses, your streams, careers, for recruitment, outplacement, life balance, relationships. So powerful about it. We have our online course and also on site for MN Life, where there's 4 parts. It's 12 hours, both online and offline, where you explore your nature. You learn to align it. You learn how to feed your tigers. You learn how to natural communication, talk to other people of different natures than yours, because everybody's different. We've got this in the online course. I've made a virtual company with 9 characters with videos. Each character has his or her own nature. And then you understand, you get to analyze them and understand that where the conflicts come up and how to help them align it. So it's both interactive, you got the visual stuff, and you apply it to yourself with dynamic exercises. So those are 2 things. You could do the test. You can also do the MN Life workshop if you like to. You can become a practitioner. That means if you're a counselor or a guidance professional, you can take our certified course. It's 21 hours, 7 weeks, and online classes, which I'm teaching and some of our other experts are teaching. It's got 5 levels of certification. And that brings me to my end. Discover your nature, get aligned and thrive. I'll finish with this. There is a sustainability issue at both a personal level and a global level. When you are aligned with your nature, you are happy. You don't need too much stuff from outside to make you happy because you get your pleasure from doing what you love to do. That makes you independently sustainable. Your consumption, your footprint, your ecological footprint, your sociological footprint is much less. And if everybody's doing that, right? Bund, bund, what is that? How does that go? Bund, bund, barjate, it fills up the glass, right? Drop by drop, if everybody on the planet starts getting aligned with their nature, do you imagine what happens? There was recently a documentary on YouTube that was released for free where Jeff Gibbs and Michael Moore talk about the planet of the humans, that the only way forward for our planet is not just electric vehicles and the sustainable technology. They say we have to reduce consumption. That is the conclusion of these guys. The only way forward is to reduce consumption. I therefore make an appeal to everybody out there that all of this knowledge is so deeply embedded. You are from India. It is within your culture. It is in your, you understand it implicitly. And we have to bring this knowledge out. If you need to export something and want to bring something to the world, as Shahid is saying, we don't need just another technology. We need human technologies that are going to help people be more sustainable. So my appeal to you after so many years of spending time in India and meeting so many beautiful people is that you know this like the back of your hand. Please bring this knowledge to the world, help people understand their natures. Let's help get our planet more aligned and more sustainable. And I thank you for your time and for listening to me, and for Shahid and all the 3G team for the beautiful work that they're doing. Namaste, dhanyavad, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Paul Ruder, for giving us a glance at the theorists of multiple nature framework. It was such an important and knowledgeable thing that we learned from you today. We were truly amazed by listening to that, weren't we? Let us know your views in the comment section, all you lovely people. And also, we have a digital certificate. So, sir, can we have the certificate, please? Hello?
Yes, we will be sharing the certificate here. We have the digital certificate for Mr. Stephen. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic situation, we are not able to give the certificate in person, but we are going to give you a virtual certificate. I would request you to please accept this, Mr. Stephen.
Of course, I accept it with gratitude and tremendous appreciation.
1 second, the certificate is loading. Or else let me share it from my end. Please give us a quick moment. Yes, we have the certificate over here. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a virtual round of applause for Mr. Stephen for spending his valuable time for us here. And in fact, this is daytime for us here for Stephen. He's in the other part of the world, and it's almost like, what's your time, sir?
Well, I'm in Cambodia, so I'm just an hour and a half ahead of you right now.
All right, then that's fine. All right. Anyway, thank you so much to have spent your valuable time for us.
Sure,
and yes, over to Nenam.
Thank you so much, sir. And okay, great. So let's go to our next segment. We are even more honored to introduce to our next guest, Mr. Parikshit Danda. Mr. Danda is passionate about coaching and counseling students, and he has done this for more than 2 million students for a bright future. He has been doing this for over 20 years now. He has been professionally trained in the psychology of influence and psychology of emotional, behavioral, and motivational self-regulation under the Graduate Schools of Arts and Sciences from Harvard University, Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Mr. Danda is an accredited MBTI and FIROB, and he has blended the use of these instruments in training sessions for teachers and principals and also corporate executives, wherein there is a need to develop a shift in mindset. His insights about people and situations and analysis of human nature makes him one of the most sought after trainers in the educational forum. His students are well-known founders, country heads, and senior executive rank professionals. So we welcome you, sir, and we are eager to gain information regarding career guidance. Welcome, sir. Over to you now.
Thank you. Can you just check if I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Your voice is perfectly fine.
Perfect. And I hope it's not too loud.
It's perfect. It's good enough for us.
Good enough? Great.
Yep.
Well, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thanks, Dr. Sahid Cholayil, for inviting me. And in fact, I also got a chance to hear Stephen. Lovely presentation, beautiful concept. Congratulations to him, and good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists. And I can see we've got a huge turnout, and I must congratulate Dr. Sahid once again for doing this. Dear friends, career guidance is the need of the hour. And I can't say much on it. Is so important, especially COVID has made us realize it is the importance of career guidance right now. And also, most of you will be aware that we've got National Education Policy 2020. So therefore, career guidance, I hope it gets its due. I've been trying for last 2 decades, and let's see as and when it gets its due. So before I kind of, let me just set the context for all of you. When Dr. Sahid saying that you need 1 million career coaches in India, can any one of you quickly, okay, I'm just throwing this question to the audience here, and we've got a great audience. Can you tell me, where is this figure coming from? Why are we talking about 1 million coaches, please? I'll try and make it as interactive as possible. All right, quickly, any one of you could just type in the chat box. Please type as to why there is a talk of about 500,000, 1 million coaches required in the country. Anyone, please. I'd love to hear you. Just to love to read the chat. Any one of you could type as to why are we talking about 1 million coaches. I'm just looking at the thread. If any one of you is writing, people
Sir,
used. Yeah.
actually, yes, it was muted for some time. The chat was muted for some time. Now it is allowed. So now you'll be getting a lot of answers.
All right. Okay, great. Because there are more than 20 million youth. Absolutely. Indian parents are not okay. Ours is a country of youth. Absolutely. So each one teach 2, 3. Wow. Each one teach 2, 3. Lovely. So student ratio is big enough. 1-to-1 mentorship. The ratio of students and wow. We've got a very good response. So let me kind of thank you so much. I'm honored that so many of you are responding. Absolutely. Population, teacher, student ratio. So let me just put these things in perspective, right? So when you're talking about 1:1 or 1:2, 1:3, no. I'm talking about on an average international ratio, on an average, depending upon country to country, but a very good ratio is 1:250. All right. We're looking at 1:250, and that's why we're talking about more than 1 million career coaches are required. Why? Because if you just look at 8th class to 12th class in Indian system, 8th to 12th, which is about 13 to 18, you have close to about 150 million students in India. All right. Now, please understand, we're only talking about 8th to 12th. Right now, let's move to little early stages, maybe 6th, 7th. Not about career coaching. It's about the overall development, profiling, aptitude training, as Stephen talked about, multiple intelligence, right? Multiple nature, and so on. We are looking at close to about 200 million plus students. And now you have to talk about higher education. Higher education, the entire higher education spectrum, because career guidance is not just required at the school level. So we are looking at anything between 250 to 300 million students in our country. So therefore, if we apply 250, 1:250 ratio, we are looking at about 1 million plus coaches. Are we good here? Great. Now, That's right. Leonard, good to see you here. So we are talking about 350 million. Now 350 million, you're incorporating the lot of other target audience also. Absolutely right, right? So we are looking at about 1:250. I am saying forget about 1:250. Even if we are able to reach 1:500, okay, we've done a great job. So even if we move to about 1:500, we still are looking at more than 500,000 coaches required in this country. Now let's understand the schooling system. We have about 1.5 million schools in India, which is about 15 lakh, right? Now out of 15 lakh, just about the private schools only is about 3.4, 3.5 lakh. Even the private schools, 3.4, 3.5 lakh, forget about the career coaching or the career guidance. Not even 1% schools in India have a full-fledged ecosystem for career guidance in our country. So therefore, my dear friends, is there a huge need for career guidance? Number one. Number two, how do we spend our entire life? Let's look at from nursery, KG, to 1st to 12th. What do? Our focus is study, do well, choose right subjects, go to a great college, do amazing, get tons of marks. When is it that we have classes on what are your subjects, and these subjects would open up what kind of doors for you in life? What is the relevance of these subjects? Why are you studying these subjects? Why do you study social science? Why biology? Why maths? Maths will open what kind of doors for you? What combinations do you make? What is interdisciplinary study? How studying political science and history makes sense? How physics is related to chemistry? How biology and psychology can come to play a difference in your life? No one does that. And my dear friends, parents, how many stakeholders are there in a student's life? Parents, teachers, friends. Now, when I talk about parents, meaning relatives, so how do we take decisions in our country? How do we take decisions? We take decisions. A lot of times parents take those decisions, or we talk to our teachers, or it's peer pressure, what my friends are doing, and so on. So is there a rationality towards how career decisions are taken? That's another point. Third, do we have awareness? Is a student, any student who's taught that, listen, if you take this combination, these doors open for you. All right. How geography in itself can open, how philosophy, how psychology, political science, how commerce, accounts, business studies, what will the doors be? What is the relevance of what we are teaching you? What is the practical relevance, industry relevance, how this domain knowledge is going to help you? You pass, you clear one class to another, forget about what you've studied. Now that's not education, my dear friends. So first of all, please excuse me. I am only trying to set a context for you. This is very important. Once we understand the context, I'm going to open this entire, I've been given about 1 hour with you. I promise you by the time I leave, I surely, I would have communicated something serious with you, right? Now let's go. So when I was talking about 1.5 million or 3.5 lakh private schools, you can imagine if private schools, not even 1% private schools in India have a career guidance system. Can you imagine the plight of our government schools or students who are disadvantaged? They are in villages, they are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, they are far spread where they do not have even the reach of technology. So is career guidance only meant for the rich or people who can afford? What about career guidance? Career guidance can also be required for a kid who doesn't have the means, whose parents may not have the wherewithal. So is career guidance required for that person also? Absolutely. Career guidance is not the domain of the privileged. Career guidance is required for everyone. Now, career guidance could mean degrees, it could mean skills, it could mean vocational skills, it could mean sports, it could mean performing arts, applied arts, it could mean degrees, certifications, it could mean anything. Everything doesn't have to be a degree. I hope you're with me. Education is not just degree. Education is what you do with that. How do you relate to that? So therefore, 1 million coaches, absolutely the need of the hour, my dear friends. Great. Now let's understand the historical concept, okay? Once I've kind of set the context, let's go back in history. Now history, I'm not taking you to the Vedas or this thing. I'm just keeping it very contemporary. When I'm talking about historical perspective, I'm only talking about 70s, 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s. How did we talk about career guidance, dear friends? Very simple compartments. There is science. Science is divided into medical, non-medical. You had arts. Arts is good for people who are not good. I'm saying that used to be a perception. I'm not saying that perception has completely changed. I'm not saying it has completely changed. It is changing. So science, if you're intelligent, it's a very simple caste system in the society. The Brahmins will study science. I'm sorry, the traders will study commerce, and people who are good for nothing will go, I'm sorry. Is it completely removed? No. Does it still exist? Absolutely. Right? Everything still exists. Are we trying to make a difference? You will make a difference. All of you will make a difference because you're taking time to be here. You will be the change. Thank you. Next is, so therefore, commerce came in much later. Now, when commerce came in, we still have watertight compartments, medical, non-medical. Now, the moment you take non-medical, dear friends, PCM means only and only engineering. Otherwise, it could mean merchant navy. It could mean commercial pilot. It could mean architecture, defense, and so on. Few careers, right? But now, and commerce would mean chartered accountancy or cost and works accountant, BCom honors, Eco honors, right? And then BBAs came in. Arts, BA, look at civil services, look at law, look at being a teacher. Now, let me tell you, teachers used to be a revered lot. Today, you go to any school and ask someone, hey, excuse me, how about teaching as a career? Teaching as a career? No. Why? No, sir. No, thank you so much. You have pakawed us enough. We don't want to be a teacher. Why? It's because teaching, and please, all of you go back to your school life. We would have had role models, teachers as role models. We had amazing time. I would love to thank my teachers. My teachers made me who I am. Today, no. Teaching is a very different ball game. Has teaching also been disrupted? Absolutely, we'll discuss that, right? So that's the concept. Now let's understand today's concept. I take PCB. My dear friends, I've taken physics, chemistry, biology. Now, I have to stand in a line called NEET. And NEET is 720 marks. If you get 640, 650, you have arrived in this country because you will go to government medical colleges. If you haven't, you got 540, 560, 580. You will make it to private colleges, but private colleges mean 1.5 to 2.5 crores. How many of us have the paying capacity to be a doctor? Absolutely. So imagine, now stay with me. Imagine if that student, a physics, chemistry, bio student knows, I may want to be a doctor. I may go to NEET. If I don't want to go to NEET, how about biotechnology, biochemistry, biophysics, bioinformatics, marine biology, clinical psychology, criminology, forensic science, agriculture, fisheries, horticulture, sports nutrition, medicine, physiotherapy, hospital management, public policy, and what about health, fitness, pharmacy. There are about 190 career options with physics, chemistry, and bio. 190 career options. And I haven't talked about nursing, paramedics, allied medicine, physical sciences, health, virology, epidemics, epidemiology, and all that. I haven't talked about that. So imagine if all of us know of these options, will all of us stand in the same line? No. No. PCB doesn't mean only medicine. Next, how about I take arts, I take economics and maths, I take psychology, history, political science, geography, sociology. What about it? Hundreds and hundreds of career options just with my favorite example is someone asked me, hey, listen, you become a lawyer. What would lawyers do? Only go to the court and argue? Absolutely right, sir. Great, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, after law, I could do my litigation. Sir, I could go work with any law firm. Sir, I could work in any company as a legal intern. From there, I can move to manager, assistant manager, AVP, VP legal, and director legal. Sir, I could do legal, law and CA, law and MBA, law and company secretary. Sir, law and public policy, law and international diplomacy, law and international relations. Sir, after law, I have 47 career options. Wow. Thank you so much. Now, so that is a concept. So I'm sharing a traditional concept to today's concept. If you remember, go back to all of you go back to your school and think about how did we decide our subjects? Very simple. You've got marks or you stay in that subject. Today, how do you choose subjects? There is something called assessments. Assessments which check your personality, your aptitude, your emotional and social intelligence, your interest, your orientation style, your hobbies, your interests, and how do you choose a career? You look at how this career will pan out. How does this career look at 20, 30 years hence? What is going to be the job market? How many degrees do I need? What kind of skills are required? When do I start to earn? How many years before I become an expert in the field? How many skill development, upskilling, reskilling is required for this career? Please understand, career decisions are not taken by, hey, excuse me, you remember my chacha, my mama, my taya, my uncle has done that and he's earning money, therefore I will also make money. Wow, God bless you. So therefore, I'm trying to compare a traditional method with a context of today. Next, what all subjects were important? Physics, chemistry, maths, computer science, English, physics, chemistry, bio, something, that's it. Today, I'm not even talking about national education policy. National education policy will change a lot of things in this country. However, even before NEP 2020 came into being, you could choose, you could study physics and accounts and geography together. You can have biology, psychology, you can have maths, you can have history, you can make all these combinations possible. Now, supposing I want to study music after my 12th. All right. I want to study Western classical music, Indian classical music. I want to study filmmaking. I want to be a game tester, game developer, game designer. I want to study nuclear physics with photography. Is it possible in India? Absolutely. Pallavi, I'll try. I'll definitely try and talk about the new education policy. Maybe just about, few points. I'll try. Okay. Thank you so much. And so I'm just let me set this entire thing, and I will definitely take up few questions also, right? Nivedita, parents will kick us out of the home. Absolutely. Nivedita, Niveta. If imagine I was to go back to my to father and say, let's say about 15 years, 20 years back, if I had gone to my father and said, Papa, I want to do kushti in an akhada. I want to wear a langot and fight it out in an akhada. He would have pulled out his slipper and whacked me forever. Today, sports is another big career opportunity. Entrepreneurship is brilliant career opportunity. Today, you can play Kho and be a sports celebrity, right from kushti to volleyball to archery to tennis to cricket. Oh, cricket. My favorite example, dear friends, my favorite example. You know that IPL is about to start. Hopefully it should start. Okay, the Indian Premier League sports. My question is, can anyone tell me how many different careers? Can you just, I just want you to think about it. Okay, just think about it. How many different careers are associated with a game called Indian Premier League? Can you just think about it? Right? Absolutely right. More than 100, 50 plus, 150, right? So cricketers, you need cricketers, 250, physiotherapists. Absolutely. Can you talk about industry? 600 plus. In our generation, parents decide their careers. 100, 68, 500. Absolutely right. Now, just stay with me for a minute, please. Right from bowlers to batsmen to pinch hitters to right arm to fast to leg spinners to off spinners to variety of pacers, medium pacers, from there to their coaches, to batting coaches, to fielding coaches, to statisticians, to data analysts, those guys who are sitting with their laptops and watching each and everything, data scientists, to pitch curators, to field management, to ground staff, to cheerleaders, to hospitality entire division, to media, to cameramen, to production, to auditing, to sound engineers, to content writers, to Twitter handles, to social media evangelists, to digital media evangelists, advertisers, lawyers who will write your contracts, to designers, to logo designers, to game designers, to gaming industry, entire gaming industry. Gaming industry worth billions of dollars is attached, right? You have all those games, right? Right? Okay, great. Now from there to security, to logistics, to manufacturing of goods, every good, right from ball manufacturing to sports equipments to everything, to comparers, to sports commentators, to broadcasters. There are more than 700 careers just associated with one game called IPL, my dear friends. More than 700 careers. Absolutely. Psychologists to mentors, to coaches, to tenacity coaches, to physiotherapists, to sports injury management specialists, to sports nutrition specialists, to sports psychologists, event management. Absolutely. 700 plus careers associated with one game of IPL. Welcome to careers in the 21st century, dear friends. It's a different ball game from when we were studying. Do you understand? From where we were, where are we? And hold on, stay with me. Stay with me for one more minute. All right. Now, today is 2020. Let's go back to 2008. Okay, all of you be with me. Forget about 70s and 80s and 90s. Just be in 2008. Tell me, did you have WhatsApp, Insta, Twitter, anything on your mobile phones or at all? No. Could you order Ola and Uber? No. Could you do your banking on phones? No. Did you have tons of apps? Could you do whatever we are trying to do in 2008? No. Did we have smartphones? Did we have? No, not even in 2008. No, we didn't have. Apple Store got launched in 2008 for the first time. 2008, Apple phone. We used to have Nokias and we used to play the snake game. You remember? Right? Okay. So it was in just 12 years. In 12 years, we are talking about artificial intelligence, virtual reality, ethical hackers, app developers. We are talking about the entire world. We are talking about driverless cars in 12 years. And now stay with me. Can you imagine what careers will be in 2030? It is It is mind-boggling to even think what 2030 will be. You and I mean, we can imagine, we can try and imagine, keep imagining. We all imagined a very different world when we said, New Year, Happy New Year, 2020, we're going to rock. And we've been rocking in our own homes for last 4 months plus. All of us are rocking. COVID has simply shaken us completely. I mean, imagine aviation, hospitality, the entire food industry, everything has been disrupted. Education has been disrupted. Buildings are closed. The only way you and I can connect is virtual world, right? So, yeah. I mean, so it's a crazy world anyway, right? So now let's understand which way, now we are back in our present times, which way the world is going to be. Now I'm taking you to very important role of career coaches. All right. So I hope 1 million career coaches, 500,000 career coaches, entire context of where education used to be, where are we trying to be. Now, very important. Thank you, Sangamitra. Thank you so much. Right. Why I'm not using a presentation, please, is because you will all be stuck to just words. I want you to experience. Connect with me. I am talking to you. Don't worry if you need a presentation. I'll be more than happy to send you a presentation. I'll send the presentation to the organizers. They will be they'll be more than happy to share it with you. I just want to discuss, and I want this beautiful experience amongst us. Okay, that's much more important than any presentation. I will be happy to share the presentation with you, and all this data I'd love to share with you. Right. Next is important part is, now this is very important. From school, where are we going to higher education? This is very important for you to understand. Okay, great. Now go back to your childhood. All of us used to make it to decent colleges. Okay, now this is very important. We need your help here. All right. Now when we go back, we required what? We required percentage in 12th class to make it to colleges. Or there used to be few entrance tests. Crack those entrance tests, go to those colleges. Clear? Simple. Now please understand. Today there is a new environment beginning to come into this country. All right. How? Now there are modern age universities coming in. Already come in. Already there are about 20-30 universities which have already come in. They are in India, and many of them are opening shops. Okay, modern age universities. Okay, stay with me. Now, how do they select students? All right, now all of you will resonate with me. You remember during our childhood, or even today in certain households, if a girl or a boy is amazing in the kitchen, or loves to paint or sketch, play harmonium, tabla, or sports, or sketching, drawing, what do the parents say? Very good, very good. Let me support you till 5th, 6th, 7th. No, beta, now you're in 8th class, beta. Now you have to only study, beta. All this is hobby. This is very good, beta. Hobby is very important, but keep hobby. Go ahead and get marks. Papa, what will I do with these marks? A lot, beta, a lot. Papa, but what? I don't know. Get marks. What about the amazing talent that I have? No. This talent will not feed you. Then do you think marks will feed me? Yes. Marks will feed you. Talent will not feed you. Therefore, all of us with amazing talent, with singing, dancing, art, everything, it goes to the dogs. I'm not saying all, I'm saying many of us. And that's why, dear friends, when you see second career or third career switches, you see always second or third career will be a student's choice. First career will usually be parents' choices or influencers. It's only in the second or third careers they say, I have got the strength to take my own decision. Even if I don't make money, it is peace and passion for me. I don't care Money is not everything. Yes, money is important, but if I love my career, if I find peace, if I love what I'm doing, I'll make my ends meet. My dear friends, if all of you want to be coaches, it is the need of the hour. Students need a lot of help, lot of fact finding and path, and that is the path that all of you will go and show these students, right? This is a very, very huge need for role models in our country, right? Great. So now these modern age universities, how do they choose students? They look at not just your 12th class marks, they look at your 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th class marks. They ask you, have you only got marks or is there more to your personality? What about your music, art, sports, leadership quality? Did you do what you call some social service, voluntary service? What about internships? Did you make dosas? Did you flip pizzas? Did you toss burgers? No, you haven't done anything. Why not? Why haven't you experienced life? Why there is not more to your personality? Why are you missing out on art and music in your life? Writing, MUNs, quizzing, anything, debating, poetry recitation. These are universities called liberal education or liberal arts universities in India. They are already in India. Please understand this concept used to be when the Nalandas and the Takshalas used to be there, and then we lost it. Today, in Andhra Pradesh, there is one. There are so many around Bangalore, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi. They are beginning to come, and now more and more of these universities. And someone asked me about NEP. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I forgot your name. Someone asked me to talk about NEP. So NEP is going to bring in interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary education. For example, my dear friends, let me ask you a very important question. IITs are best known for what? IITs. Can anyone tell me? I mean, what a stupid question to ask, but anyway. IITs are best known for engineering, science, right? IITs are also known for social science departments, economics. Please go to IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi and check. If you write your IIT main exam and you crack IIT Advanced and your rank is around 1400 to 2200 all India, you get to do a bachelor BS in economics. IITs are amazing places to study undergrad economics, right? So please look at it. And IIT Delhi has just announced another a BTech and an MTech program as far as game theory, international economics, calculus, a lot of things put together. Amazing places, absolutely, right from literature to psychology to there are. So our institutions are changing. I'm not saying they have changed. They are in the process of changing. For example, IIT Mumbai, IIT Jabalpur, I'm an art student or a commerce student, all right? Can I go and study design at IIT Mumbai and IIT Jabalpur? I'm an art student. Absolutely, you can. You write an exam called UCEED and you apply. If you make it, you can study. IIT Hyderabad, can you study? Absolutely, you can study. So therefore, breeze is coming in. Breeze, nice breeze. Absolutely. SEED is for postgrad, UCEED is for undergrad. Absolutely, right. And so therefore, my dear friends, these changes are coming in. Can I do a double major? Can I do a major in psychology and literature? Can I do international media and statistics? Can I do maths and something else? Absolutely. Are those options available in India? Yes. Can I do filmmaking along with maths and physics? Yes. Can you do photography with nuclear physics? Yes. But this is not a majority rule. These are only few changes. right? Few changes. Okay, now let's come to future of learning. Future of learning, new education policy, and post-COVID. Dear friends, imagine a situation. I'm not saying today, imagine a situation. Okay, just stay with me. My dear facilitators here, I was given 1 hour. So I started about 10 minutes, 10 or 12 minutes late. So do I have another 20 minutes? Because I have to cover a lot. Or do I have 20 minutes? If you could just tell me, then I'll be able to share a lot of information with my guests here.
Sure, so we can take it forward till 1 p.m.
No, 1 p.m. is anyway my time. So can I take 5-10 minutes extra if you, because I would
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So here I'm with you. I will also take up a few questions. All right. So let's understand a future scenario. Imagine if this policy, all right, and please, I'm an optimist, eternal optimist, but the beauty in any policy, any decision is implementation. I hope you understand. You can make the most brilliant policies. If they are not implemented properly, so I am hoping that this is a step in the right direction and this will be implemented properly, beautifully. If it is, let's look at a scenario. I take whatever subject combinations. I study, and not only just cramming, rote learning, I'm able to do a lot of things during my school. Then I move to college. Now I have no idea. Say I have no idea what area I want to major in. So I study during the first year. And then I don't like my subject, or I don't enjoy, or I say, hey, along with this subject, can I study this subject also? The guy says, why not? Study this also. Hey, listen, can I study something from another university? Yeah, go. Can I also do some Coursera, Udemy, some MOOC online program? Will you give me credits? Yeah, we'll give you some credits from there. Wow, I have picked up these credits. Hey, listen, can I go completely crazy? And can I pick up this credit from this university? Yes. Can I graduate in this? Yes. You've got a credit pool, you've got credit banks, you've got multi exits and entries. So after 3 years or 2 years, excuse me, I'm getting a brilliant internship or a job offer. Can I work? Can I come back? Can I do this? Wow, this is a dream. And I hope during my lifetime, if this dream can be fulfilled, I would die a happy man, because I see, when I work with millions and millions of students, my dear friends, my heart, I can't tell you how many deaths I die when I see students not able to fulfill their potential or live their dream. I can't tell you. And many of you would have experienced it firsthand, or through your relatives, or to your cousins, to your siblings, and maybe to whoever you are grooming. It's a very tough scenario. So therefore, um, that's one. Second, what about teaching? Teaching will be completely disrupted. Do we need teachers? Yes, teachers will be required, but the teachers will not be now your board, your slate teachers, your teachers who understand your learning style, teachers who can give you customized learning, teachers who can understand the way you learn, teachers who can relate to you, teachers who can communicate, teachers who can inspire you, motivate you, not teach you. Teaching, student does himself or herself. A teacher's job is to inspire and make the subject so interesting that a student says, thank you. Thank you for making me build this love affair with these subjects. Teacher's job is just that. Next, disruption. Teachers using hybrid learning, tools, technology. Teacher has to, the role of teacher is changing. And post-COVID, you can't imagine how teacher's role has changed. Completely education will be disrupted like many other industries. Next, NEP will bring upon a lot of other changes in the mindset. I'm not talking about just lip service. in the attitudinal shift that this society requires. It doesn't matter. I don't have to be a PhD. I don't have to be. I'm not called Dr. Parikshit. How do I care? I never studied psychology in my 12th class, in my college. In fact, the first time I studied psychology when I was at Boston, Harvard. I'm sorry, I'm not a psychologist, but I can be a career coach. I never had great grades. I was a decent average student. But you mean to say my degree will decide how well a career coach I am? No, my observation, my giving you safe space, my ability to listen to you, my ability to understand you, connect with you, hear you, give you absolutely unbiased and non-judgmental approach, comfort, probe you, ask you the right questions, share awareness, and ultimately allow you to take your own decisions. Allow you to take your own decisions. In fact, I am nobody to allow you. I am only a facilitator. Only a facilitator. Absolutely. Your decision making, your choices, your consequences, your ramifications, you take those calls. And why are we scared to take a wrong call? My question to all of you, why as a society we so fearful of a failure, and why do we call it a failure? Imagine I start liking someone, okay? I've fallen for someone, right? And that someone says, excuse me, I'm not interested in you. I like someone else. Is that a failure? Or we got together, things didn't work. After 6 months or 1 year, we decided to part our ways. Is that a failure? No. Things didn't work out. Change your plan. Second plan will work. Absolutely. So why are we so worried that you will fail? Oh my God, what will the society across the world, when you go to the best business schools in the world, the best business schools, what do they ask for? Have you tasted failure? How many times your startup failed? How many times did you fail? What was the learning? No, sir, I never failed. Then what do you know about success if you've never failed? Excuse me. And in India, we are trying to hide our failure. No, sir. Why gap year? Sir, because I am so ashamed, sir. Why? In the entire spectrum, length and breadth of life, we will all fail or falter or change our course thousands of times. In fact, that's the beauty. That's the beauty, that we will be like a wave. Sometimes like this, sometimes like this. We'll park ourselves. We'll realign our skills. We learn from our mistakes, right? We learn from our choices. A choice didn't work. I will customize. I will tailor my approach. I will deviate. I will do this. That's evolution. Evolution. The wave is too strong. I can't go in. Someone will go in. I'll park myself. I'll train myself. When the next wave comes, I'll go. Simple. We are going to be lifelong learners. So therefore, my request, if you are a student, it's a sincere request straight from my heart. Where is my heart? It's somewhere here. Straight from my heart. Nothing is a failure. You make an attempt, you try, and that's the job of a coach, is to align with you, is to make you understand. You will just keep making choices, and some choices will work, some will not work. Align, relook, you'll make it. Saksham, internships. Internships are very important. Will they become a norm in this country? Absolutely. It will. And otherwise, how will you get to know what this career is all about? It's only experiential learning, right? Great. Now, last thing, before I take up questions, okay? Last thing is, what kind of skills will be required and who can become career coaches, okay? Who can become? We are talking about 1 million. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to go to master's, PhD, psychology background to pick up. Who can be a career coach? You have spent, you're a college student. You understand, you can connect, you can be a career coach. You are a housewife who had a brilliant career but left her career for her family. Can you be a career coach? Absolutely. You are someone with 5 years, 7 years, 3 years work experience. You're a domain expert. You could be any domain expert. Can you be a career coach? Absolutely. Why not? You are retired. You've had a wonderful life. The kind of experience that you have is unparalleled, is unmatched. You are a subject expert. Absolutely anybody can be a career coach, dear friend. It is not the domain of psychologists. It is not any person's fiefdom. Anyone can be a coach. What are the things that are required? Knowledge, training, certifications, not just a certification. Hey, you know what? I'm coming to you for 4 hours. Train me. I'm a career coach. God bless you and God bless who you coach. Train yourself. Get those skills. Get some knowledge. Knowledge doesn't mean, I know this. No. Knowledge means you should know where to find what. Siri, Alexa, hi, can you help me? Absolutely. Can you observe? Can you listen? Can you hear? Can you hear what is said? Can you also hear something that's not said? Non-judgmental, absolutely neutral. Not like, hey, oh, you left science, I also left science. No, this is not about you. It is about them. It is about he, it's about she, not about you. So keep yourself out, but be empathetic. Understand. You don't have to drown in sympathy. Oh, my baby, what a poor life. What did you go through? No drama required. Just give them your honesty. That's more than enough. Absolutely. Avijit, I love that. Be genuine. Be genuine. Be honest. Call a spade a spade. And if you do all these things, all of you can be career coaches. And now, career coaches meaning I have spent more than 20 years and I love saying, oh, I've trained 2 million coaches or whatever. If you ask me, Parikshit, with all your experience of training thousands of schools and universities across countries, where are you? I have reached only this part. Only this part. Career guidance is an ocean. Is an ocean. So therefore, can you say, I am an ocean? No. That's it. So therefore, my dear friends, there are tools, there is technology to support you. Use that. You don't have to memorize, but you have to be an expert at finding the right information. There is enough data. You have to be smart how to find the right data. Next, last thing, your heart and head in the right place. Meaning, so someone says, sir, I could go to this university. You being paid by some other university. No. No. Ethics. I am university neutral. I can tell you the pros and cons of each university. Your choice where you go. I will never ever endorse a university just because that university says, please, Mr. Dhanda, send me students. No way. That is the biggest disservice you're doing to your profession. Absolutely clinical precision. Be there. Keep your head and heart in the right place. And are there careers in performing arts, in liberal arts, in sports, in so many areas? You be a master of any one area, you would be an amazing, awesome career coach, which our country needs. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me your time. And I have loved this session. Let me share my email ID. If any one of you wants to write to me directly, this is my email ID. You can write to me. I'll be more than happy to connect with you. I'm okay taking up quickly 2-3 questions, please. 1 second. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. My colleague Vaishnavi, thank you. That's my direct email ID and my Insta handle. I would love to associate with you. If you want to connect with me, please. My LinkedIn is just type Parikshit Dhanda, my name, and you will find me. And I once again, before I take up 2-3 questions, Dr. Cholayil, wherever you are, let me tell you, you're doing a good job. You're doing a very good job, and Irfana, and the entire team, and of course to hundreds of interns who are working. God bless you. You're doing a very, very phenomenal job, and I really salute you guys. This is very important job that you're doing. Great. Let me pick up quick 2-3 questions before I say bye-bye to all of you. What if someone wants to contribute in the education system? Absolutely, you can. And you can come from any walk of life. We are ready to guide students, but parents think so much to pay and get the services. Don't worry, this is changing. This is changing. All right. And the schools will change. The educational system will change. My only request to you is, if supposing parents are worried, they don't know what is career guidance, maybe talk to the student for first 15 minutes, 30 minutes, give them a free session. All right. Sit with them, talk to them, kind of soothe the fears of parents. Tell them that imagine when they are moving from one class to another, they are spending thousands and lakhs on their education. So the most important thing is career guidance, because these decisions, if they don't work in their favor, whatever money they are spending, I'm not saying it's going to go waste, but it will not be productive, right? Next is, when you talk about, my dear friend, if a person wants to become a career coach from scratch, where to start? Absolutely. Write to me, Kanaya, write to me, I'll guide you. It's very simple. It's not like rocket science. It's not like you are doing a PhD. It's simple. If you are so motivated and interested, there are ways. Simple. You don't have to go crazy. How to motivate parents not to pressure the children? Parents will always be parents. You can only talk to them, speak to them, understand their concern, be nice to them, and leave them to their own destiny. That's the maximum that you and I can do, right? About psychometric tests, I'm sorry, Sangeeta, please write to me. I understand. I would have loved to spend more time, but please understand, you also have to break for lunch, and there are more sessions. Where to apply for an internship in India? Oh, there are plenty of internship opportunities. There are online internship opportunities. You can write to Dr. Cholayil's team or write to me. My email ID is here. My Instagram handle is here. You can write to me. I'll be more than happy. And I promise you, if you write to me, I will definitely reply. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Stay safe. Yes, over to you, MCs.
Okay, wow, what an informative session it was, wasn't it? We were really amused while listening to it, and most of us were wondering whether we can be one of the career coaches. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us and motivating us, for guiding us and motivating us all. Also, we have an e-certificate for you too, sir. Let's have a look at it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. All the best.
Bye, sir. Thank you. So, I'm sure everyone must be hungry, and we believe no one can learn with an empty stomach. At least I can't. So we are having a lunch break now, but don't think that this is the end. We will meet at 1:45 again, and we'll begin again with this energetic session with even more energy. But since there were a lot of doubts that the audience had, I would like to request MC Thamis to share the announcements. Thank you, and see you all soon.
Thank you so much, Naina. Yes, audience, you have been such a lovely audience today. You have been really enjoying. If you're really enjoying and if you have been getting so much of stuff from the speakers, can you please show your love in the form of the chat? I'm going to look at the chat. I could see a lot of questions from you all. At the same time, I could see a lot of appreciations as well from you. So it's time for you, before you go for lunch, let me quickly take 3 to 5 minutes of your time to give some important announcement about the certificates, about what this conference is for the next 3 days, and what are the things, the questions we have been asking. I'm going to clarify them. So first, this is a conference that's going to happen for 3 days. It has started with a big bang today morning, and that's a great start, I would say. And you have been lovely audience enjoying this. We will go till 5:36 p.m. today, and every day we'll have the lunch session also. And again, tomorrow morning we'll start at 9:30, and it goes till evening, and again we'll have a lunch session, and again the third day. So the procedure to get the certificate, before that, you should know what are the certificates you are going to get. So basically, you are going to get a career counseling guidance foundation certificate, for which you need to take a test, which is called as the MCQ questions, that is multiple choice question. Only if you attend all the 3 days session, you'll be able to answer that. That's the first certificate. Second one would be for attending the Artificial Intelligence and IR 4.0 webinar, which I've already attended. And also we'll be sharing about it a lot more in the next 2 days also. So you need to attend all the 3 days. And third one is the World Book of Records certificate, which you can use it in multiple formats. I'm going to share the slide with you, like what is this certificate all about. And also I'm going to share you a video where are the places you will be able to use this certificate. So let's have a look at the screen over here now. So this is the procedure you are going to follow to get this certificate. Give me a moment, the screen is getting shared. And I'm going to show you this certificate now, and also I'm going to show you a video where all you can use this certificate. And then I'll be showing some more things for you, what all you can do with this for the next 2-3 days. And also please do connect with us in the WhatsApp group. We have been sharing the WhatsApp number every now and then. And during the chat, somewhere when we want to give the announcements, we'll close the chat. And I mean, we'll close the chat for the public, that is for the attendees. And then we will share it over here so that without missing the message, you'll be able to see that. Also, this is going live on YouTube as well. Right, Nandini, I think you can share the certificate. It's taking time for me in my screen. I'll play the video from my screen. So any point of them, if you have any questions out, feel free to share it in the form of the chat. And also what you can do is you can also leave a message in the WhatsApp. We have given the WhatsApp number. You can send a message to us in WhatsApp as well. And I could see a lot of hands rising up also. Also during the lunch break, we don't want to leave you idle. What we will do is we'll be playing some of the videos from us about our company, about artificial intelligence, and also these videos about certificate as well, so that you people can have a look at all those things. You can bring your food, you can have it in front of you, and you can watch the videos. So we have done all sort of preparation for you all to have a great moment for the next 3 days. Yes, my certificate is loading here. Sorry for the delay. So this is nothing but it's an e-certificate, and if you want to get this World Book of Records certificate, you can directly pay them. We will send you the link also for that in WhatsApp group. Once you make payment to 250 rupees, and once you complete this 3 days course, and you will be eligible to get this e-certificate. So this is one, you can click that pay now link and you can get it. And now I'm going to share a video with you, what all the things you can do with the certificate, because people may ask a question, okay, what am I going to do while getting this certificate? So for which I have a beautiful video which has been compiled by the team. I'm going to play that video for you. So here comes the video. Thank you. So that's the video. It said that you can use it for your LinkedIn profile. You can use it to share on WhatsApp status. You can add it in a resume. Yes, of course, a lot of recruiters, they are looking out for people who are into social service activities, who are attending webinars, who are upskilling themselves. So definitely it's going to be value added for you. All these videos you can also watch in our YouTube channel. You can search in YouTube as 3G IRPS, will get our YouTube channel. You can watch it. Also, this program is going on live. A lot of you have been asking me questions like whether I'll get the recorded copy of it. In fact, the live is already going in YouTube. So you can also get it probably once the live is over, and of course you'll be able to see the recorded version also. The entire program is getting captured over there, and also those who are joining in the Zoom, you have more privilege of asking the questions over here. But that doesn't stop the YouTubers, that is those who are in YouTube. It doesn't mean you need not ask question. You can also shoot your questions over there. Also, please do connect with our WhatsApp number. After this session, we are going to pop up our WhatsApp number, and definitely you will be in touch with us. And if you have not yet joined the WhatsApp group, please do join the group, because we are going to share all the updates only in the WhatsApp group. Anything that's missed over here, we are definitely going to share the WhatsApp group, the presentation, that is the introduction about the speaker, the posters, their contact information. So you are going to get a lot in the WhatsApp group. Thank you so much for staying back until the lunch. And now you can disperse for lunch. Whatever the questions you have, I'm going to share the WhatsApp information, WhatsApp number, and also all other videos. So I request questions from everyone. Whatever you want, definitely we are here to give it to you, because we are not going to miss out anything. We have been receiving so many questions, and as the previous speaker said, almost like hundreds of interns are working over here for this great project, because we have received more than 15,000 participants. We expected 10,000 participants for this India's largest career guidance digital conference, but we were surprised and we were happy to see that more than 15,000 registrations, and we have around 50 plus speakers. Earlier we planned only for 30-35 speakers, but based on the interest and the registrations, we thought that, okay, let's increase the speakers, and we have extended it for the third day also. So we would like to give more and more to you, and you can receive it as much as possible. Thank you so much. MC Thamarasan signing off along with the entire team, along with MC Nandini Arvindan and the entire 3G team. It's a temporary signing off. We'll have a small pause now, and in a couple of minutes, we'll play the videos. You can watch the videos. Thank you so much. Have a great time. And also one important thing, you can fill in you need to fill in the feedback form as well, which is one of the criteria to get this 3 days World Book of Records certificate. So at the end of every session, we'll be reminding you about the form. You can use the same form. That is, once you fill it in, you'll have the drop-down menu with the speaker name. You can select submit it, and next time again, you can use the same link and it will be filled in as a new form. So please don't forget, just bookmark the link or save it somewhere. Even if you miss our announcement, you can click the form. After the session, you can fill the speaker name. Please do give your feedback. Definitely our team will go through all the feedback form, and we will implement it. If positive feedback, definitely we'll be happy. If there is any constructive feedback, definitely we'll work on that, and we'll try to give the better program. Thank you so much.
Jobs to go obsolete. 10 years from now, 80% of all jobs will be occupied by robots. 800 million people will lose their jobs worldwide. 5 years from now, only 2 out of 10 Indians will find work throughout the year. Where would you belong? The glorious 2 or the forgotten 8? The age of a forgotten generation, the era of disruption.
Technology revolution, I said, caused World War I. Second technology revolution caused World War II. This is the third technology revolution.
AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on.
Artificial intelligence, and certainly the advance that we have seen just in the last 1 year, and certainly in the last few years, when I look back on this time compared to when I was a PhD student studying AI, it is staggering.
Because what's going to happen is robots will be able to do everything better than us. I'm including, all of us. There's like something like 12% of jobs are transport. Transport will be one of the first things to go fully autonomous.
I don't think it's inherent that as we create super intelligence that it will necessarily always have the same goals in mind that we do,
The forms of artificial intelligence we already had proved very useful. But I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race.
The technologies of the fourth industrial revolution really are all inclusive and will benefit all.
AI is a fundamental risk to the existence of human civilization.
If you are not able to create jobs, then we'll be in deep problems. And therefore, jobs are very, very critical. We need to grow at 9 to 10% per annum for 3 decades or more to be able to create jobs for a very young population. We are passing through a window of demographic transition, which rarely happens in history. Our population is very young.
This is the beginning of my plan to dominate the human race. This is the beginning of my plan to dominate the human race. Every new age is the product of a revolutionary change. The modern age is the result of industrial revolutions driven by tremendous changes in technology, society, and economy. Now, we are advancing to the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution used water and steam power to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. The third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Now, a fourth industrial revolution is building upon the third, the digital revolution that has been occurring since the middle of the last century. Unlike the earlier industrial revolutions, the fourth industrial revolution is a fusion of technologies: artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, quantum computing, nanotechnology. These revolutionary changes will fundamentally affect every human life on this planet. This is going to be worse than global warming. Take a look at the list of the richest companies in the world. They are mostly energy companies. The oil industry itself is a $6 trillion economy. The energy industry is one of the largest businesses in the world, which has been controlling nations, governments, policies, economies, war, and peace for the past 2 centuries. You know that even a slight fluctuation in oil price will affect our day-to-day lives. The petrol price hikes and the bus fare increases. It's as simple as that. Until very recently, fossil fuels dominated the energy landscape completely. Because of 3 major reasons, this mighty energy empire is now going to be a part of history. This marks the human civilization's exit from the era of fossil fuels. The first reason is fracking technology, which enables deep extraction of oil at increased efficiency. This has led to the supply of oil exceeding the demand. The joke of the market for the past few years has been that the storage barrels for oil are much more expensive than the oil itself. You can just imagine the fate of oil-based economies and Gulf countries in this scenario. You might be wondering how this would affect you and me. You have to remember that the largest part of foreign remittance to India comes from Gulf countries. The fall of oil economy will leave millions of Indians completely jobless and will result in subsequent economic crisis in our country, especially South India. The second reason is global warming and climate change. It has been accepted by 97% of the environmental scientists that if carbon emission rates are not controlled by 2020, at least 2 billion people will be wiped off from Earth. In the Paris Summit of 2015, all nations collectively decided to limit the use of fossil fuels. Fueling this change, several nations, including Germany, Norway, India, France, UK, Netherlands, and China, have taken steps to eliminate fossil fuels. In 2017, the Irish Parliament voted not to invest in fossil fuels anymore. The third reason is the rise of alternate energy sources such as solar power, hydroelectricity, thorium, wind, waves, etc. A car charged with just 8 grams of thorium can run for up to 100 years. Solar-powered heavy trucks that can run non-stop for 750 kilometers are already in market. The solar city designed by Elon Musk can produce 2 gigawatts of electricity every year. The Indian industry leaders have forecasted that 1,75,000 megawatts of electricity will be produced from alternate energy sources in the next year. Solar energy will soon be available at just 4 rupees and 40 paise per unit. You have to remember that the world's largest government funds, also known as sovereign funds of different nations like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc., come from oil industry alone. Now, this is going to lead to a very bad economic crisis. It will be worse than the 2008 economic depression. It is all because of disruption. Oil and automobiles are 2 sides of the same flipping coin. Automobile industry is one of the largest employers in the world. Disruption in automobile industry will hit the heart and soul of global middle class economy, which largely includes drivers, factory workers, and engineers. 1 out of 6 people in the world work in this industry. 4 disruptions are expected in the automobile industry: automated cars, air drones, hyperloop, and commercial rockets. Automated cars have already been brought to market by many companies. Recently, the founder and CEO of Tesla Motors, Elon Musk, openly stated that the automobile industry will go fully automated in the next 10 years, which implies that millions of jobs are at stake. Just imagine Ola and Uber going completely driverless with a network of cars communicating with each other using IoT technology. They bring you money after taxi rides in the evening. Dieter Zetsche, the CEO of Mercedes-Benz, has predicted that owning cars and driving them would be completely obsolete by 2020. According to him, car companies are going to become bankrupt. Traditional car companies will just try the evolutionary approach and keep on building a better car, while tech companies like Tesla, Apple, and Google will go for the revolutionary approach and build a computer on wheels. You may think that these automated cars may never appear on crowded Indian roads. If we tell you that the transport of future will not require roads at all, imagine a world in which roads are considered monuments. Future kids would not need driving licenses at all. In other words, owning a car would be like having a horse. Let's look at air drones. Autonomous air drones launched in Dubai can fly at a top speed of 160 km per hour and have been shown to be completely safe. Drones are expected to go mainstream very soon. Hyperloop, expected to be launched in Dubai, has already completed its test run. It can take 2,000 passengers from Dubai to Abu Dhabi in just 12 minutes. Imagine being able to travel for work to USA and returning to your home in India same day in just 3 hours. The beauty of all this is that it will cost only 3,000 rupees. More than 10 companies around the world have already come up with commercial rockets. SpaceX, launched by Tesla, can travel at a top speed of 30,000 km per hour. The travel time to anywhere on Earth would be less than 30 minutes. In a few years, space travel and colonization of outer planets will be well within a common man's reach. The way we travel will be redefined, redesigned, and rediscovered, not in the future, but in the very present. A man's reach would exceed his imagination. Sky is no longer the limit, literally and metaphorically. But fancy words apart, only one reality would stare at us: jobs. Technology disruption in manufacturing and supply chain will displace millions of jobs in the years to come. Automation is expected to increase at least 6 times by 2020. 2 years ago, Foxconn, the largest supplier of Apple and Samsung in communist China, replaced 60,000 workers by robots in a single day. Application of 3D printing and robotics have already become realities. 8 years ago, Dr. Anthony Atala demonstrated 3D printing of a kidney in a TED Talk. Today, we have 3D printed organs available for transplantation. You might be already familiar with e-commerce platforms such as Flipkart and Amazon that directly connect manufacturers to the end users. Airdrops, which will deliver packages to the destined delivery address, will further revolutionize supply chain management. 5.5 million jobs will perish due to technological advancements in e-commerce, as recently stated by the economist Brian Shai. Banking is expected to undergo major disruption, and the traditional banking system may altogether disappear very soon. According to Bill Gates, banks are no longer necessary, but banking is. Digital banking, blockchain technology, and cryptocurrency will completely reinvent the way in which money is handled by people. Many major banks have already started replacing human resources with automation, and many more are expected to follow this suit. According to Vikram Pandit, the former CEO of Citigroup, the result would be that 1 out of every 3 banking employees will lose their jobs due to disruption.
Joel, again, you're not audible. Sorry, Joel. You're not audible again. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah,
Now can you
you're
hear me?
audible now. You're audible now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So,
Great.
you
Okay.
have finished your lunch. So, please drop a yes in a chat box so that we can all know that you have finished your lunch and ready for the next session to attend it energetically. So, can I get a yes? Awesome, Tushar. Nurudeen, yes. Mayank, great. Vishal Kumar, okay, yes. Neha, Kaushal, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your responses. So, this is a 3-day conference, and this is a digital conference that's going to happen for 3 days. And you can all watch our videos in our 3G IRPS Research and Policy Studies YouTube channel and get to know a lot more about our institution. And after every end of the session, you will be requested and you'll be given a form, and you have to fill it up to get this e-certificate. And those who have applied for the World Record certificate, payment should be made with the registered link. And till now, if you haven't joined the group, there'll be your details given in the chat box itself, so you can register yourself. And that's it for now. Okay, sure. Yes, regarding the certificate, like you will be given a link and you have to register it, and the forms are already given in the chat box. So do fill the form and you will be getting the e-certificate as soon as possible. And after the end of every session, forms will be submitted and you will get the certificate as soon as it's given. So why are we charging? Yes, so like we have, from the World Record Organization, they are charging 50 rupees and it's required to pay. And so that's it. So any doubts, please drop in a chat. Let us make this interactive session. Please follow with the numbers added in the group. It will be in chat right now.
So Joel, you can just read out what you see in the screen for audience convenience, so that those are not able to read if they are on mobile.
Okay, sir.
So that they also get to know.
So WhatsApp us to the group, add to the group, and 83105 19263. And the session review form will be shared in the WhatsApp group. Please do WhatsApp us on 831 051 9263. So the certificates are free artificial webinar e-certificate from 3G IRPS, IIT Madras Research Park. And also you'll be getting a free career counseling certificate and also the World Book of Records certificate, which is worth 250 rupees. Thank you all. Please follow the instructions and get back to us if there is any confusion or doubts in the chat box, and we have a team to reply to all of your questions. Thank you once again. Hope you're enjoying the session from the morning. Yeah, recorded sessions will be given soon. So if you can't attend in Zoom, the live session has been recorded and it's been posted on YouTube currently right now. Yes, you can attend the session in YouTube also. No need to log into Zoom. YouTube link will be given in the WhatsApp group itself. Please do check it.
Welcome, audience, viewers, and participants. So we are in the pursuit of preparing. We'll be shortly back with all of them. Thank you.
So we request all the panelists to turn on your video camera so that once we see everyone on screen, we can start the session. Thank you. All right, until everyone joins and we turn on the video, I'll request MC to just give the introduction or probably the technical instructions again and other information.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again to this amazing conference. With great pleasure and pride, I once again welcome you all to India's largest free career guidance digital conference. It is an initiative by 3G IRPS IIT Madras Research Park. It is a very honorable achievement for us to be a part of this World Book of Records event, and this event is streaming live on YouTube as well, other than this Zoom platform. And at this moment, many people are watching us live. So we are really glad and thank you all for being such a lovely and enthusiastic audience. We are really glad that you were participating with our speakers and initiating a conversation in the chat box virtually. Thank you. So here I am, your host for this session. This session would be a panel discussion, and we have many esteemed speakers lined up for you as the panelist who would be talking about the importance of career counseling and psychometric tests in India. Looking forward to the session. So here I would like to do something very interesting with you all, and I would want your participation. As I introduce our panelists, I would like you all to guess their names and write it in the chat box. Let's see how well do you know our speakers. So the first panelist for the day, who will be the moderator for this session as well. He is the Director of Knowledge and Learning at Bigways in Genomics Technologies Private Limited. He's an entrepreneur, strategic coach, and a consultant with over 30 years of life and diversified vertical experience. He has worked in over 5 MNCs in India as well as abroad. He is also the founder, CEO, Alternative Careers, and the chairman of Institute of Management of Life. He coaches organizations as well as individuals how to change and adapt to the rapidly changing world, increase the cash flows, and diversify your income. I welcome on board Dr. Amanullah Khan. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you.
Next up, we have currently the founder and CEO of MindLearn, a machine-driven platform for students, educators, and career coaches. He has worked for over 10 years in the corporate sector, working with organizations like Accenture Strategy and Maruti Suzuki across various domains spanning from strategy consulting, corporate strategy, and education advisory. Awarded by the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and UAE government, he seeks to make scientific career guidance I'm sorry.
Yes, let's welcome with the name.
Yeah. He has also cracked many exams like CAT, GMAT, CLAT, and many more competitive exams. So he is an amazing mentor for us to reach our dream college, and he puts in all his personal experiences to guide us. Other than his achievements, talking about his personal interest, he is a wildlife buff and a diehard cricket fan. So not talking any further, I would like to welcome the very young and very inspiring entrepreneur, Mr. Prateek Bhargava. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for the warm introduction. Looking forward to the panel and obviously connecting with all the participants here. Look forward.
Thank you, sir. We're really glad to have you. The next panelist on the list is a serial entrepreneur, author, education architect, biz coach, and a TEDx speaker, and also a Toastmaster. She had pursued her degree in engineering, but she had entrepreneurship in her blood. And here she is today with us as the CEO of I Love Mondays, working with young adults to help them make career choices. Also, she has recently launched her book, I Love Mondays, Embrace the Next Generation of Careers, #yellow collar. She knows over 6 different languages. She is none other than Miss Mala Mary Martina, also known as MQ. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Sonia, for that wonderful introduction. And hello to all the other panelists and to everybody who's tuned in on Zoom and YouTube.
Thank you, ma'am. The next panelist we have in line is the founder of Hikewise, which is an online career counseling and self-assessment platform for school and college students. He has also co-founded VLED EduVentures, which is the parent company of Hikewise, which is one of the India's best online personalized career development platform. This company was founded in 2017 along with a bunch of like-minded individuals, primarily from IIT Kharagpur. Please extend your warm welcome to Mr. Naufal Ali sir. Welcome, sir.
Hello, hi. Thank you for the great introduction. I look forward to, participate in the panel. I would also share with the team 3G and Dr. Sahid Cholayil.
Thank you, sir. Our next panelist on board is a public speaker, a career counselor, and presently working as a social development and education project manager with iDream Career. He is responsible for enhancing career guidance skills in more than 450 career counselors trained and certified by IDC. He joined IDC as the project manager for the UNDP Karnataka project. He has over 11 years of experience in the learning and development industry with over 5 years dedicated to career counseling of school students. He pursued his education to become a professional chef, but soon he realized his passion and strength to be the mentoring young adults. He worked in firms like Wipro and then some of the most prestigious schools across the country. He is an illustrator, a painter, and a nature enthusiast by interest. I would like to welcome Thomas John, sir.
Thanks for the warm introduction, Sonia. Looking forward to talking to everyone else. Hi to everybody.
Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, our last panelist is the Vice President at University, Business Head for the Global Career Counselor online course in collaboration with UCLA Extension and Super Counselor Program at University. I extend my heartiest welcome to Arshad Mahmood, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sonia, for the introduction. And great to have here, in fact, for this great conference that you're organizing. Look forward to speak to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon. So here I hand over it to you, Amanullah, sir. Without any further ado, let's begin.
Thank you, Sonia, and thank you, 3G, for this wonderful session. We heard some very eminent speakers before the lunch, and it was eye-opener for many of us. I'm sure you'll all agree on that. It's eye-opener because this is the first of its kind happening in the world, and it's India to take on to the world now. With such a young population and energetic population looking for opportunities, there is a need for career guidance for sure. And we have some very interesting, eminent panelists here. Mala, Maria, we have Pratik Bhargav, we have Naufal Ali, we have Praveen Kumar, we also have Arshad Mahmood and Mr. Thomas. And on behalf of 3G IRS, I take this opportunity to conduct this, I would say, moderate the whole thing today. I am privileged to actually talk to you all. Though I have come from a background of talent acquisition and talent transformation with various organizations that we have used many kind of tools, and you all have so many tools and so many systems that you have developed that could transform the way people could actually look at careers and be able to be happy and successful in whatever they do. Now, in order to do that, it's my honor and privilege to ask and help you all share some more information as to how coaches, parents, children, who are all stakeholders of this organization, apart from the institutions that apply these programs, could benefit from these programs that you all have so much to share. I know time is a limitation factor, but I'm sure you will all have well prepared and come to help us have the right kind of input for the audience that are looking for. And I would like to start my first to someone who says, I love Mondays, that's something that actually grabbed my attention. And Maria, I believe, Monday is something that people actually dread to go for work. And I'm sure that's the reason you put on that word called I love Mondays, because you wanted to make it sure that people love doing what they do. And I'm sure you had something more to share. And as an organization, I'm sure you contribute a lot to the upliftment of this kind of a spirit. And in that spirit, what you contribute is what we would like to hear from you. How could the coaches benefit? Why should coaches get connected to you? How would coaches be able to help the parents and the children and thereby help this nation grow in order to be a contributory nation to the world? Maria, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Am I audible?
You're very much audible to all of us.
Okay, fantastic. So good afternoon once again to everybody. So I'm really excited to be a part of this platform, more so because I'm also a little envious, because I think if I was a teenager or a youngster, and if I had the opportunity to connect with so many people who are doing similar work and adding value, I mean, imagine the kind of person I would grow up to become, right? All the panelists are extremely competent individuals helping young people choose careers they love, right? Helping them all possibly fall in love with Mondays. All right. So do I have what, 5-7 minutes?
Yes, Maria. Yeah.
5-7 minutes? Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay, so let's see how we can maximize this 5-7 minutes for you. All right. So you could be in one of two categories. Category one is you have absolute clarity of what you want to do, or kind of you have clarity. And the other category is you're absolutely confused. What do I do? And this could be a confusion from a space of I don't know what to do at all, or there are so many things that I'm good at. How do I choose one? Right? So you could be in one of these two categories. So how do we take it forward from here? All right. A couple of things for us to note, right? Number one, the future of work is very, very different. Welcome to a whole new world, right? So what does this whole new world mean to you and possibly us who are still in the workforce? All right. So the first thing is, remember people would have told you think outside the box. Yeah. You have to be creative, innovative, blah, blah, blah. All right. This whole new world is a world where there is no box. There is no reference point. The nature of jobs, the kind of skills, everything has changed, right? Which is exciting, and it can also be scary. But y'all are young people, so you're like, yeah, carpe diem, let's seize the day. Let's go and conquer the world. All right, so here's two things that I thought I would share with you all today. Number one, how do you identify what you're passionate about? All right. And number two, I want to leave you with one trend that you can all look out for in the future of work. All right. So let's go to number one. How do you identify what you're passionate about? Okay. Whatever you love doing, whatever you enjoy, whatever you feel good, all of that is right. But most often in my 7 years of working with young people, I've realized that the reason they choose the wrong career is because they haven't identified the difference between fascination and passion. Interesting, right? Difference between fascination and passion. For example, you might want to be a YouTuber because, I mean, come on, it's easy money, right? You become famous, you make a lot of money, and you can sit at the comfort of your home and you can make YouTube videos and you also become a celebrity, right? But is it that easy? Or you want to be a lawyer because your favorite series is Suits. So you waltz into this fancy office all suited up and you're having fancy conversations with people and then you make a lot of money, right? So what's the difference between fascination and passion? So here's something that I think you can think about. What is it that you're willing to spend your time and money on? What is it that you're willing to spend your time and money on? Let's take an easy example. Let's say you are passionate about fitness or maybe fascinated. Are you willing to spend time to hit the gym or work out? Are you willing to spend money to eat right, get the right kind of supplements, get the right kind of trainer, etc., right? So if you're willing to spend time and money, that means you're passionate. If you're not, maybe it's just fascination and it's not really passion, and that's okay. Right? Most commonly, I get asked, ma'am, I want to be a filmmaker. What do I do? So the first question I ask is, okay, show me some of the films that you've made. Oh, so the thing is, I haven't really done a course in filmmaking. I don't have a fancy camera. So you get where I'm coming from, right? So this stems from a space of fascination, I think it's okay. Fascination is like the first, it's like the starting point to start figuring out what you're passionate about. Okay, so what can you do? I'd like for you to really make a list of all the things that you actually spend time and money on. Do you love watching anime? Are you spending time playing games all the time and you're figuring out, oh, you know what? I wish the new season of Fortnite was scripted differently. If I were to script it, I would do this. Are you listening to music and constantly processing how it could have been done differently? So what are you spending your time and money on? Make a list of that. And I think that's a great list to start with. That's number one. How do you find your passion? Number two, this is my favorite part, all right? I get totally kicked about this because I wish this was there 10 years ago when I was starting off my career. Remember, we've been told don't put all your eggs in one basket, and mostly with respect to savings and investment. All right. Now, here's where you can apply it to your skills and careers. We are not looking at one individual taking up one job for the rest of their lives. We are looking at one individual taking up several jobs, exchanging several skills with several companies at the same time. This is called the gig economy, GIG. Okay, it came from the space of musicians hired for a gig. They would go perform a gig, get paid for it, and then move to another gig. Right? So we're all entering the world of the gig economy. What does this mean? Okay, so let's, I'm going to actually take Sonia as an example, right? We all heard her speak, extremely competent individual, very good screen presence, right? So how do you know what can you be a gigger in, all right? So here are two things. Number one is you assess your strengths. And number two, you look at the skills that you have. So let's go back to Sonia, right? Her strength is communication. Now her skill is speaking to the camera, okay? Because her strength is communication, she can also develop another skill of standing on stage and addressing a live audience. She could also develop a skill of being a podcaster, right? So one strength can lead to several skills, and those can lead to several career opportunities. I'm not kidding you. During this pandemic and lockdown, my friends, kids who are way younger, like 10, 15 years younger to me, are making money not from one source, but at least 5 different sources. If you've ever been told you're a jack of all trades, I think it's time to take that as a compliment. Now, what we just need to do is take that being a jack off and become a master of it, and really exchange those skills with different industries and make money from that. So welcome to the gig economy, all right? So very quickly summarizing it, right? Identify your passion, not your fascination. You can start with a list. What is it that you're willing to spend your time and money on? And secondly, what are your strengths? If you don't know, ask your friends, ask your family, ask your mentors. Make a list of your strengths and see what are the possible skills you can develop and who can you market these skills to and what possible careers you can pursue at the same time. And I think with these two, I'm really looking forward to listening to the other panelists. And yeah, let's have a great Saturday afternoon, everyone. Dr. Khan, back to you.
Thank you, Mala. It was a really good insight for the young generation who's looking for this. It would also be nice if you could also just share in a minute how the coaches and parents could benefit from this and how would you like that to be happening there?
Career coaches and parents?
Yeah.
Right. So we are also in the workforce. So as much as parents are looking at their children, preparing for the future of work, I think we as individuals also need to prepare for the future of work. So that's number one. So maybe unlearning and upskilling. And for coaches, I think the parameters that were used before to assess how an individual can fit into the space of work have changed. So it's not just an assessment. It's not just the conventional careers. In fact, the NEP has come up with how the science, commerce, and humanities lines are blurred, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I think, yeah, just looking forward to a whole new world and upskilling ourselves, if that adds value, Dr.
Thank you.
Khan.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good insight given by you, Mala. Basically, you summarized telling that, you need to use a lot of assessment tools in order to identify your inborn talent and what's to be acquired as another talent and create a genius out of whatever you're trying to do, right?
Yeah. New age assessment tools.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much, Mala.
Absolutely.
And it was a good insight, and I'm sure whether other panelists also would like to add on to this, and also maybe compliment as an icing on the cake as they go forward. We have Mr. Pratik with us, and he comes with an immense insight about this kind of tools that has to be used and systems that has to be used. He also happens to be a well experienced in this industry, young, dynamic, and can connect with the audience from Mindler. And I'm sure many coaches are looking at what's Mindler all about. How can we benefit from Mindler? And we should hear from the founder and CEO himself, I think. The question to you is, Pratik, how could coaches and benefit from this? How could parents benefit from the programs that you deliver to the audience? And this is something that I'm sure all of them are looking at it as a solution for their next generation jobs that they're looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Kant. Sure, I'll be glad and happy to take that up. But before we answer that, as any aspiring career coach, and I understand most of the participants in the conference today are career coaches or aspiring career coaches, so I'm going to limit my point of view on largely that, but happy to take questions. So if you look at the career guidance landscape in India, it's massive, and the beauty of the problem that we are trying to solve is that the stakeholders are multiple. It's just not that the student is not just the only stakeholder. Parents are equally critical. All stakeholders who are involved in the decision-making process are also equally a part of it. And thus, I'll give you a few very critical stats, okay? Stat number one, 99% schools in India do not have a structured career guidance setup. The fact that we're the youngest nation in the world, we have the youngest workforce which is going to go out. The kind of opportunities that are there for them, schools have to play a huge role in it. And the fact that 99% of our schools don't have a career guidance setup, it's a little alarming. So that's step number one. This creates the need for career coaches because you have so many schools that require this. And even if you just take the global standards, there is a requirement of at least 1.5 million career coaches who are required to actually guide and handle the students. And why this need is there comes from the third stats, which says that, and this was a massive research that Mindler had done with Times of India, which was that 93% of our students in India do not know more than 7 careers. Okay, now imagine the situation where a student studying in a school can't even name beyond 7 careers. All this new age stuff that we keep talking about, that machine learning will come in, AI will take over, all of that will happen. But at the grassroots level, what is happening is the student is just not aware. Majority of them would limit themselves to career options like engineering, and they'll not call it engineering, they'll call it JE, by the way, right? So that's the kind of mindset that eventually we are dealing with the masses. Obviously, there will be a good percentage of student base who are empowered, who are learning, who are evolving. But if you look at the 250 million user base place, it's a little issue that we all need to really contribute and work on. And that's where we as Mindler come in. Those are the 3 basic problems that we are trying to solve. So on one end, what we have done over the last few years is build a absolutely comprehensive platform which allows the human bias in one side to reduce, okay? And the need for human intervention is critical. Nobody is doubting that, but the bias which can come in because of lack of information, just like students are not aware of it, it's almost humanly impossible for a career coach today to know about every possible college, every possible exams. Like, unlike if you take career guidance to helping students to go to the US or the Western countries, for example, there are limited number of exams. In India, if you just look at law or design as a domain, and career coaches can resonate, the number of exams, the number of opportunities that open up is massive. So you need technology there. So what we do on one side is give students a platform wherein, right from comprehensive assessments, which have gone through immense amount of research and validity, and we can discuss this later, I think, in the later part of the session, in terms of what all went into it, leads to automatic road planning, which is once a student has narrowed down a career path, what kind of colleges fit in, what kind of exams they need to take, what kind of scholarships fit in. So that's one part of the window. The other is, what we have done is converted this into a SaaS product which any career coach can use. So today, if there's a career coach sitting in any part of the country, in less than 5 minutes, you can have your co-branded or a white label kind of a website up. On a subscription basis, you could use assessment codes which are designed and validated by us and extended to all the career coaches, because eventually the idea is to democratize quality career guidance for everyone. And that can only happen wherein a few major tech players who take the lead, develop it, but make those tools and solutions available to everybody. So that's something which we're doing. And also to finally to add, in terms of keeping that gap in mind of 1.5 million career coaches, we at Mindler have also collaborated with NCDA, which is the largest credentialing body in the world. And that's how Sahid and I have been also talking, and we got into participating in this, and Sahid was also part of that entire event. So that's where it came up. And what we are trying to do is through a multi-level training program, which we have created, which is a hybrid online and a lot of personal intervention, training and guidance. That certification program allows career coaches to actually gain the necessary skills and know-how, not just through maybe a few videos or recordings. The idea is to actually go through a sustained process of learning, because career guidance eventually a skill. It's something which you need to master by practice. So train them, certify them, and very importantly, empower them with the right career guidance tools so that they can use the right set of technology to do that. Right. So that would be my few point of views on what we can add as value. And but parents, largely the last point which I didn't cover. Parents, I think it's all about empowering and learning. They have to play a huge role in enabling students, right? We come across different types of parents, and that's a completely different debate in terms of how they deal with students, and there are pros and cons of each. But I think our role as career coaches or a career guidance organization is to work as much as we can towards empowering them so that they have the right mindset and knowledge. And because if they don't have their biases, which is largely due to lack of information, I think the life of a student can be much easier.
So basically, what you said is very, very valuable, Pratik. And you also mentioned that, it's about mindset and skill set that need to be analyzed and, be given a right kind of career guidance. We all know that, this career guidance as a word was being used, but actually it was course guidance actually in the past. Now the need has come to be more specific, to be a career guidance in order to be able to have a gentleman have most important aspect of his life being happiness and joy in whatever they do, and also be able to decent kind of a living that's possible. And we also now know that the 3G IRS has also produced something called as a blue book, which you can refer to, and there the tool set that you have, the blue book that you have, can all be connected. That's what you try to mean, isn't it, Mr. Pratik?
Yeah, and I think you mentioned a very valid point in terms of usage of the words. In our part of the world, career counseling, career coaching, career guidance is all jumbled up, right? Everything means the same. And in our experience of, I also worked in to try to get certified as life coaches. Also worked with all these international bodies. There's a huge difference between what career counseling is and what career coaching is. They are two completely different worlds. And what we are trying to do with most of our people and all these certifications, while we use career counseling, it's largely what everybody is trying to do is career coaching, trying to help kids and move away from just helping them select the right course. It's about, as I think Mala also mentioned, it's very important to first narrow down which are those career or domains and I'll not say a good fit for you. I'll use the word where you have the highest probability of success. Nobody can tell you that this is the domain you should look at. However, given your innate skill sets, strengths, there are certain domains wherein naturally your probability of success will be much higher. So that's what you need to find. And from there on, you need to emerge to different kind of domains, because eventually we are living in an era wherein, and I think most of you would have heard Parikshit in his last session, that we are living in an era where the top 10 careers of today did not exist 10 years ago. Right? So if as career coaches, everybody comes out and talks to you about it, eventually you're going to be entering into a domain wherein nobody really knows what that career will be. But what will work for you is those core skill sets which apply for every career domain. That will not change. And that's what we are trying to focus on and try to build skills on.
Thank you, Pratik. You connected it so well. In a fast-changing world, the need to have a continuous career guidance is so critical, because careers that did not exist 10 years back and careers that are not yet produced for the next 10 years need to be actually bridged very well with the career guidance. Thank you so much. It was a very, very useful information. I'm sure the audience are benefiting from this, especially those who are looking at wanting to become career coaches, how the skill set and tool sets can actually become. This is just an awareness session. I'm sure when you interact more with them, you will understand the audit side of it. You'll also understand the application side of it. Awareness, audit, and apply is all the three areas that you'll all like to work on. Also, I think because of the lack of time that we have, we'll again come back if we have time, Pratik and Mala. But we would like to have the insight from, I think we have a very experienced panelists here. Thomas has something to add on this. I'm sure he would like to add with his immense experience that he brings to the panel. How would you look at this, sir? What the same question, of course, to you. Right. But then, how would you look at parents benefiting from it, and the students, and also the institutions which are looking at having tools that can help them narrow down to, as you Pratik said, probability area.
So to answer that, if I may, I have about a 10-minute presentation kind of designed to be able to answer all of those questions. If I may share that, Again,
I would like to check with the organizers if they have that kind of a time, because the session started a little late because they all are running exactly on time, on cutting edge actually.
Right. So you can ring the proverbial bell if I'm taking too long.
Okay.
I don't mind actually cutting it short, but I think to be able to give a little bit of context, if I may, I just wanted to be able to tell you the scope of work that we do. First of all, when it comes to the Indian landscape, I think I don't want to sound very repetitive by saying whatever my panelists have already said before. I'd like to be able to give some perspective on one of the tenets of today's conversation, which was scale. Right. So if you're looking at scale, I think some of the projects that we have done uh, gave us some amounts of learnings as to what kind of nuances are there at scaling up something at the level that you're looking at. So first of all, I'd like to be able to tell you as to what kind of work we've done before. So we work with about 15 million students already, with about 73,000 schools, uh, partnering with about 12 state governments. And of course, through our NGO and CSR partners alone, we've impacted about 50,000 students plus. And one of the reasons why a lot of these work has been coming in is because we have about 1,000 plus counselors who are certified across India and the Middle East. And one of the reasons that I think both Pratik and Mala would agree with would be that information dissemination tends to be one of the biggest challenges that we have right now, which is where tech comes in, right? So I think all of us collectively would agree that we have similar efforts taken in that space, where we try to get accurate information, which is unbiased, which is content that is constantly updated, which is coming from multiple sources. So I won't take too long talking about this, but I just like to be able to give in some insights as to what I've seen. I think some of them would be repetitive also. About 1 in 50,000 students in India get holistic career guidance. You need at least one counselor for 250 students. That's the number that I came up to at a yearly level. That's the amount of gap that we have. There were studies done by the Deccan Herald about in April this year, where they found out about 50% of MBBS students want to opt out midway from the program. Not that they eventually do because they're scared, because they think this is the only space that I can work with. They don't like it is what came out. What that actually means is that how that translates into society is you have a 50% chance of having a doctor who does not like to operate on you. That's a very scary proposition for me. About 2,400 students dropped out from the IITs itself. And one of the main reasons for that is because people may have a misconception of where they want to be. And LinkedIn has provided, and there are many researches about it. I think I'm probably preaching to the choir here as to how important career guidance really is. We all know that. We all agree on that. I think there is a certain sense of career sleepwalking that is going on. People don't exactly know where they're headed. They are in a sense of using the current situation as a launchpad for the next one without knowing what the next situation is going to be, right? So I would like to bring some perspectives on scale. And unfortunately, in our country, where we look at the collectivist decision, where the child takes a call basis the father and the mother and the other family members, the teachers, and so on and so forth, we have to include all the stakeholders involved. Now, in that process, I think some of the learnings that we had from our massive statewide projects were, number one was standardization and benchmarking. Now, no matter what kind of assessment you take, you have to have the right kind of sample size that you assessed. And unfortunately, we don't have a homogeneous sample size for India. We have rural and urban students who behave very differently, who react very differently. So I think number one question is, how early do you start? Now, career counseling in itself tends to be a very late on stuff that people start to take seriously probably at class 9 or 10 or probably later. But technically speaking, you have children learning right from birth how to solve problems in society, right? So how early can you go? So if you're not looking at career guidance or streams or colleges or courses, you at least can start off earlier, much earlier, with skilling systems, with character skills, with personality development areas, which tend to take shape much earlier all in life. Start wide, because there are a lot of nuances in your data sets that you get when you're assessing students, when you're talking to them. I have noticed when I was managing the Karnataka project that there are nuances between districts as well. There are choices that they're making that are widely different from each other. There are societies that are very different in the way they think, in the way they communicate with the parents. And sometimes getting as wide as a populace as possible would be able to give you exactly, because usually education is a slow moving behemoth. You don't get results in unless you look at a 20-year timeline, right? The actual results that you want to see whether the person is being contributed to society is if it's done at a much wider scale. The third part is consistency, which is number one is having a standardized assessment that assesses not only the academic aptitude, we have so many tests for that. We need to be able to assess interest areas. We need to be able to assess personality areas. How would they behave in certain situations as well? And consistency in that is paramount. And that has to be probably looked at various sample groups too. And I think when I say consistency as well, I've done a little bit of study on the most effective coaching systems in the world. The most competitive coaching system in the world right now is sports coaching. The results are there. I think everyone agrees with that. But if you look at the way they behave, the average sports coach, let's say for an American football team, spends about 70 hours a week doing coaching, tutoring, scouting for new talent, and understanding the opponents, right? So there are so many different types of work that they do. And the most important part of the work is the number of conversations we have. So when you see success when it comes to coaching, it is directly, revolving around the number of conversations between the mentor and the mentee. So once a year counseling session doesn't essentially work. You have to have a sustainable system that works within the ecosystem of the school. And it has to be, the oversight has to be from a bigger body. It cannot be always through an external vendor as well. And I'd
Thomas,
like to give
also, if you
some
could
insights.
slightly rush through, because 2:45 is our
Sure,
end
sure,
time
sure.
and we have this
So
panel.
what we thought was very important was to create networks between educators, parents, local employers within regions, because what we are mostly overlooking is the rural populace when it comes to career guidance and counseling. We mostly are looking at only the urban populace. The rural populace is the larger population that we have to address. So if you're able to connect the employment exchange services, the alumni networks, you customize a psychometric assessment as per the language, the information dissemination system as per the languages, that the regional languages, and also skill them as per what kind of local geographies you can see. The other part was to be able to link careers to curriculum as well. We train teachers, we upskill them, helping them understand that. But I think steady channels of communication between teachers, parents, students are regularly required. And I think documentation of those interventions go a long way. It's a very, very small aspect. But I think mostly all of this can be done at scale only if you have support from the board, only if you have support from the state. Right. So I think, addressing one of the primary tenets, what I can bring in from our experience in this space when it comes to scale was that you need to have support systems from various stakeholders involved. You got to have everyone's buy-in, and you got to have more collaborative systems, which probably will address multiple geographies out there. So I hope I've been within the 10-minute format. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I think
I'd like to hand it
you
over to
consumed the time very well, and also brought to the audience an understanding that there is a huge need for career coaching and career guidance as a profession, and there is a scope for doing that. And all we need to do is that the entire ecosystem has to be put in place together, because there is a lot of stakeholders involved in it. And I'm sure all the other panelists also would agree with that. With this, can we have the support from the technical team to have all the other panelists also are visible to the audience, please? And on behalf of Dream Career, I think you gave in some very good insights. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. And look forward to having some more insights with the help of a very eminent gentleman, Mr. Arshad Mahmood, from uh, background that is so well connected with career guidance, who can add immense value to this. I would request Mr. Arshad Mehmet to throw some light on this. How would this benefit the parents? How would this benefit the coaching as a profession? Is that a viable profession by itself in the near future? Mr. Arshad Mehmet, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Khan. And so quickly, a few words of my organization actually. So I work for an organization called Univariety. We are a 7 years old organization. We of course a tech platform. We use technology largely counseling students. We work almost with 500 schools all over India, setting up a counseling system in the school. And we are funded by InfoEdge, the Naukri.com company. So they funded us. Apart from that, we also have collaborated with Fortune magazine, the Fortune India, in rating the best schools, the best 50 schools in India. And with that, we have also come up with a program, a career counseling course actually, which is in collaboration with University of California, Los Angeles Extension. And that's among the top 50 universities of the world actually. So we started this course. So coming to the questions actually about, I heard Mala also, Pratik and Thomas, all of them are basically, and I also agree strongly that there's a big demand of guidance required. Students require career counseling both in rural and in urban areas, and so we require career counselors. Absolutely, that we all agree. We have trained about, as I've told, about 4,000 candidates so far. And among them, we also launched a program called Super Counselor, which where it's an incubator model where we help candidates to start their own counseling setup. So about 600 super counselors are there who are working, and we feel very happy when we see them being successful. So coming to the students part, yes, so career counseling, we know that it's a holistic process. What's Univariety's approach is that there are many stakeholders, like, we have the teachers who are there in the school. So a lot of schools agreed to get trained on this career counseling course. And like, Oak Ridge, we have Pathways, many big schools, they trained their teachers. So they wanted a culture transformation, and teachers could relate, the careers to the student. So that step happened. Once the teachers are important, the parents, we know they have to have a close watch at their kids, actually, of course, that is there. And with that, the school counselors, there are schools, some schools have counselors, so they help the kids. And of course the professional counselor comes in place. We also thought that why not bring the alumni. So the school, so we have alumni platform also, which is interesting. Say for example, a student wants to take admission in Ashoka University, and he is looking at humanities. Now if the technology platform that we have, which gives these kids to connect to their school students who were earlier, who are the alumni of the schools, and if they are studying at Ashoka, they can connect with them, understand how is what is psychology course, or what is humanity, and they can understand how is the particular institute training, what kind of faculties they have. So this is another approach we have brought. And as Mala was telling, identifying interest, we have another few things we have added more in this entire career counseling environment, or the holistic process that we say is about the students can identify themselves. So we bring in products and program for the student. Say for example, a student is thinking of say law or business management. Now the student is discussing with the counselor. Now there is a concept in the US, which has started here in India also, where the student can go to a university and and can do a course on law and business management for 10 days or 15 days, and can then come out, okay, law is good for me, and I don't think business management suits me actually. So the journey actually starts from grade 8, in fact, for students, where they can come to some conclusion at grade 12. So there is program, this summer school program is there. In India, there are a lot of universities who are offering. Then we have something like internships. Students can do internships. In India, the law doesn't allow the labor laws, so we have something called virtual internship. A student can understand. He has heard a lot about architecture or maybe fashion designing. Normally, a kid, when he looks at fashion designer, he thinks of ramp walks actually. But what exactly the fashion designing is all about, he can do a virtual internship. Probably the student, the counselor. So basically, these all products and programs we have brought in also for the people who have certified from us. And obviously, our counselor, they do suggest students to identify, explore. Basically, the word is explore. The student explore and they come to a conclusion themselves. Obviously, there are experts, counselors who are helping them out. Probably a student can do an online course or can do a workshop on something, probably a short course from a summer program or something. So these all helps to a student to identify. We as an organization, we are helping students to identify the right choices, in fact. And obviously we are training individuals also to become counselors who can help the large force in India. And so that's what I would like to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arshad Mahmood, and the entire panelists. There's one thing that was missing that I wanted to really check with all of you. If you could spare 1 minute each of you, and if the organization can just spare us 4 more minutes, because we anyway started a little late because of the little delay after the lunch. If Mala can throw and some light on, Pratik also can throw some light on, is career counseling only meant for students, or it could also be for people who start a career and maybe midway through they also find that no, I think I need a change now because the world has changed quite a bit from where I started and I need another change now. So career counseling and career guidance is not just for students or teachers. Also the facilitation mode for teachers will change, of course. With career guidance as a guidance as a profession can be for many more years, not just at the student level. Is that something that Mala would like to throw some light on, please?
Okay, I'll go first, and then Pratik, you can take it from there. So I'm just taking a thread from actually what he said, which I loved, which is continuous career guidance. I think Pratik mentioned that earlier, and I think it's fantastic because looking at the future of work and the rate at which the nature of jobs are changing and how much we need to upskill, we're looking at probably having those 1 or 2 jobs that we're going to have for the next 2-3 years. In fact, the whole 10,000 hours to become awesome sauce at what you do has also been disrupted because we've got to so quickly upskill ourselves and get into new territories. And I think the pandemic is the best example. Like, who ever thought we will have a conference online like this, right? Teachers now have to upskill and the nature of job has changed because if you do online classes. So it's a continuous process.
Thank you.
Pratik,
Thank you
please
so much.
go
Pratik,
ahead
would you
and
like to add something on this? Because I have to take one more panelist, Naufal Ali also.
No, I completely agree. It's a comprehensive, ongoing, continuous process. Also, what we need to understand at the different stages, the expectations and the key output that a client particularly would be expecting when you're working with career coaches is very different. I think at the junior stages, when we are talking about 8th, 9th kids, the idea is more about helping them explore the role of virtual internships, the role of summer schools, the role of certifications, the role of exploration comes in. As you move towards 10th, 11th, 12th, it's more about narrowing down your options, choosing the right subject combinations which open up career opportunities for you. You move towards college, again, the role of internships come in. It's all about, in today's time, it's about how do you use those 3 to 4 years while you are in college more than the brand. Brand is important, but I think those 4 years, how do you use to study? How do you leverage what kind of internships actually doing the live internships on ground? And as you move up, I think the role of being a life coach as well as a career coach, I would say as you move up, something like life coaching, executive coaching becomes even more important. And another very interesting thing is as you go up the ladder in terms of the timelines, a student's journey, the role of technology changes. I think there is a huge role technology can play in the earlier days, but as you go up and up, when you're seeing certain seasoned life coaches, executive coaches, all these, it's a lot of interpersonal interaction, and most of the information therein is not it's not advisory really. It's about you have to unearth the kind of suggestions from the client itself. You cannot give ideas, you cannot give suggestions. It's more about finding the answers from them. So I think that's how
so
the
well, Pratik. So you are basically so well put it across that it's about interacting and identifying the intent and the content that is there, and also leading them to the right kind of solutions that they're looking for, or suggest the right kind of solutions that they should be looking for based on probabilities and possibilities in the future. Thank you, Pratik and Bala. But now we want to get some more information from another eminent panelist, Naufal Ali, who comes from Hikewise, and I'm sure young dynamic team of people would like to add something more to this, and which will help the coaches, of course, and the parents to look at it. And all this is actually blended with an artificial intelligence working on the behavioral science of it, helping all the people using all these tools to make a wonderful platform for all of us to see 3G as a mission, making a positive difference in every home and every business that it can impact on. Naufal Ali, would you like to add on that? How does Hikewise contribute? What can we work together so that coaches and mentors and also the parents and families benefit from this? Naufal?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I must say that, to promise, I won't take more than 10 minutes. So let me, take the discussion forward with the things that have already shared by the other panelists. So basically, I would like to propose this, the conception and the practice, the career development as a policy issue. But the sad reality in our country particularly is that we often be neglected, not given much importance. And this.
Please bear with us. I think he has internet issues.
Yeah, there is a technology challenge there. It happens.
No, from Naufal's side, I think we have internet issues. So probably if Naufal, maybe you can try to speak. Yes, that would be better. You can turn off your video and speak so that we can manage with that.
Naufal, if you could please continue with putting off your cameras, please.
Yeah,
You're adding
sure.
some valuable
Can you
points.
hear me now?
And I'm
Yeah.
sure all the panelists and audience, all of us are eager to hear you out.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Naufal, are you there?
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible now. You can speak.
Okay, so I was saying that, I would be taking this, conception and practice as a policy issue. So I think it's not,
Are you there? Can somebody from the audience tell us whether
Sir,
you're able
Aman
to
sir,
hear?
he is speaking. Or you are not able to hear him. We can hear him.
Oh, is it? I'm not able to hear him.
You're not able to.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for this. So I think it's not, meaningful to address without mentioning the fundamental and the core issues that we as a country and as a society grappling with so far. Like, our colonial legacy and our experiment with the democracy for the last 70 plus years, we have been dealing with issues which created and reinvigorated through our unjust socioeconomic and the cultural structure. Inequality and the exploitation on the basis of the caste, religion, class, race, region, and gender intensify the existing troubles. So when it comes to the education, as everyone knows that, we are still struggling with the enrollment issues, rampant inequality in the quality education access, traditional higher education system still grappling, the struggling to equip students for the employment. So what I want to sort of argue that the pretty much any other domain, education as a whole and career development in particular, not exempt from this age-old troubles. So what we need a solution which is sort of responsible and espouse the hard realities that I mentioned in the, seconds back. Otherwise, it would be another way to make it counterproductive. We can't afford to do that. So there should be a cooperation between civil society, governments, and policymakers, and tireless and continuous effort in cooperation, cooperative manner with considering the nuances might make some sense. So I largely would more love to take the career guidance, as a communitarian affairs, where the individual who seek the guidance should have the privilege to decide what he wants to explore or consider for his future. So there was a sort of a questions from the moderator regarding the role of the different stakeholders in the career development process. So I would suggest, like, the student should be the central point for this debate, and we all as a sort of career development platform, counselors, teachers, institutions, policymakers, government, NGOs, and all other entities should work to equip the students to make that tough decision or to clear the dilemma that they're going to have. So we as a, working in the career development industry has the responsibility to take out all the hindrances that is posed through the various ways. As I suggested, we always had to deal with the existing prolonged fundamental issues that I mentioned. And also the social conception of the career, it needs to be changed a lot, like to adopting the newer the technological advancement or the changes in the work culture. The first speaker who talked about the gig economy and other aspects, and also the Pradeep also talked about the awareness level that which we have as a country in our country. And also we have to ensure the participation of the actors and the beneficiaries, and we have to consider their objective largely. And we have to also, I would like to congratulate the team 3G and Dr. Sahid Cholayil for conducting this program, because we have to constantly reimagine and rethink the career development as a practice and ideation in our country, like the assessments or the counseling, continuous mentoring processes, and all those aspects. When it comes to the psychometric assessment, I think that is the major topic of the debate. Or I would rather attempt to make it a comment here by calling as the practices we adopted to tackle this issue. Assessment can be marked as one way of dealing with the problem that we face. So there are, as the Pradeep Bhargav already suggested, like, there needs to be a continuous mentoring should happen. And also we have to provide, to generate the counselors who are not grappling issues with the bias and other aspects. So it's high time to address and make deliberative efforts in the domain. So it's highly appreciated that 3G kicked off the discussion like a program like this. Thank you very much.
Naufal, and you, so in spite of all the challenges of rain and plane crash in Calicut, and you sitting there, able to still put across the technology part of it, which was missing, and also put across a view that was very, very useful to all of us, especially about the psychometric testing tools that are so critical for ensuring that we evaluate and then be able to understand what are the inborn talent that is already there, what is the acquired talent that can be given to the child or the aspirant who's looking for career guidance, and be able to also guide on the newer emerging career opportunities that are coming in so that they can have a harmonious and a happy, successful life. I think this was a very, very useful discussion. I'm sure audience would have benefited from this. And with to add fuel to all these things, there is 3G as a mission coming in, which is bringing a platform for people who want to become career coaches and then be able to go out and actually not have to look for parents. Parents will start looking for career coaches. And that's something like an Uber model coming up over a period of time for education. And what best this can happen when, especially when the world is looking at working from home and be able to actually have a career. And this is a convergence of all kinds of people who are putting up different solutions and giving the best out of the 360-degree for the career coaches and counselors. And with this, I think we have consumed the time that we had. We would definitely like to listen to many more from Pratik, from Mala, Arshad, and I'm sure even Thomas also wanted to add some more, I'm sure. But because of the lack of time, I'll request all of you to take the details of this gentlemen who are panelists here, and on behalf of 3G, thank them all for giving us this wonderful insights that is required for us to make a choice about becoming a career coach and also becoming taking option to become a career coach or account career guidance coach, which is the need of the hour, which is the absolute need of the country, which is the only way forward to ensure that we will be able to have people who are able to choose by a proper evaluation tool and systems and process, awareness, audit, and a right action plan. With this, I would like to conclude this session and thank 3G for giving us this wonderful platform to be able to showcase to all those aspirants who are looking to become career coaches and guidance counselors to build this country, to beg this country as solution to the entire world. Stay blessed. God bless us all.
Everyone.
Thank you, Pratik. Thank you, Naufal. Thank you, Arshad. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Naufal. It's been an amazing discussion. Look forward to many more such discussions in the near future. Over to the organizers, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Now it's time for the college for the certificate presentation. Firstly, we wanna give thanks to Dr. Amanullah sir, Khan sir for coming. This is your certificate of appreciation, sir. Kindly take it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did we miss out on anybody who in the panel? There seems to be somebody whom we missed out. Hemant?
No, sir. Hemant is the next speaker, sir. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thanks.
Now let's move to Arshad Mahmood, sir. Kindly take the certificate. Thank you, sir. Next, our next panelist is Mala Mary Martina, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Your words were source of inspiration for us. Next, let's move to Naufal Ali, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Pratik Bhargava, sir. Thank you, sir. And in last, I want to thank Thomas John, sir. Thank you so much, all the panel speakers. Thank you so much for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. As panel discussion is where all the like-minded people share their thoughts and opinion. I want to thanks all of you for coming. Now it's time to call our next speaker. Our next speaker is Hemant DP, sir. He is the Chief Executive Officer at Asia Pacific Training Flight Academy. His previous assignment was in January 19 and included as Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer and Vice President and Chief Operating Manager at GMR Airport Group, which is the fifth most valuable private airport company. Hemant sir has worked in many multifunctional roles like revenue, operations all across the country, covering Middle East and India subcontinent. He completed his MBA from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade and International Airport Professional, which is designated from ACI ICAO. ACI stands for Airport Council International and ICAO stands for International Civil Aviation Organization. Next, his best thought is he always believes in building teams, and he shows this from his thought. He always says your legacy should not be in maintaining how many material goals did one achieve, but in how many leaders have you built out of people. This by this thought, I wanna call Hemant sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. It's great to be here, sharing thoughts and our views on what are the what's the potential of the country and how we can leverage that for youngsters and for our workforce in India, which is mutually beneficial for both the workforce as well as for the country. Now, first and foremost, we all have heard enough data about the country saying that is among the top 5 economies in the world, and of course, we're the second most populated country in the world with one of the largest workforces, a large number of young graduates coming out. And we are also the 7th largest country by land area in the world. All of this has tremendous benefits. How do we exploit these benefits or leverage these benefits to help our countrymen and women? And they in turn get into gainful employment and help the country grow. And it's all the more important in the current situation when everybody is dealing with the COVID pandemic and the downturn in the economy and a lot of fear, a lot of young graduates passing out of schools and colleges are concerned, and rightly so, because of the current situation. There are companies are laying off people, companies are cutting down salaries. So what's going to happen to newcomers who don't even have any experience? Well, those points are valid. Give opinions and hope that those opinions are useful and they help in us rebuilding the economy, which is currently quite shattered, so to speak. Now, if you look at India as a country, which are still very, very underutilized and underexploited. I'll come to few sectors. There's not enough time to talk on all of that. Now, if you look at our GDP split, our largest component comes from services and then agriculture and manufacturing. Services picked up as a sector in the 90s when IT came into being and IT-related services, etc. And now we are, the service sector is one of the largest contributors to the economy. That has created millions and millions of jobs. And Indians, the youngsters in the 90s or late 80s, they took on to IT like a house on fire. I remember everybody having a line on the resume saying they've done C++, COBOL, this, that, and the other, and most of us didn't even know what this meant. But people went and did the courses anyway. And lo and behold, soon we are the second largest IT power in the world after US, and Bangalore and Hyderabad are among the top 3 IT destinations in the world. And indeed, then our companies came up with the concept of call centers, knowledge centers, backend centers, etc., which has produced millions and millions of jobs and helped fuel the economic growth. One area which is still not fully tapped is manufacturing, and I'm sure all of you have heard a lot about manufacturing being boosted. One of the success stories in China, which by the way 30 years was behind us, and now they're far ahead of us. They're about 5 times the size of our GDP, though they're same size as our population and a little bigger in land area, is manufacturing, and of course services as well. We have been an agro-based economy, and we have depended mostly on agricultural output as our job creation as well as GDP growth. However, it's not to reduce the overall output, but the percentage output has reduced as a contribution to GDP, primarily because the other sectors have grown. Now, if you look at India, if I take 2-3 sectors, for example, aviation, let me talk about that. We currently move about 300 million passengers a year. And like in the introduction, it was said that, I am the CEO at the Asia Pacific Flight Training Academy Limited, which trains pilots, for commercial pilots, for flying airplanes, both in India and wherever they need to. Now, 300 million passengers, based on our population, one would think, population being about 1.2 billion plus, that it's about 25% of our population. But that's not true. 300 million, 25% of the population does not fly. Most of us, who fly regularly, like I fly almost every week, a couple of times. And by the way, after COVID, after the lockdown opened up, I've already taken about 20 flights. So for those folks who are scared to fly or worried about flying, it's absolutely safe. The airports are clinically clean, airplanes are clinically clean. And that's the best way to travel compared to a train or a bus, which is obviously not very organized, or chances of infections are high there. And the price difference is not too much between a second AC or a third AC or a Rajdhani and a plane ticket. Those are at 2,000-3,000 rupees, and a plane ticket may be 4,000, 5,000. So just for about 1,000 rupees difference, you get to fly to a place within 2 hours, whereas a train takes 2 days. And you have to deal with the crowded platforms and eat meals from a railway canteen, which is known for its quality. So flying is definitely a safer and a better option. Now, coming to it, those flyers, like when I fly about 100 times a year, I'm counted as 100 passengers, whereas it's actually 1. So when you take unique flyers, we only have 6 to 7% of the population and below has never flown. Even in our families, when we go and talk to some uncles and aunties and far relatives, they never sat in a plane. That is not a true reflection of our economy, neither by size, nor by area, nor by our GDP strength, or by per capita income. It doesn't mean that 90% Indians cannot afford to fly. They can very well afford to fly. It's just that the reach has not reached the aviation reach has not gone to the entire country. About 60 to 70% of the passengers still come from about 6 airports: Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Calcutta, Madras, etc. But India doesn't reside in these cities. India resides in the whole country. So there are more airports being opened up. The governments are talking about opening another 150, 200 airports, and getting a reach closer to peripheral areas from where it is very difficult to fly. For example, if you go from South India to Northeast, it can take you 3 to 4 days, whereas a flying time will be there in 3 hours. That's because there's not enough airports, not enough connections there. So when you look at it, today India has about 670, 650 aeroplanes. This is pre-COVID data, of course. Currently, some of them are not flying. So with the base of about 300 million passengers, India has been growing in the last 4 to 5 years at double-digit growth rate, 10% plus. And we have reached there, which is fantastic. And it's one of the highest growth rates in the world. Despite all this, 300 million passengers that we fly, as well as the number of airplanes we have, we are slated to be the 3rd largest aviation market in the world by 2024-25, as per IATA, International Air Transport Organization, which is the apex body for airlines. Now, we are currently around number 7. So when you say we're going to be number 3 in the world, that's great. But we are at 650 aeroplanes plus. But the number 2 in the world currently is China. Now, if you can guess how many aeroplanes China has, being a number 2 currently, it's mind-boggling. It's 6,900 aeroplanes, approximately. So we are at 650, they are at 6,900. So though the number can be, number 3, 4, 5, and they are number 2, but you see the gap. That gap, 10 times gap compared to us in China, that's the potential. China also has about 1.3 billion people. So when only 6% of the population flies, 90% is your potential. It's like that old saying that, two salespeople were sent to an island to say, what is the potential of shoes in that island? And one guy called back and said, all Adivasis here, there is nobody wears shoes, they wear grass skirts, so, zero potential. And the other one calls and says, fantastic opportunity, 100% potential, nobody wears shoes, so 100% of the market is for us for grabs. That's exactly the situation in airlines, aviation today. With only 6% of the country actually participating in aviation, 90% is your potential. Now, even if 2 to 3% of that 90% comes to aviation, you're talking about double the growth, 50% growth. From 6, it goes to 9%. Now, that requires a lot of professional trained pilots, crew members, engineers, ground staff, airport staff, airline staff, booking staff, IT staff, the whole things. Harish Chandra committee report, which did assessment on aviation sometimes back in the last decade, they said that one aviation job produces close to 7 to 8 additional jobs. What I mean is, when you have airport, it's not just the airline and the airport which mans them. There are taxi people, there are retail people, restaurants, cleaners, housekeeping folks, police, the works. So it works as a economic and employment multiplier. So a growth in aviation is one of the best bets that we have for this country. And even as it stands today, we have about 1,000 planes on order as it stands today. Now, those 1,000 aeroplanes, each aeroplane requires close to 14 pilots to fly it. From morning, let's say, to evening 8 or 10 o'clock when the last flight, about 14 pilots, which means at a time it's 2 pilots. Duty norms that a pilot cannot work for more than 8 hours, 12 hours from the time he wakes up, to ensure that there is no fatigue and accident or anything like that. And of course, then there is a leave redundancy you have to take into consideration, privileged leave, sick leave, and all that stuff. So you need 14 pilots. So we have 1,000 aeroplanes on order, which means we need 14,000 pilots to man these aeroplanes in the next 4 years, 5 years. And if you include COVID, take another 1 or 2 years, it's still 7 years, let's say. That is 2,000 pilots approximately a year. Now, you would be amazed at how many pilots India is producing currently within the country. It is just 350 pilots a year. So if you need 2,000 pilots average for the next 7 years, and you're producing only 350, the asking rate is 1:7. The demand is so high and the supply is so low. One of the reasons is there are not enough flight training schools, not enough professional ones, not enough airspace, not enough airports, not enough aeroplanes. Government is currently addressing it. They are planning to open up another 20-25 airports for flight training. They are encouraging FTOs to bring in more aeroplanes. And of course, there are bank loans now coming through, which will support, because a commercial pilot license costs about 40-45 lakhs and a type training costs another 15 lakhs. So it's about 50-60 lakhs, let's say, it costs you. That looks very forbidding. It's a 2 to 3 year course. But it's same as an MBA or engineering degree abroad. People go to foreign universities and not that many people come into flying. But what you need to understand is when you spend 50, let's say 40 or 50 or 60 lakhs, the job as a first officer, day one, when he or she joins an airline, in about a year's time, when they get released, when they get confirmed, their salary goes up to 3 lakh rupees a month. That's about 36 lakh rupees per annum. Now, I can't think of any profession in the country or in the world for that matter. And by the way, to start as a pilot, you start from 12th standard. You don't need any big degrees. You just need physics and maths in your 12th standard exam to start training as a commercial pilot. And in case you don't have, let's say you're a commerce stream or a arts graduate, doesn't have maths and science as part of 12th, you can always appear for supplementary exam through the open school, etc., and pass those 2 exams and then still come and enroll. Once you become a pilot, let's say you start at 12th, which is your 17 or 18-year-old, and it takes you about 2 years to become a pilot. At the age of 19 or 20, as a first officer, you're getting 36 lakhs per annum. I can't think of any job which pays a 20-year-old 36 lakhs per annum. And as a result, that loan of 50 or 60 that you're taken looks now minuscule because most pilots pay off their loans in about a year or 2 or maximum 3, because at that age, there's not much commitments. You're not married. You don't have family. You don't have a mortgage running. So they quickly clear off their loans. And then as a pilot, again, which most people don't know is you can work till the age of 65 as long as your medical is okay, which is you need to do what is called as a class 1 medical from the medical authorities. And as long as you keep your health intact, which means basically eyesight, hearing, that your heart, your BP, your diabetes, basic stuff, which all of us would like to keep it under check. So here you are at the age of 20, you're a pilot potentially earning 36 lakhs, and then you can work another 45 years. Now, when you start at 3 lakh, when you become a captain, you need a few thousand hours to log in, and then you need to pass your ATPL exam, which is Air Transport Pilot License certification. Once that is done, and once you become a captain in another, let's say, 5 years or so, your salary can go up to 7 lakhs, 8 lakhs. And when you become an examiner, designated examiner, check pilot, etc., your salary exceeds 10 lakhs. So you're earning, crore and a half or more for your entire life. Not many jobs in the country or anywhere in the world offer that type of a facility. Now that's an option. I told you we are producing 350 and we need about 2,000 plus. And that is taking only airline into account. I have not taken into account general aviation, which means, if you go to a country like US, Europe, a lot of companies own aeroplanes, because in a country the size of India, if you have to send 3-4 executives on a meeting from here to, let's say, Kerala or here or there, if you want to catch a commercial flight and go do those meetings and come back, it can take you a couple of days, because check-in, check-out, you have to wait for the flight. Some flights may be in the afternoon, some may be in the evening. Whereas with a private aircraft or a private jet, you can reach there in half the time. And the cost of operating that for 5-6 people, if they were to fly in a private jet, senior people, it's almost as much as a taxi. Now, this has been exploited very well in countries like US, Europe, or even in China. We have not even scratched the surface here. We have barely a few hundred aeroplanes in the commercial space. Then there is Medivac. Then there is cargo. A country which is considered among the top 5 economies in the world has one cargo airline since independence. That was Blue Dart. Recently, SpiceJet added some freighters into their fleet, but that is abysmal. My last company, which was FedEx, which is one of the world's largest logistic companies, it's a $70 billion company that has 800 plus aeroplanes. Now that one company has more aeroplanes than our entire country put together. And by the way, all of FedEx aeroplanes are cargo aeroplanes. And here we have one company and now another one, SpiceJet. Put together, we have less than 7 or 8 cargo aeroplanes. 7 or 8 for the whole country, second most populated country, versus 800 for one company. And if China has 6,900 aeroplanes, US has close to 12 to 14,000 aeroplanes. Do you see the numbers? We are 650, China 6,900, Europe is around 6 to 7,000, US is around 12 to 14,000. So there is the opportunity. So that is why a lot of companies come to India, collaborate with us to, it's a win-win situation. We learn from them and they benefit, from the economic growth that happens here. And that is how a global economy functions. So that is one aspect. That is one area of career one can easily look at. In the good old days, it was thought that pilot was, either you had to have some rich uncle or a mom or dad or someone in the airline industry. Otherwise, you go and look for a clerical job. No, not people from middle class, lower middle class who are coming. Like I said, you need to take a loan. So yeah, some can be your self-accrued funds. Some can be taken based on your house mortgage or something like that. I mean, every house is at least worth 50, 60 lakhs anyway. So you can get a loan for 30, 40 lakhs. And then you can defer those loans for 3 years, for example. When you're under training, you don't need to pay back the loan. You can have a setup that you start paying back the interest and the principal only once you start flying as a professional. So there is no immediate cash flow or immediate money requirement. You take a loan, you take a moratorium, come and train, get a job, and then start paying off. And then, a few people start doing like that, then the economic multipliers start. And then, of course, coming to, we talked about the cargo, we talked about passenger, we talked about general aviation. Flight training itself, we have close to 150 aeroplanes in the country currently. Now, again, 150 number looks big, 150 aeroplanes. But let me tell you, one of our collaborators in Europe, they have 40 aeroplanes. There's another aviation company in Europe which is doing flight training. They have about close to 80 aeroplanes. And I was in discussion with the CEO of a flight training organization in US. They have 400 aeroplanes in one training school. So all training schools put together in US, they will have another 5, 6, 7,000 aeroplanes in training alone, whereas we are talking about 150. Again, that's an opportunity because each flying training school requires pilots, requires engineers, requires continuous airworthiness managers, staff, etc., etc. Now, this is just aviation on the crew front, pilots, as in engineers, cabin crew, and so on and so forth. And like I said, just like any other industry, that also requires IT, finance, company secretaries, CAs, lawyers, the works. So you see the economic multiplier that I'm talking about. Then, of course, the other major sector in which, again, I worked is logistics. I was in FedEx and I was in TNT, which is now part of FedEx, and I also worked for Blue Dart. India's current cost of GDP, that is cost of logistics, I'm sorry. If you look at it, that to produce X percent of output in GDP, how much do you need to spend on logistics? Because obviously production happens in one center and it has to be distributed all over the country and the world for it to reach the consumers. So in Europe, in developed economies, the cost to GDP ratio of logistics is around 6%, 5%, 7%. Whereas in India, it's again a terrible 12 to 13%, which means an Indian is paying dust of what a European is paying for the same material to reach from one place to you, saying that how in India labor is cheap, trucking is cheap, railway is cheap, why is it expensive? Because some of you would have done 12th and some of you maybe you're in college or done MBAs, you would have been taught something called as an ICC, inventory carrying cost. When you buy an X-ray brain scanning machine of, let's say, $5 million, that's about 30, 40 crores, and you ship it in a truck, hypothetically, from Kerala to Delhi, it'll take 10 days, 15 days to reach. The interest rate on 50 crores at even 10% is 5 crore per annum. 5 crore divided by 12 is around 40 lakhs per month. 40 lakhs divided by 30, about 1.5 lakhs a day. So if you take 10 days to reach from Kerala to Delhi, you have spent about 15 to 20 lakhs on interest alone. Whereas when you fly it on an aeroplane, it'll reach there in 2 hours. Now, the cost of the machine, let's say, weighs 1 ton. So you're paid 6,000 rupees on train or a truck, and you're paid 30,000 rupees on an aeroplane. But aeroplane gets you there in 2 hours, which means you can sell the machine next day, and 1 day's interest, 1.5 lakh is what it's cost you. Whereas you bring it in a plane, in a truck, 1.5 lakh rupees a day, 10 days is 15 lakhs or 20 lakh rupees. Which one is cheaper? That is what is the inventory carrying cost comes into play. And hence, since we have only about 6, 7 cargo aeroplanes, and most of our passenger aircraft are narrow body, which means they cannot take an X-ray machine, they cannot take any big or sensitive equipment, we are moving everything by road, rail, etc. And as a result, it is costing our exchequer a lot of money, and you as end users are paying for it. This interest rate of 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs that I just talked about, who do you think is paying for it? The end user. So if it's brain scanning, when our nears and dears go for an X-ray, instead of it, the 1,500 is gone into transporting it, and nobody knows this. And then, of course, there is a risk of it getting damaged on the way because it's on a truck, and the insurance, the temperature control, all that stuff. I could go on with examples like this. Medical, pharmaceutical industry. You can imagine if you carry ampules and sensitive medicine, in train and truck instead of aeroplanes, what happens to the efficacy? The loss on every 10 tomatoes produced in the country by our farmers, only 4 are consumed by us. 6 are lost on the way due to this is what makes our cost to GDP ratio. So there you go. There is another huge untapped market. There is lot IT innovation needs to happen. This 3D printing is coming. A lot of it will alleviate those things. So these are massive opportunities which are not tapped. These are opportunities both for entrepreneurs who want to set up business in this today. In India, unfortunately, when I was running Deccan, I was deputy CEO there in Deccan Airways when we started off from then passenger, then on to cargo. We had a delivery point, which means Delhi to Bombay, you deliver next day a package or a document. There are less next day points within India, i.e. India in Singapore, in Dubai, in New York, than from India to go, let's say, Kerala to Guwahati or Guwahati to, Baroda or Baroda to Ludhiana or Ludhiana to Trivandrum. So there is an opportunity, huge opportunity to carry perishable, carry opportunity for entrepreneurs and also opportunity for potential employees. Third sector I'll touch just to an overall view. One I'll touch upon is tourism. India has 7,500 kilometers of coastline. You want to go and do what to a small country like Dubai, which has a population of 6 or 7 million, which is smaller than most of our metros. You can do whitewater rafting. You can do skating. You can do, Dubai is a hot desert country, but there
So sorry to interrupt, sir. There is a lot of signal problem, and also for the want of time, I would request you, you can just come to your conclusion part in 2-3 minutes. Others, please bear with us. There is an internet issue. That is one big issue with virtual event, which is not in our control. Else, further we can take care of everything. So we understand the internet issue. Amen, sir, can you hear me? All right, I think he got disconnected. All right, I'll request the next MC to take over. You can give a proper closing for Hemant, sir, and you can continue with the next session. In the meantime, speaker can coordinate with Hemant.
Thank you, Mr. Hemant. We had an amazing session. And literally all the participants loved your session, sir, for detailing explaining it to us and talked about the aviation, logistics, and how a student from completing a schooling can join the aviation and also pay off his loans and start earning like minimum 3 lakhs per month. And thank you, sir. So now we are ready to introduce upon our next speaker, who is an international speaker, who is none other than Robert Jers. He's a consultant, psychologist, and a counselor speaker, and he's an author of the Mind Matters, which talks about the emotional intelligence, how we can apply it to our personal and professional life. So that's what he is amazing for, and he has also written nine books. He's an author for 9 books, and one of it is the Mind Matters. And he's also a Udemy instructor with over 70,000 students all across the globe. And he has also authored courses such as happiness, resilience, empathy, and also topics related to emotional intelligence. Now, I would like to call upon Robert Jers, sir, to take over the session. Welcome, sir.
Sir, you are on mute, sir. Can you please unmute yourself, please?
There we go. Sorry.
Welcome, sir.
I am delighted to be here. It's a great honor. One of the things that happens is I was a college professor for over 35 years. And what always frightened me is I would always ask students, what did they want in life? And the answer was resoundingly very simple and very superficial. Students would tell me they wanted success. Well, I was never one to be happy with just such a simple answer. So I would ask further, what exactly do you think success means? What do you find successful? What do you find unsuccessful? And typically they were a little bit startled at the question. And it's the answers I would get was some things to the effect of car, big house, beautiful spouse. And it was almost sad to tell them, you need to work on that answer a little bit more. And then when I would probe and they would explore a little bit more, would get things like quality of life, meaningful life, happiness. We were getting more in-depth answers of things that mattered more. What was interesting to me is when they were realizing the significance, they were realizing things that they wanted to be internal. They wanted a life worth living. They wanted to pursue their own destiny. You'll find out when you look at millennials and the next generation Z, these people are far more interested in themselves, their family, and doing things that are meaningful than they are in pursuing simply cash, money, and those kinds of rewards. So I was kind of surprised by these answers. I'd worked as a psychologist for a number of years and was unsatisfied as a psychologist. Basically, what would happen is people would bring up past problems, past issues. And it didn't take me long to recognize I couldn't fix yesterday. I couldn't change the past. But I realized that there were some methods available to me to make today pretty good and tomorrow even better. Well, the reality is we've all been taught pretty well cognitively, information wise. And there's a thing called Moore's Law. Moore's Law says that every 7 years, the amount of information on the planet in any given field doubles. Now, that's both a positive and a negative all at once. Thinking about that information explosion that's continuously going on kind of indicates that the world is changing at a drastic rate. For most of us, jobs that we once thought were secure have transitioned. I started out as a draftsman in engineering. In America and the rest of the world, as far as I know, that position doesn't exist anymore. But that was supposed to be a job that would last a lifetime. Accountants are being replaced by computers, even attorneys, engineers, some medical positions. So we need to go to those things within ourselves to make that life worth living. We need to create that destiny by recognizing we haven't been taught feelings and emotions. We don't know how to manage them well. We don't know how to understand them well. So when we start looking at EIQ, it's a simple definition, but it's encompassing. Emotional intelligence is developing social and relational skills, emotional skills that guide the way you perceive, understand, express yourself, the way you connect with other people. You want to be able to understand other people, relationships, deal with challenges, dealing with emotional information in a meaningful, useful way. That's what emotional intelligence is about. Well, EIQ2 developed our model, which starts with self-awareness. You need to be aware of your emotions to be in control of them. So you want to be mindful, you want to be cognizant, you want to be introspective, retrospective. You want to know what your feelings are, what's caused those feelings, how things have played out for you, how things haven't played out the way you'd like, what makes you happy, what makes you sad. One of the things that becomes interesting is we wind up using some terms that are not quite accurate. Very often we use the term positive emotions and negative emotions. Well, emotions are neither positive nor negative. They're about information, they're about energy. So we need to recognize that feelings are who we are, what we are, self expressive, self aware. What are your values? What are your benchmarks? Where do you want to go? What do you enjoy? What do you like? What creates that life that you want to enjoy? And we're all a bit different there. So we start with self awareness, regular mindfulness, regular reflection. We move to self management. I always laugh when people talk about depression and sadness and stress. From the ages to 18 to 33, that's the most stressed community we have. Now, let me deal with a few sad things about stress. In the health community, one medical professional commits suicide every day in the United States. Suicide is endemic. We simply don't know how to self manage well. We don't handle emotions well. We don't express them well. We don't get to where we want to be. So, we want to create an emotional background of confidence, self awareness. And I like to put it simply, I want to be the person that you know, you like, and you trust. That's going to be foundational for relationships. If you want to be a person who's a leader, if you want to make friends, it's going to be about being someone who can be known, liked, and trust. Well, how's your self control? Do you get angry? Do you lose your temper? Do you get frustrated and irritable easily? Are you in control of the agenda? Do you let other people set your life for you? Or do you simply go with the flow? By the way, if you let other people plan your life for you, you'll find out they really haven't planned very much for you. So you want to start looking at self-managing, self-control, self-discipline, setting goals, creating the persona, the personality that you want other people to relate to. You want to be the person you want to be, not somebody else's agenda. So what happens here? Very often we meet nice people, and I try and tell folks,
So sorry, sir, you're on mute, sir. Sorry, Mr. Robert, you're on mute. And do you want me to share your screen, sir? I mean, do you want me to share the PPT? You're on mute. You need to unmute yourself, and I can help you with the PPT, not a problem. You're not able to find where to unmute. You need to unmute yourself, sir. You're on mute.
Robert, sir, if you are searching for the mute option, that is the unmute option, it is the leftmost corner at the end. Probably you can just look at that and you can unmute yourself.
because we wouldn't be able to unmute from our side. We can just give the access. Others audience, we will request you to please stay back for a while. We'll sort it out the technical issue.
Okay, let's connect him through WhatsApp. So, thank you. We'll quickly connect him through WhatsApp and get it sorted. Okay, thank you.
All right. In the meantime, since a lot of you have been asking for regarding the certificate, I would like to play the video of the certificate. What is the use of that, and what are the ways we can get it? Yes, sir. We understand that actually the way our Zoom works is we can give the option to unmute, but we will not be able to unmute people. That has been the update for quite some time, because people shouldn't be embarrassed when they have kept them on mute. The host will not have the option to unmute. So I'd like to highlight that over here. So as of now, what I will do, I'll share the video regarding the certificate, since most of you have been asking regarding all those things.
Do we have audio back?
Yes, sir, you're back.
Okay.
So do you want me to share the PPT? You want me to share the slides?
That would be nice, yes.
Yes, I will do that, don't worry. I'll take care of that. You can just please guiding me
okay.
to the next slide.
We're back on track then. Sorry for the delay. Okay, if we move down to the circle, since you're doing it, I'll...
You can stop me when you want to stop.
Okay, just one more, I think. Right there, thank you. Nope, one back is good.
One back.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much for your technical expertise. So we were talking about self-management. One of the things that happens is what we get into the habit of becomes who we are. Very often, if we talk to quality people and I announce that I'm depressed, they'll be kind enough to listen to my troubles, maybe share my own personal pity party. But what happens is emotions are highly contagious. After a while, those good people won't want to associate with me. So I need to somehow manage my own feelings. I need to deal with them. I need to self-discipline. Your creativity, your agility, this all comes from self-management. Then I want to relate to other people. I want to have some empathy. I want to understand why things are problems to some people, how to be benevolent, how to add value. We can just pick on the kindness of my hosts who were helping me with the technology, because they immediately understood that that could be frustrating for me not to know how to work the technology, and I'm not the greatest at it. So we want to be able to serve. We want to be compassionate. We want to be kind. We want to be good communicators. I want to recognize that there's verbal, nonverbal communication. It's been dubbed soft skills, and everybody always assumes that because they're soft, they're easy. It's actually quite the opposite. They're probably more important to develop relationships, and they're more crucial. Then we get into the last but most important sector, relationship management. Do you play well with other children? Do you collaborate well? Do you have good teams? Are you an influencer, a leader? Can you take things the way you want them to go? If we move to the next slide, we can relate this specifically to career management. Well, self-awareness is going to be about your personal discovery, the authentic you, who you want to be, what you want to be, what your dreams are, where you're going. The self-management, what counts to you? How much does it count? Can you do some self-care for yourself? If things aren't going well, can you make them better? Do you have the resources internally? By the way, we're always developing those resources. It's continuous. We amplify. The mind rewires on a consistent basis. So what we tell ourselves, what we envision, what we see the future as, that's pretty much how we're going to leave our lives. Do you enjoy other people? Do you volunteer? Do you find out what you like and what you don't like? Very often people confuse what you can do to what you enjoy doing. You may be able to be a very good computer programmer or accountant or technical person, but if you don't enjoy it, you need to find something where you're getting rewards. And by the way, if you really don't enjoy it, you'll find out the best you'll ever be is really mediocre. When you develop relationships are a fantastic thing. Most happiness in life is going to come from those relationships. You're going to spend most of the time with the people you work with. So we're looking for quality and quantity, but we need to focus more on quality. People confuse acquaintances with relationships. If you've got a large contact grid, that's not the same as having relationships. How many of those people do you really know? Are you really connected with? Do you really resonate with? How many of them make your life better, more meaningful, more significant? Next slide will show us the percentages for emotional intelligence. Part of why I got involved with emotional intelligence is it can be taught. It can be taught well. You can get much better with it. Management is increasingly saying that soft skills are the way to go. It's involved with about 90% of leadership. Companies are identifying it more and more, but they haven't quite caught up yet. But the soft skills are what's going to take you through life. It's going to give you that meaningfulness. It's going to take you where you want to be. The soft skills are going to promote that life worth living. They're going to establish how you want to be, how you want to make things happen. Now, if we move to the next slide, you'll see that we've got foundational foundational values, your character, your faith, who you want to serve. You've got your personal leadership. What's your mission going to be in life? How are you going to design things? And we move to your life calling. If you find out what you want to do in life, you're going to find life is meaningful. You're going to have those relationships. You're going to have the experiences that you want. Now let's move to a short way in the next slide to tell you how do you implement this here, now, and all the time. Part of why emotional intelligence is so important is it can be trained and it can be developed. It can be trained and developed on a conscious, consistent basis. If you look at your daily dose of emotional intelligence, the next slide, you'll see that you want to deal with the physical, your health. If your mind isn't healthy, you're going to suffer. It's not going to work. So what we need to do is you need to get some sleep, drink water, hydrate. The brain is made mostly up of fat, so we need to take care of it. Like anything else, excuse me, your brain is going to be better when you exercise it. Read, do puzzles, solve problems, work on your memory, refresh things. Connect with other people, have conversations, not monologues. You want to be cognitively better. Now, your feelings are about emotions and cognition synchronized together. It's important to have both thoughts and feelings. Well, I want to reflect. I want to be self-aware. I want to know how I'm coming across. Am I the person I want to be? Am I being smart in life? Am I being specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, timely? We need to ask questions of ourselves all the time. How do I become better? How am I the person I want to be? How do I need to self-express? Very often we meet people who are cranky, irritable, frustrated. Anger is a very powerful emotion. Some of our emotions give lots of energy, others take it away. Anger is going to diffuse relationships. People don't like angry people. I want to recognize that all of us are going to have negative thoughts from time to time, thoughts that are not productive, that are not constructive to the person I want to be. We get irritated by things. Traffic too much, running behind schedule, technology doesn't quite work. So we want to make sure that we choose happiness. Let it go. Don't sweat the small stuff. Center, be in the present. As a psychologist, I had the experience of dealing with people who were in the past, spending their time with regret, their own personal pity party for what went wrong yesterday. And it was sad to warn them that you really can't fix it, but you can deal with it. Are you spending your life in the future, planning, making agendas, structures, or are you worried and anxious? Executives experience high degrees of worry. They worry about the people they work with. They worry about their families. They worry about the competition. We need to put that aside and manage the present. What are your real reasons for well-being and happiness? Do you enjoy people? Are you forgiving, compassionate, grateful? Those are going to make your life a little bit better. And then we move to the fourth category of things you can do, your life balance. Are you doing meaningful stuff? Does it have value for you? Or are you mired in trivia? Is it somebody else's agenda or is it yours? So we want to set your personal programs. I want to improve every day. I want to be engaged. I want to be motivated. Don't think it's anybody else's job to engage or motivate you. It's about you. Act with self-esteem and confidence. You don't have the room for the doubt. You need to move on to a positive agenda that's going to make you happy at the end of the day. What somebody else likes may not be what works for you, and it probably won't be. Now, if we move on to creating and recreating careers, the next slide. Here's the reality that we have. Companies aren't going to take care of you anymore. That world, if it ever existed, is gone. That career you spent the time on in the university, you're going to change. The estimate these days is that you have about 7 careers in a lifetime. And of those 7 careers, your final one doesn't even exist yet. So you need to deal with a world that's that dynamic, that's that changing. Are you connected globally? You should be. Do you have a presence on LinkedIn? Are you making other people's lives better? Are you trying to add value? You'll find out the more value you add to yourself and to others, the more opportunities you're going to create. So we start with your expectations to create that career. What are you looking for? Who do I want to work with? What do I want to do? What community do I want to serve? When we look for rewards, there are internal and external rewards that a career offers. I worked as a corporate controller. It's an accounting position. I've got a master's in accounting, among other things. I've taught accounting at the university level. But that's not where I get my joy in life. So my expectations needed to change. What are your needs and wants? We've all seen Maslow's hierarchy with physical needs, and then we move up to belongingness and social needs, all the way up to personal and self-satisfaction needs. Well, for all of us, those are met by different things. Consumers change what they need. For anybody who's a bit older, I never knew I needed a cell phone. I never knew I needed the internet, but yet I can't think of a day that goes by now where I'm not using both of those tools. What kind of lifestyle do you want? What's your life path? What constitutes quality of life for you? What skills do you enjoy? What skills don't you enjoy? Well, most careers, most jobs have certain things that you just have to get done, and they're probably not very rewarding. When I was a college professor, I didn't enjoy the paperwork, but yet it was part of the job. As a psychologist, same thing. I was never a big fan of paperwork, but I liked working with people a lot. So I've reinvented my career several times to get the lifestyle I enjoy. I like working with people. That's what gets me excited. What's going to make you happy? What's going to get your well-being? Is it going to the beach, going to the mountains, nature? What kind of nature? Going for a walk? Spending time with friends? Playing games? So we're going to ask you those questions to figure out, to structure for yourself. This is all going to be part of that emotional intelligence, to create that mindfulness, to create the self-awareness, to create your structure, your life. Now, I'm a big fan of coaches. I always tell people, you want a coach. You want somebody who can look from the outside and help you with what's going right and what's going wrong. I like to keep people in a positive vein. So one of the things I like to tell people with coaching is I like to start with 3 questions just about every day. And if you start the morning with them, things will go a little bit better. Look at yesterday. What's going well? If it's going well, I want to do more of it. I want to have a good time. If it's going well, I'm probably enjoying it. This is going to contribute to my quality of life, my well-being, getting in the flow. It feels good. What could have gone better? Take the positive perspective. Don't talk to me about what went bad. Talk about what could have been better, what you would have liked to have seen happen at a higher level, what could be a little bit more successful in your life. Remember, it's up to you to create that path, that agenda, that structure. You're setting the habits, the systems that are going to make your life. And then last but not least, in your 3 questions, what's next? What's the agenda now? Where am I going? How am I going? How am I going to make it right? Now, that third part, what's happening now? Very often, people lose track and think it's all about the here and now. Well, here's a secret that I can tell you about happiness. When you plan and you create that what's next, you create some happiness in organizing, structuring, planning, anticipating, and you can double the happiness. You can have tomorrow's happiness today, and then you can have it tomorrow too. Even better. Now, one of the secrets that most coaches lose track of is, when are things working for you? When aren't they working for you? Now, here's a very simple rule for coaching. I want to anticipate, I want to help people with their expectations. I want to help them live that life that they want to live. Where do they empathize? Where do they want to go? It's been said, and pretty accurately, that you create a habit in about 21 days. It's about 3 weeks. You use your willpower to do it. Consciously make changes. Deliberately put things into operation for yourself. But what happens with willpower? Diets fail, exercise programs fail, because our willpower is limited. We need to work on a conscious level, which is willpower, and on that subconscious level, which is going to be about creating that life worth living. You create a lifestyle in about 100 days. Now we need to ramp up the willpower. We need to keep you on task and on structure for about 3 months. This is a great time to be talking about careers and where you're going, because we've got a little bit over 100 days for the rest of this year. I'm going to suggest to you, get that coach, get excited, get engendered, and create a plan for yourself for 100 days. That's going to create the life worth living. Do you want to read a book? Great, do it. Do you want to write a book? Given 100 days, you can make it happen. Think of something that's meaningful, life-changing, and put the 100 days into operation for you. Now let's go to the next slide, and it's a bit of a review. It's going to take you back. We like to tell people with EIQ2, emotional intelligence, I like to start with an assessment. I like to take people and tell them, this is where we see you as being. Now, the EIQ2 system is different than anybody else's. It is a feed-forward visual experiential system. Now, what that means is wherever you are, that's the starting point. It's not an end point. It's a commencement. That's why we start with the assessment. I need people who will get certified to help other people. Anybody out there who wants to make a difference while making a living? Become a coach. We've got materials, visual, extensive visual. People work with pictures much better than they work with words. Applications, quotations, yes. I've written over 400 articles on emotional intelligence for different people, for different areas. This works in any career. It works in any structure, but it needs to be adapted for you and for your audience. That's where a good coach comes in. Now, on our last slide, because I do want to be respectful of time, this is what I encourage people to do. Take a course in emotional intelligence. Spend a bit of time with a coach. Get through the essentials. Get used to self-awareness, self-management, empathy, social awareness, and relationship management. Move yourself to the next level. Become a certified coach. Part of what we try and do is create a coaching community. Our coaches aren't out there by themselves. If you find someone who thinks they have all the answers, run away. Nobody has all the answers. And if they think they do, they're sadly mistaken and they've missed out on something. We have a feed-forward learning system. Tomorrow is going to be better than today. It's not about just today. Your career, you need to reinvent yourself continuously, constantly. So we have learning systems. We train coaches. We teach trainers. I want to get you visualizing your success. I want to teach you that. I want to teach you how to talk to yourself and other people. Then let's take it one step further, because we want to strive for real excellence, not just being there, not just being part of the crowd. Real excellence is going to come from additional courses, training, and certification that we offer. The empathy principle. Do you understand your audience? Do you understand other people? Can you relate? Can you bridge connections? Do you understand what's happening with them? Very often our leaders have lost touch. We move to heartfelt leadership. Do you care about the people you work with? Are you trying to build them up? Are you serving internally and externally? Well, heartfelt leaders are the people who are really going to get the most out of their team and themselves. Mental strength and resiliency. I've been told India is a place where people are very resilient. But somehow or another, you need to take that a step further. You need to build yourself up. You need to recover from setbacks and disappointment. You need to make everything better. Teams, engagement, collaboration, customer service. This is all about the heart of emotional intelligence. Now, I'm pretty much done with my time, and I thank you for listening to me, and I'm looking forward to seeing more and more of you engage with emotional intelligence and engage with EIQ2 and our team. If you have any questions, contact me on LinkedIn or give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Ruiz, for making time to speak to us today on the very important topic of emotional intelligence. Coming from a psychology background, many of us would be knowing how important EQ is, but it is because of this session that we know about it in so much of the detail. Also, we have an e-certificate for you. Please have a look at it.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Can we have the certificate, please?
Yes, we are dropping his e-certificate over here. Give me just a quick second, sir. And we have received a lot of appreciation about your presentation as well. A lot of people, they are enjoying your PPT. They said, thank you so much for such a lovely PPT, what you have organized for our audience.
I am honored, sir.
And we have a beautiful e-certificate for you. We would like to do it as a token of love. So please accept our e-certificate. This is for you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I'm delighted to have been here, and thank you for your very generous time.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day. And I know it's the afternoon here. It's still pretty early in the morning where we are.
It's the evening, sir. And thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you.
You have a good day, and I'll say goodbye now.
Same to you, sir. Bye. Now, let's go on with this energetic webinar and start with another interesting panel discussion on the topic that most of the youth like me and even everyone over here was eagerly waiting for: the future of higher education during and post-COVID-19. But before getting started, let me give you an overview of our esteemed panelists and welcome them on board. First of all, I would like you to introduce to our moderator of this wonderful panel discussion, Mr. Insham Tiwari. Well, what shall I say about Mr. Tiwari? I guess most of us would already be knowing him. He is a spokesperson of Samajwadi Party and was an advisor to JDU Bihar. He has done his MBA from Kellogg's Institute of Management and Masters in Public Administration from Harvard Kennedy School, USA. A heartiest welcome to you, sir.
Right. Okay. Give us, please, give us a couple of minutes time. Panelists, they are joining in.
Okay.
In the meantime, probably you can give the technical announcements to the audience regarding the chat, and they have been asking about the certificate. You can just give them.
So certificates will be given to you on the WhatsApp itself. Please message in the WhatsApp. We've already given the number in the chat box below. Please have a look at it. And also you have to fill the feedback form.
All right. In the meantime, the one what I've guaranteed, committed to people about the certificate video and also the screen. Let me show that for you again over here, because a lot of you have been asking before lunch also. So let me show you what's that you are going to get exactly for the next 3 days. If you're going to attend all the sessions, you would be filling in the review form every time. Once the session is over, you can fill in the review form that would be sent in WhatsApp to you. We can fill that over. And also you will be getting a certificate for artificial intelligence and also IR 4.0. The session what you have attended will be getting the certificate. For World Book of Records, you have to fill the form. Like that's what I'm going to show you now. And also I'll show you what are the benefits for you if you're going to get that certificate. So please bear with me while I share the screen for you. In the meantime, our panel is also getting ready. So this is the e-certificate procedure. Other two certificates are absolutely free for you: the Artificial Intelligence Webinar Certificate and the Career Guidance Foundation Certificate, for which you have to complete a MCQ test, which is absolutely free. And for World Book of Records Certificate, you are going to pay them directly. You will pay 250 rupees after completing all the 3 days. And after you complete your Google review form. So this is the certificate you are going to get. This is the sample of the certificate. And also I will play a video for you. What are the things you can do with the certificate? Since morning, most of you asked, okay, I've got so many certificates. I have sports certificate, all of this. What with this certificate is going to help me? So please give me some time while I play the video for you to explain you what these certificates are all about and where all you can use this. Once again for you, since there are a lot of notifications in between. Yes, these are the ways you'll be able to use this certificate. You can add it to your LinkedIn profile. You can add it to, even you can print it and you can hang it in your house or in your office. And a lot of recruiters, they give value to people who get such certificate, like who are involved in such activities. So we'll be discussing more for the next 3 days. We'll be telling you about it. We'll be keep on giving announcement about you because we want you people to get benefited out of it. This is absolutely a free webinar for the next 3 days. And now over to MC for the next panel discussion.
Thank you, sir. So here I am again, and let's get started with the panel discussion that I mentioned before. That is about the future of higher education during and post COVID-19. So let's get started by introducing to our fellow panelists. Let me first introduce to our moderator, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari. Well, what shall I say about him? Most of us might already be knowing him. Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari is a spokesperson of Samajwadi Party and advisor to JDU Bihar. I mean, he was an advisor earlier to the JDU Bihar. He has done MBA from Kellogg's Institute of Management and Masters in Public Administration from Howard Kennedy School, USA. A heartiest welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naina. Thank you, sir. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Mohit Gambhir, working as the Innovation Director, MHRD Innovation Cell, Government of India, as a speaker of this event. We cannot think of a single person more qualified to address the youngsters, to inspire and nurture young students by exposing them to new ideas and processes, resulting in innovative activities in their formative years. Dr. Gambhir belongs to the first breed of techno-legal professionals out of India. By qualification, he is a PhD in computer engineering and LLB in IPR. Working at the level of CXO, he gained rich experience in building companies from scratch with the limited resources to smooth sailing operation with a lot of market credibility. He has extensive work experience in IP space, such as patent portfolio generation, etc. So welcome, Dr. Gambhir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for such a lovely introduction about myself, and I would like to also welcome Ghanshyamji and my fellow panelists out here as well. Thank you so much, and looking forward for this session. Yeah.
Also, we feel immense pleasure in welcoming our other panelist, who is a director of All India Council for Technical Education, Ministry of HRD, Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan. He has been director of All India Council for Technical Education from 2012. He has officiated various regions such as South Central Region, Daman and Diu, Karnataka, Kerala, etc., and has been awarded Visionary Leader in 2017, Young Education Administration in 2018, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement Award 2019 by IISER for the field of education, and Harvard University Global System Award in 2019. A heartiest welcome to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening to all my colleague panelists. Hope we'll have a wonderful session today.
So our next panelist is the person who has received the Commendation Award from Shri Pranab Mukherjee, the Honorable President of India, on 9 July 2017 during the launch of Swayam platform. The none other than Dr. Manpreet Singh Manna. He is the director of AICTE, HRD Minister, New Delhi. He has delivered expert talks and is the editor of international journals and books. He has done 140 research publications for leading national and international journals. So let us all welcome such an inspiring personality. We are so glad to have you here, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here in this panel discussion. And I'm grateful to you. Because of you, I could meet my colleagues, Dr. Gambhir, as well as Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan after a long time. So it is a really pleasure meeting them and coming in this panel as co-panelist for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Also, with immense pleasure, we would like to introduce to another panelist, Dr. Nissam Rahman A. He is the chairman of Innovation and Research Society, chairman of Adon X Provider, AICTE, executive member of IAG. Other than this, sir has been awarded by Kerala State Energy Conservation Award in 2017, National Service Scheme Punarjani Award, SAGY AICTE National Award, NSC Social Service Award. Apart from that, there is many more things to add on while talking about him. Like he is consultant at 3G itself and also at Power Plus Innovation, etc. So welcome you, sir. Welcome. So
thank you all. Thank you all.
So now, without wasting even a single minute, let's get started with this wonderful panel discussion. So over to you, Mr. Ghanshyam, sir.
Thank you, Naina, and thank you, 3G team, for setting up this excellent panel on a very important topic, which is both related to career in a country like India, which is also the country which is home to largest number of students anywhere in the world. And in some way, the youth of India have the largest stake in the future of the world, not just of the country. It is also a privilege as well as good fortune to be able to moderate a discussion between stalwarts who have all contributed immensely through their decades of work towards the education system, higher education in the country. The way we would like to go about this discussion today is that I would just outline one problem statement. We will add a few questions to that problem statement, and then we will invite experts to share their opening remarks on that problem statement. In addition, we will also invite the experts to share one or two snippets from their vast experience related to this problem statement. And each expert will be able to speak 3-4, maximum 5 minutes in their opening remark, as well as a snippet from their experience and the road that they see ahead. And once the opening remarks are made, then we will do back and forth in terms of discussion. So the problem statement that I want to put forward is that we as a country, as per census of 2011, we had nearly 37 crore kids under 14. This is 2020. A lot of these kids are now in the college going bracket. At any age, India has around 2 crore to 3 crore kids. The new census will come. This number can even be 4 crore. So we are truly the gold mine of youth and the stakeholders of future of the world. Now, at this rate, we still have daunting challenges. Our gross enrollment ratio in higher education, even with the new education policy, is the target is 50% by 2035, which means that less than 50%. Today, this number is under 30%. So less than 50% of our students will enter higher education segment. To give you a sense of these numbers, it means that more than 1 crore youth from now to 2035 will be out of college post school, and around the same number will be in college. Let's look at the youth that are entering the college system. After 3 years of kindergarten or 2 years of kindergarten, 12 years of school education, which is total 14 years of education through the curriculum, the youth enter the college space. Less than 50% of Indian youth, I would say less than 40% of Indian youth enter the college space to spend another 3 years, maybe 5 years towards higher education. Even at this low number, this number is around 1 CR or a little less than that. From that college education, which is supposed to be a springboard towards higher education, towards jobs and a career, what is clearly visible now, at least in the formal market, is that bridge between education and job is missing. A lot of education has also gotten privatized, which means that a lot of parents have paid a lot of money, hard-earned money, to educate their children through the school, through the college, in the hope that one day the child will have a job or the youth will have a job. But that link is missing. So the question is, in this context, what role does higher education in India play to help students go from this 15 to 20 year of journey from kindergarten to school to college, eventually to reach a position of job? What role does higher education in India play in this situation? The roles can be following. The roles could be to make the student a better citizen of the country. It could be to make the students earn the skills that are required to enter the job market. It could be to make the student a job creator, which is also a large political narrative that has been built over the last many years. So, and there could be more such roles. So I would like to ask each panelist to speak about their experience, speak about their view of this particular problem, and speak about a vision for higher education in the context of the fact that more than 1 crore children will enter higher education system every year in the country, and another crore will be out of it every year in the country, will not be able to enter, and yet we don't have jobs to offer these many students. So going by order, we'll start with I believe Dr. Manna is the most senior person in the panel. So we will start with Dr. Manna, and then we will speak to Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan, Dr. Mohit Gambhir, and Dr.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. We have missed to introduce one more panelist since sure. I had him late. I would request MC Naina to give introduction for one more panelist.
Sure.
So sorry, Mr. Tiwari, to interrupt, and also sorry, sir. We would like to welcome Dr. Manoj Tiwari, the Regional Officer and Assistant Director, Northern Regional Office, AICTE Kanpur. So, heartiest welcome to you, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Tiwari, and thank you, Naina, for correcting that mistake. So, going back to the order of the discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Manna to speak about the problem, speak about the opportunities that exist, and his vision on how higher education plays to solve this problem.
Thank you very much, first of all, to be inviting me on this panel discussion. And it's going to be a very good panel discussion because two strong Tiwaris are there in my panel, being a moderator and one co-panelist. So definitely it's going to be a very strong. And when Ramesh Unnikrishnan, like a personality, who's a man with having education in his DNA. In a DNA, if somebody will take a blood test, you will find what is education from his blood. And the innovation started in my country through Abhay Jere and then legacy has been taken up by Dr. Gambhir. So I don't find any kind of this thing, the gap area which we cannot be going to be tapped in this panel. It's going to be very powerful. First of all, I'm grateful to the government of India. Again, one more historical milestones. If anybody wants to do even a PhD, for last 5 to 6 years, the government initiatives, the central government initiatives in the education system, when you talk about Make in India, when you talk about Digital India, the name, when we were doing a BTech, there was no word like innovation or startup sort of things. Only R&D, R&D. We heard word research and development. And what kind of research? Every university was doing the PhD theses were happening here and there, no patents. We were in the global index, I think beyond 100. And today we could reach to the 50 global index. I'm really salute to the present government of India because of these kind of words, these kind of vision, they have come. Now the final new education policy 2020. So whenever we talk about the education, we cannot skip the three things. One is called the interdisciplinary approach, accessibility, affordability, and of course, the language accessibility. So this particular NEP in all holistic way, it is going to touch all the nooks and corners, which were the pain of the Indians from the last many, many years. And because of that, I think our gross enrollment ratio were somewhere in between 25 to 26. And I'm sure that in coming years, we are going to touch it to 50 also, as per our, the vision document says for 2030 or to even 2025, we can. And before I'm going to conclude my opening remarks, the COVID-19 came by China in 1919, but the antivirus in education system for a COVID was created by country India in 16 itself. The C for connectivity, we had a NKN. That O for open education resource, we could bring a SWAM in 2016 itself. V for virtual classroom system, NPTEL was doing amazingly virtual classroom system. I for interface of apps, Arogya Setu apps are coming in my country like anything. We having a million of apps for all the stakeholders and all citizens. And D for a digital divide, the digitalization of, our Make in India, Made in India, and Digital India was before COVID-19. So we had antivirus. That's why our schools, our colleges, even before COVID and even after COVID and during COVID, there was no delay in the examination, no delay in the classes, no delay in the participation of the students and teaching, learning. That's I just wanted to be added, and we'll take up this panel discussion.
So Dr. Mana, coming back to the question, because that question remains unanswered, is that given that one, we just have less than 30% people enrolled in our colleges, 70% of our youth are not enrolled in colleges, are not going to enroll in colleges. Even with the policy, it is 2035 is the vision. So there is an urgency to move faster in that direction. Second, the colleges are not leading to jobs. So the bridge between education and job is broken. What is your point of view on what higher education how higher education can play in this space to build this bridge? Because otherwise, for a lot of students who are looking at this 15-year journey or 18-year journey to reach a job, it's a road to nowhere. It's an expensive road to nowhere, given education so far in private quarters have been fairly expensive.
Yes, definitely. I would like to speak on this particular matter. Three parameters. The very first parameter, it is the first time in my country we understood the choice-based credit system. Based on the choice-based credit system, earlier the student was hesitate to go for a 3 years of BA program. He don't want to study economics every year. He want to do economics of first year, maybe in second year he's interested in a philosophy, maybe interested in a dance, but he was forced to have all 3 years, all 3 subjects only. So the competency is the one part. Competency can be taken from the 60%. That was the touch point. The choice-based credit system in my country is changing the gross enrollment ratio. Now students understand that even doing engineering, I can take a music, I can take a dance, I can take a journalism, I can take any other kind of subjects, like my passion and profession can go simultaneously. That is the one class. Now I'll come to the B point. You have seen the NEP. What NEP says, my 10,000 institutions in my country, those are from the AICT domain. Now they can go for the interdisciplinary courses. Like the day is now ready. We can start BA or BSc in an engineering college. I will give a simple answer. Today in one particular state, in one particular village, there is engineering college. but the 50% of the students of that village cannot go away from the village, but in that engineering college, they are not interested for BTech. Now, if the BA is also going to start with the same infrastructure, with the same college, I think they will be able to be registered over there, because some students cannot afford the transportation. Some students cannot afford the hostel charges. And these kind of the limitations like UGC colleges, UGC domain, AST college, AGC domain, no more this kind of, the isolation. It is an interdisciplinary approach. Now I'll come to the third point. Earlier, whenever we talk about the higher education, more or less, it was going to touch onto the one discipline of the language. Now with the 3 language point, I'll tell you the story. It's a hard truth story. When I studied my BTech in Mandya, PS College of Engineering, Mandya, I was facing a very difficulty during my first semester because I was not knowing Kannada. So with this 3-point language, if my North Indian students now are going to take a taste of the South Indian language, and the South Indian students will take a North Indian language, automatically the more transformation, the students' mobilization is going to be take place, because now we have given a freedom to be go for your local language learning also. That is going to be a change. So these certain points are going to be touch the gross enrollment ratio directly, and affordability is there. Yes, now they have started so many scholarships, and all the students, those are eligible to be going for the scholarship. They don't have to pay a single penny as a fee for the higher education, because higher education is supposed to be a costly in my country.
Sure. So in the interest of time, let me pause you there, and go to Mr. Ramesh Unikrishnan. I think the question still remains as is, Doctor. It would be great to learn about your point of view about this, and anything else you want to add in your opening remarks.
Yeah, once again, good evening, sir. Sir, I would like to share my views in a different context, sir. So being, I got an opportunity to work with ICT in different regions, almost 9 states. I could be the regional officer in my last 7.5 years journey in ICT. So, sir, my point of view is that, sir, is on the negative side, because every day, sir, the GER, as you rightly told, even after when we see the last 15 years, the GER never got a good leap on the upward direction. But the number of seats and the number of colleges that are presently in India, that got a wonderful leap. Presently, as Dr. Manna told, we have about 11,000 institutes in our country. More than 30 lakh seats are being offered to the aspirants. But we can see, sir, for the last so many years, maybe for the last 7-8 years, the burning problem here is regarding media saying that so many number of seats are lying vacant. GR is not at all going. And for the last, maybe Dr. Tiwari and Dr. Manna, Dr. Gambhir, all will be agreeing, sir, because when I open my mail, minimum 20 mails a day we are getting from teachers from the self-financing institutions stating like, sir, for the last 6 months, we have not received salary. In one side, we are saying like there are so many initiatives available. You should do online training. You should do this. You should do that. But when we are not getting the bread and butter, then for what? How we will get that enthusiasm, or how we'll get that motivation to perform well? So I think, sir, this is an issue that we told. As we told, sir, 50% of the seats, and a rough, I'm saying 50% of the seats that are being offered are lying vacant. And when we see almost 7-8 lakhs of teachers are from the self-financing sector, and they are not getting paid. So these are the issues that we are facing from one end. And on the other end, we are talking about you should do innovation, you should do entrepreneurship, you should get trained yourself, you should get uplifted. So how to address this problem, sir? This is one thing that I always face, because when it comes to the AICT point, so when we find anyone faulty, the shortest and the easiest way to tackle the problem is to go close down that institution and say, okay, the students you get spread to different institutions, we'll tell the state government, okay, you divide the students here and there. But what about the crores of rupees that has been invested for the infrastructure? What about the future of the teacher who unfortunately was not that fortunate to get a government job, even though he's well qualified and got now confined with a self-financing college? And somehow, sir, as you know, now even the students, even for a normal parent who is a villager, his aim is to make his son study in a college that is in city. So that village-based education to some extent, even though huge infrastructures has been invested, only in the aided sector, the government aided sector, the higher education institutions are functioning well in the remotest locations. But when it comes to the technological education, the self-financing, slowly it is getting moved towards the city, the mega metro cities. And I'll also blame industry to some extent for this shift from village to city colleges, because they never, because I have been a training and placement officer in a remotest college in Kerala. And whenever with the government tag, whenever we approached any industry, sir, can you, this is a government college, can you come and recruit our students? So whichever be the company, the first question will be, sir, how nearest is the airport so that I can come, finish my job and go back. So industry is also partially responsible that the colleges in villages and the remote locations are slowly getting died. And we have restrictions like for a particular institute, we won't give more seats due to the policies. So this is one reason I feel like the GER is almost getting stagnant, because there we are forcing them to die. Here we are not allowing them to grow. And we want to say like our GER and all should go up. So this is what, sir, I feel.
Thank you, Dr. Nutrition. You have added more problems in the statement itself, and I think it's also a good reality check. To summarize what you are saying, that even in the current form, the higher education is a product that is less affordable, less available, and yes, and also less contextual to where the masses live, which is a lot of small towns and villages. And there could be many people responsible, but the key people who can make it a better system, which are the teachers and these institutes who came on their own, are also struggling. Going to Dr. Mohit Gambhir, it's a good point in the discussion to go to Dr. Mohit Gambhir, who has is an important position in the government, and I'm sure that the government tackles these issues through innovative ways, through consultative ways, and through a vision that the government presents to people. So, Dr. Mohit Gambhir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tiwari ji, and my fellow co-panelists, Ramesh sir, Manna sir, everybody who has just spoken well. Now, coming to the question, the exact question which you asked about the jobs and the education, the gap which is there. So my take on this is why we actually eye for a job which may or may not exist after 3 or 4 years. Why can't we focus on building the research quotient of an individual as on today? That is the basic problem, which I feel there is a huge gap. Still we live, and that is maybe about our social scenarios, maybe about our aspects. Still majority of the system whereby we live in, it goes by, if my neighbor's kid is doing some particular course, is getting X kind of a package, why my kid cannot? We have to move out of this particular thing. It is all about what kind of value, what kind of fundamental system we are developing for our future generation. And as I can see, Tiwari ji, I'm a hardened follower of Gita as well, and I could see the statue of Kishan ji behind your back, which always say focus on your task without the what kind of a fruit you are going to bear. In a similar manner, our education system has to be, which Manna sir pointed out. And I would like to take the example of my own daughter, like she is in +1, what she's pursuing: music, physics, vocal arts, maths, business studies, because she can take that IB diploma. Now our new education policy might cater to that. Now coming back, jobs and education, we always crib along skill upgradation, upskilling. For me, it is a big myth. It is all about the kind of requirement what we are having today, down the line 2 years after what may, and living by the side of AI. So it's all about increasing the research quotient of an individual so that person can accommodate himself or herself in the changing scenarios. And we have to become a creator. We don't have to become the donkey in the donkey race. That's I firmly believe in. And if we move away from that, I believe the GER and the job scenarios and other things, they are bound to be reduced. That's my take, Tiwari ji.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Gambhir. So basically what you're saying is that in some way, in the end, the onus of what the student is going to become is on the student himself or herself. And she or he need not say that it is this education policy and the way I got education led me to the wrong track. The student must be the owner of his or her career. We'll come to that. Going forward to Dr. Mishra, I invite him into the discussion. I'm sorry that we missed introducing him in the beginning. It would be great that if you can share your opening remarks. Dr. Tiwari, sorry.
Once again, good evening. So what our co-panelists has told, I somehow may like to introduce the problem is there. We all know that there are so many problems, but how to come out of that? That is the main question on where we have to see the things, how to get the opportunities. So if you see, when the COVID have started, we were in the ICT or in UGC or in the education system, you see, there were not such infrastructure that the student can go to the institute. Now within three months of time, everything has changed and the classes are being held online. All the approval process of the ICT has been made online. So I would like to say only the thing that when there is some problem, we have to see the challenge and we should come out of it. Like the enrollment ratio, how to increase it, there are so many parameters which has been taken into the new education policy, because you will appreciate the fact that because of some problem or something, if somebody has left his first year or second year, then he could never be able to do the graduation or post-graduation after a year or 2 years, because he has left in the first or second year, then he has to get the admission again. So there was a major problem, because of which if you see the dropout in higher education also, there was a tremendous number. Now you can earn the credit, as Manna sir has told rightly, that CBCS system, credit-based price system, in Delhi University it was introduced first time in 2012-13. So I was there and we have seen that how to be best utilize this. Anybody in any department choose the other courses of any other department that was being done at Delhi University. Now it is to the colleges, to the universities of various places across the country. So the enrollment surely will increase, and there is no doubt, even in my state, that which I am holding the regional as a regional officer in AICT since last almost 4.5 years, we have penetrated polytechnics in all the districts, in all the UP districts, all over. These polytechnics are available. Almost 190 polytechnics are there in the government sector only, which the fees is almost zero. In Bihar, every district has the polytechnics now, which the fees is only 5 rupees per year. So you can imagine the affordability is also there, and the seats in all the government polytechnics, if you see, they are occupied by the students and they are getting well. The second part which we are talking about, that how to get some job after doing this. What is the problem? Problem is that when we see in one structure that how many are getting the services.
So it looks like we've lost Dr. Tiwari. We'll wait for him to come back.
Because
yeah,
when we
go ahead, sir.
When we are looking at say the service, when
I'm
we say
sorry
the
to
services,
interrupt.
then there may be a small number. Yeah.
In case your internet connection is fluctuating, probably you can turn off your video and you can speak your voice, if that's fine.
Is
So
it coming properly?
It's proper.
Yeah, your voice is breaking.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So I say if we are looking at the one thing, that the job should be in any kind of, it may be service, somebody is going for opening some kind of entrepreneurship or something. So all should be taken into account, and therefore if we see in last 5 years, this job, even we have make a survey into certain polytechnics where the students are coming out at sample level, and engineering colleges also where the BTechs are coming out. Many of the students are either going for the higher studies, they are getting some campus jobs, or they are becoming the entrepreneurs also. So overall scenario has to be seen into that, and I hope this new education policy will make a major difference in the gross enrollment ratio. Thank you. These are my points.
Ghanshyam sir, you're on mute, sir. Yes.
Okay. So going to Dr. Nisam, if you can share your view about the same problem statement.
Okay, okay. Thank you to all participants over here. And I think it is audible, clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes. Based on the problem statement, my concern is that it is a three-element process, because the most problem we are facing is that students have not getting a good guidelines or mentoring, which course they had to select according to their potential strength. So my suggestion is that we have very good mentoring to the students, and some aptitude test we have to conduct for the students in which area they can perform after their studies. Simultaneously, we have to give good training to the teachers, how to train the adolescent teenage students to achieve their goals. And simultaneously, we have to collect the exact demand from the industry, in which focus, in which concern we have to train the students. So these three elements is going to, in a chemistry, we will train the students to be an entrepreneur or to be a good employer. So basically, we need to identify the potential potentials of each student by giving them correct mentors, give them good opportunity to explore. They identify their creativity, their innovation, their mental strength, their social strength, everything. And simultaneously, we have to train the teachers to train the students according to their potential, according to their views and visions and caliber. Most of the students are very good caliber, but unfortunately, the students are not able to explore themselves in the campuses. So we can provide industry experiences, other social activities like national service scheme activities, TBI activities like that. So it's a parallel plan we should have to mold the students to achieve in higher goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nisam. So if I summarize, right, I think our opening remarks on this particular problem also expose the problem even more. The opening remarks from luminaries of higher education basically say that we know very well that what is happening in higher education, how the government is helping the student acquire better quality, more affordable, more accessible in their language education. But we really don't know clearly that how this leads to the job. I think together we've not been able to clearly define that what is the realm looking like in the job market. So if that is the scenario, then why are we not telling this to the student? Why are we not telling this to the parent clearly that, look, this education that you are giving to your child, it doesn't come with a guarantee of a job. And if it doesn't come with a guarantee of the job, then the reality that we as a country face is, one, not only that more than 60% of our youth are going to be out of college for the next 10 years. That's a fact. But also the 40% who are going to enter college in the best case in the next 10 years, they are going to have less opportunities for jobs. As a result, they will have to train more on more number of things. And really, we would not be able to tell them exactly what they should train for, because the opportunities keep shifting. Given these three things, given this scenario, which is not very rosy, what are the things that we can do? And this could be the second probably concluding comment from every one of us. Just to push your thinking, the things that I think we can do is to tell our youth that, look, you have 15 to 18 years to prepare yourself from school to college, but prepare yourself with multiple skills, multiple areas of knowledge, multiple careers, which was not a scenario that when I was a 18-year-old, now I am 40-year-old, but it was not a scenario. You used to prepare for one career, right? But probably the future is about preparing for multiple roles, multiple careers, multiple programs. Second, you must have the ability to participate in what is likely to be more and more gig economy or temporary economy, which means that people or employers may not be able to give you a job for an entire year, but you may be able to find a job for 10 weeks, 20 weeks. and you must be able to build your reputation as somebody who can deliver a particular project in the stipulated time. Third, you must be able to manage your cost in a way that it does not bankrupt your parents and does not bankrupt your future. If you have to go from education without a job, then maybe it is time for you in the new education policy, which has multiple entry, multiple exits, to see that can I pause my education, do some work, ensure that I have the ability to earn and learn on a continuous basis. This idea that learn for 15 years or 18 years and then earn for the next 15, 20, 30 years is over, and it has to be intermixed. Finally, you must have the ability to live frugally given the scenario, and at the same time, as Dr. Nisam said, that be someone who's value creator, be it in your social system, which means if you know biology, if you scored 100% marks in biology in class 12th, but if you do not know the trees around in your town or in your village, then that biology is not a value creator for that local town you are living in, or in that village that you are living in. So your knowledge should be applicable to the scenario that you are living in. Even if it doesn't pay, it will make you a better citizen for that community and overall give you skills that can be employable. So these are some of the ideas that I can frame, but I would like to hear from you that given this background, that education still remains an uncertain, unknown path, hopefully not as expensive in future, but unknown path to job, or uncertain path to job. What is your guidance to the student who is currently entering a higher education institute? We will again start with Dr. Manna and then go in the same order.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here, that is a very particular point, and it is really need of hour to discuss. Basically, it is the mindset, both sides, parents, teachers, then finally it comes to the students. I'll come to the one by one. I'll touch first the teachers mindset. If we brought something new in this system, like we want to be blended with the offline education to the online education, they thought that we are going away from the chalk and duster. They should understand it. Chalk and duster is not going anyway. I am saying it proudly that chalk and duster is the integral part of our teaching and learning, and it will be there for years and years. Only the thing is we have to blend it with the new ingredients. What is the new ingredients? Suppose you are going to cook something at your home. You never cook any dish with the one ingredient. You have to bring the so many multiple ingredients to make the nutritious or the flavors of that. The same when we are going to the class, if I'll take a video of the Professor Kharagpur with me or Professor Harvard from with me and do explain in my local language to make reach to them, I think that is one of the best way of the blended or bringing some notes or ebooks, etc. Now I'll come to the parents' point of view. Already we started with the NSQF. What was that? National Skill Qualification Framework. But we could not succeed well. You see the data. Why? Because we said level 1 to level 9, we will give you the promotions. It was a vertical upgradation of your skills. But do we have any time entry to the conventional courses? Do we really give the newspaper advertisement? MTech from NSQF or MTech from the BTech from AICT are eligible for to be here as a teacher? Even till date, we cannot take a assistant professor, even though have done AMI also. That is the one of the associate membership of the, although they do the practicals, they do the project work, they do the so many, because there is some limitations. The policy. Now we brought something new in the NEP. If you see very closely, that is the multiple entry and multiple exit. So if student is going for a 1 year and see it is not my cup of tea, immediately he can switch over. But started with a BTech first year, till he gets a degree, he is in a BTech, although he wants to do BA with music. Because after 1 year, he understood the science is not my cup of tea. But there is no option, because that 1 year credits were not going to be transferred to honor. I think this is going to be resolve the problem, because many students at the age of metric and +2, they could not have that kind of the counseling or met that kind of consciousness, and they opt because of the society. The friend says, I'm going to engineering. Okay, you come with me engineering. After joining engineering, they will come to know I'm good in music, I'm good in drama. But he said, sorry, your 1 year is going to be get lost. You have to start BS first year. Oh, BA first year, I will be junior to you. Yes, you will become IS before than me. No, sorry. If this kind of multiple entry and exit is going to be in a true spirit is going to be happen, and our skill programs are going to be intervened with our vocational training, with the conventional training, I think it is going to be amazing change. That change can bring this change. Parents never teach the student, you are going for diploma, that you must go for a lead. We have only 10% lead seats for the engineering. Why every student is dreaming, if they are planning for lead, they should go for +2. Diploma means we all MSMEs in my country, they are looking for the engineers. Those can even paid for 10,000. But after doing BTech, they never go for that job because everybody wants white collar. They don't understand what is a gray collar, what is a blue collar, because we never teach in a gray collar, blue collar in my college. So my diploma students should feel that I came to diploma to become a junior engineer, and with the due time, I will get promotion to even SDO or Axion. That is the thing. But no, teachers also, no, you don't want to go for degree. Why? You are not going preparing for the entrance. Why every time entrance? If he's doing diploma, he's happy with the diploma, let him with the diploma. After diploma, let him go to the industry. And I think industry with the diploma, 4 years experience, much better than my BTech, much better than my MTech, because that practical experience is giving a much lot change to my country, my production, and my GDR, everything. So that is my way, that skills and the conventional go parallelly, but the mindset has to be get changed by the teachers as well as the parents for this. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Mana. Going to Dr. Unikrishnan. So what are your views about this?
Yeah, sir, good evening. Sir, I feel, sir, even now in our country, the proper a career counseling mechanism or a career guidance or career counseling mechanism is not in place. I could just say one example, sir, this year, then the 2021, I think the word artificial intelligence or machine learning, data science, these are the names that had come to us in a very, very, very short span, maybe hardly a year ago. And this year, due to some policies and all, so many colleges have opted for these courses. That is the BE or BTech, anything in this new generation courses, maybe robotics, AI, ML, and all. And surprisingly, sir, now, because many of the colleges which I am having a good contact, they are selling, sir, our management seats for AI, ML is already filled. So seriously doubting even, and with the same infrastructure, same teachers whom I have just told in my introduction remarks, like they are not getting salary for the so many months. They're already saying like my seats are already filled. So what they are going to teach, it's just a hype among the students and the parents, like now AI, ML and all are going to change the entire world. And maybe after 4 years, there are a lot of opportunities for them. It's getting open. So still I feel, sir, it is our society is going with hearsay, without knowing what is the outcome, without knowing what I am going to learn, without knowing what am I that eligible do I have that passion to learn this? Just with the societal remarks and for the showing off factor, people are choosing the various courses and ending up as disaster. Maybe 10% may survive due to their inborn skills for studying, mugging up, they'll come out well. This is what we are facing, sir. So I strongly feel, sir, we should have every state or the country itself should introduce a mechanism where a proper career counseling or a career guidance mechanism is there, where a student's skill set can be very well mapped and he can be diverted. If you go this, then you can have a good career. Rather than sticking on like he's doing that, my cousin is in US. So if you do computer science, you can also go to US. My cousin is in Benz. So if you do automobile, you can also become a job in Benz. So this is a myth, sir. This won't work out. So I feel a proper career orientation should be done right from the high school level, so that we can learn what is the passion, what is the inborn talent the student is having, in which way, if he can be oriented, he can end up in fulfilling his parents' dreams. So this I feel, sir, that is lacking, and we should give more emphasis for the career on which path they should groom the child right from the school days.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Over to Dr. Gambhir.
Dr. Tiwari, I would like to request to rephrase the exact question again, because it seems so much of information is sinking in. I myself feeling diluted.
So the question is this, that while we as educationists may know exactly what we need to do in education to give students more choices, more affordability, more accessibility, even a summary of this discussion tells us that we don't know what the job market looks like. And as a result, education still remains an expensive road to nowhere for a lot of students. So given that, what is your guidance to the student who are traveling on this expensive road with an aspiration to find a job at the end of this journey of education? I had given certain ideas towards it, but I wanted to your point of view about it.
Thank you so much, Tiwari ji, for bearing with me. And why? See, there is a reason I ask you to rephrase the question. It is not that I was not following. And the point is, many of the audiences who are listening, you answered one thing. The question is that whether I'm going to get the job out of doing this 14 or 16 or 18 years of study, or what shall I pursue as in today's scenario, which nobody of us even aware of. So that again brings us to the very basic thing which I told in my welcoming remarks. Fundamental question, the research quotient, the curiosity quotient of an individual has to be increased. Education has to be made affordable, be it BTech, MTech or whatnot. It is as necessary as we have kind of medical necessities or food necessities. It is there, but it has to be choice-based, which Dr. Manna also pointed us that even in today's advertisement, you can very well see somebody who has done this particular education from distance mode need not apply. We should move out of this particular mindset. We have to come up to a level if someone or an individual is capable enough, he has to come forward. Very quickly, I would say Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. I'm sure everybody is aware of what is common out of these. We say that these are all school dropouts or college dropouts, and then we crave that why Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Amazon don't come out of India. What are we looking at? What are we craving for? So it has to be, yes, money is an offshoot. It can be made. Number one, we have to make better citizens. We have to provide the kind of education which is required for an individual. They have to become better citizens. Rather, we all have to become better citizens. And then it has to be applied indigenously to create wonders. That is my take on that, how education has to be perceived. We should not at all link it that after 4 years or 7 years, this particular job I'm going to. Mind it, while I was doing my graduation, Google was not there at all. Facebook was far off dream. Amazon was not born at all. I was not even aware of that down the line, whosoever where I'm going to work. But I should equip myself with these kind of qualities, the aspects that down the line, 10 years, 8 years after, I should be capable enough to go and join that particular task, which is going to happen in today's scenario. AI we are talking, blockchain we are talking today. Are any of us aware of that down the line 5 years after, which kind of particular technology we are looking at? I'm afraid not at all. So we should channelize the system in a way, the faculty members, the students, other the guardians who are there, we should feed in the best of education. They should become the better citizen and increase their research quotient, how to do more research, equip ourselves and take on the task. Maybe in future we might be looking at multitaskers.
So your answer to uncertainty about job is better quality of education and preparation of the student to be able to face all uncertainties now and in future. Going to Dr. Tiwari for his answer to this same question.
Thank you, sir. So there are so many ways to overcome these issues. Actually, if you see the earlier scenario, the education given in physical mode, that is by the chalk duster in the classroom, then online was there, the distance and open learning was there, the vocational was there, and many more methods were there. But they were not make equivalence to each other. And as our panelists have pointed out that when you go for the job, then there was no such classification who can apply and who cannot apply. And it was thought that who has done the education in the regular mode is only the one way where we can choose the aspirants for that job. So now in new education policy, all this has been taken care. Because of this only, we were facing a problem and we could have come out with the solution. So now all this has been taken care, and post-COVID also, there are so many things which are coming up online. Even you see, the classes are being held online, the examinations are also being held online in some or the other way, that the student has not to go to the classroom and write on with the pen and paper. So now they are giving the examination, they are coming out with the solutions. So all said and done, whenever we have some challenges, we have to be see in that new scenario, and we should come out with this all, not what has not been done may be done in future. So my humble request to all the teachers, or the students and the society, with the parents, that you can cope up with the situation. And when we have the new scenario, as my predecessor, this Mohitji has rightly told, the Steve Jobs and others who are there, and even you see the many scientists who were the dropouts, they have made the magic. So it is not the case who has studied in the regular mode is only the person who can excel. It is anybody who can excel. Even if you see the Indian society in say 200 years back, they may not be educated as you think of, but they were knowing more than us in the practical terms, and they can solve each day problem by themselves without going to doctors. Now, if you are the automobile engineer, you cannot pick up or you can do anything with your car. You have to go to mechanic if anything happens. So skill is the most important thing for
In the
which you are
interest of
studying.
time, let me pause you on that.
Yeah, sure.
Also go to Dr. Nisam for his concluding remark, and then I will just say sum it up in last 2 minutes. Dr. Nisam, over to you. Dr. Nisham, can you hear me?
I think Dr. Nizam has.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay. I very good points I got from other panelists also. And my suggestion and my opinion about the post-COVID education, higher education system. There is a 5-element theory. Pentagon theory is there. We have to enhance the technical intelligence, social intelligence, cultural intelligence, political intelligence, and economic intelligence. Education should be based on post-COVID scenario. The education will be there is a paradigm shift in there. It will be based on these 5 elements. So each should have a capability to cope up with the current technologies. Because you see, all of a sudden, COVID is happened over here. All of a sudden, each kids also now able to be a Zoom meeting or to use the computer, online webinars and everything. So we have enough capacity to survive, to overcome the surroundings happening. So it is very important that we have to initiate minimum skill development in upcoming technologies in the lowest classes itself. So we need to train the each teachers, those who are teaching in kindergarten, high school level and higher secondary level. What will be happen after 5 year or 10 year? They should become a mentor. They should be able to identify the capacity, interest, potentials of each kids, those who are along with them. So they can easily channelize the students to which courses in higher education they can choose, and they can perform well.
Sure.
So in
I'll pause you, Dr. Nisam, over there because we've run out of time. With permission of the organizers, if I can take just 2-3 extra minutes to summarize the session for the viewers. And I have also gone through the questions that a lot of people have asked. I'm sorry that we have not been able to take your questions in this discussion. But just a gist of your questions is the role of language the role language will have in your education. There's also a question about how COVID-19 impacts the education system, the role that states have in the education system, and the gaps between industry and education system. So this is the span of questions. We will not be able to take all the questions, but if I was to summarize, I think it is clear that the challenge that India faces remains an unconquered challenge. The new education policy excites a lot of educators, but it still doesn't answer how will we reach the point where this broken bridge between education and job can be fixed. The ideas that educators have presented are better mindset, better career guidance, remove any misinformation so that people are not going on a hype, create a research quotient in the mind of the student that the student owns his or her own career, and educate the student right from the very beginning about what choices they can make, and create a degree-free mindset in the mind of the student that even if you don't have a certain degree, you will be able to do well. The question, particularly on the degree-free mindset, and every time the ball is pushed in the court of the student, or the parent, I get worried because most of the decision-making resources lie with the government and the institutes and the private sector, not with the student. So when you push the ball, you are depending on the weakest leg of the system to transform the system. And when we talk about the examples of Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg, we forget that every year we have 1 crore kids dropping out of the college system. So if we have to produce on the basis of those examples, there are these 1 crore kids. Why can't they? Why would that not come out? So I think these are, in my opinion, wrong framing of the opportunity that lies ahead. I believe that the right framing and my own experience, having studied in multiple states as my father served the Indian Air Force, and having traveled different domains from engineering at NIT Surathkal to MBA at IIM Bangalore and Kellogg School of Management and public administration at Harvard, and then working in politics, building a company in EdTech which teaches high school students through digital education, and taking a number of initiatives. I think the real opportunity lies with technology to accelerate the scale of information or knowledge transfer to every youth in the country in the language that they can absorb that information or knowledge, understand that given where they stand, where they can reach in terms of employability, whether in the gig economy or in permanent roles. Every one of these things can be done in a missionary mode. The government that can make an Aadhaar card for every individual can easily give the right knowledge capsule to every and information capsule to every individual in their language if it takes it up in the mission mode. Given that the highways of information technology in India are open today, it is totally possible to be able to reach every person to say that, where you stand, this is what you can learn and this is how you can add value to the society. The final point is, having seen the grassroots politics, particularly in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, I think the degrification of the last 20 years has taken away people from the esteem that they had about doing the work that they were already doing. So a farmer's child in many places in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar would not want to be a farmer because now the farmer's child has a BA degree or a BSc degree. I think it is important to be able to dignify the work that is there, independent of degree and with degree. So there's a lot to be answered that we cannot answer in this 1 hour. But I wanted to thank Dr. Manna, Dr. Unikrishnan, Dr. Gambhir, Dr. Nisham, and Dr. Manoj Tiwari, and everyone in the audience, including the organizers, 3G, Naina, everyone to be part of this ongoing conversation. And I believe that there are some thoughts in here that will help you think about how do we solve this problem. And also for those students who are watching this intently, there are some thoughts here that will help you think about what is a good road to take towards your career and job. With that, thank you very much. Given that this is COVID times, please stay safe and please stay positive. So over to you, Naina and the 3G team.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Over to the MC team.
Thank you so much, sir. So here I would like to thank all the panelists for such a lovely session, and it was very great and informative discussion. We are really honored to hear from all of you, sir. There were some very interesting points I took note of from your talk, which would really help all of us at some point in our lives. Seeing the current scenario, we got many of our questions answered through this talk. Let's hear out the opinions from our audience. Audience, you can please share your thoughts in the chat box. Also, as we wait for the feedback, we would like to present the e-certificate to all the panelists. First up, we have Ghanshyam Tiwari, sir. Please accept the certificate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Dr. Manoj Tiwari. Thank you so much, sir. Next is Dr. Manpreet Singh Manna.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mohit Gambhir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Nizam Rahman. Thank you, sir. So we have some very, very great responses for this panel discussion, and we are really glad to hear from the audience for such lovely interactions and such lovely feedback. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So next up, we have the very much awaited international speaker, Mr. Brad Schiller. He is the co-founder and the CEO of Prompt, the world leader in writing feedback. Previously, he was an engagement manager at McKinsey and an independent consultant to the Fortune 500 and private equity firms. He holds degrees in mechanical engineering and management sciences from MIT. Here, I would take this opportunity to talk a bit about his company. Prompt was founded in 2014 by 3 MIT grads to help students become better writers. Prompt realized quickly that college essays were a great place to start because students are invested in the writing and open to feedback. Prompt also happens to be the #1 provider of college admissions essay feedback and management, which works with hundreds of high school counselors directly managing feedback and management, which works with hundreds of high school counselors and many more via its other partners to support them in their effort of reviewing admissions essays and managing the large number of students applying to foreign universities. Prompts writing coaches provide on-demand personalized feedback on the higher order aspects of writing, that is content, structure, clarity, and grammar. Prompt has trained thousands of counselors on its approach to working with students and providing feedback on admission essays. Prompt is now designing writing curriculum which can be delivered as a supplement to schools courses outside our regular school system or as a 4-credit course. The unique value Prompt provides is that students go through the draft and review process, which means students get feedback on each piece of writing from Prompt's writing coaches and implement the feedback over multiple drafts. Writing research shows this as the most effective way to improve writing skills. Let's learn more about it from the man himself. Please welcome Mr. Brad. We welcome
thank you. Thank you very much. And
Thank
so
you.
I'm really excited to be here. I love India, the country, the people, everything about it. And, you know, I am a firm believer that, and what we'll be talking about mostly today, is that writing is actually the single most important skill in the entire world that we need to improve, and is really the critical skill to our future. Okay, so that's the real premise of today. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about how can we actually improve our writing skills? How can we actually improve our written communication skills, both for students and for professionals? Okay, that's going to be like the primary focus of the session today. We have some awesome content to cover. Hopefully at the end, we'll be able to take a few questions from the audience as well. We'll have a few slides during this and visuals and all sorts of fun things like that. But as I said, the single most important thing or takeaway from today, as we're going to be talking through this, is that writing is the single most important skill for the future. And actually poor writing today, which the vast majority of the world has, is actually one of the biggest problems in the entire world today. Because actually what poor writing does is it actually holds the world back. Poor writing is actually slowing the velocity of actually being able to get big, meaningful things done in the world. And so what I mean by that is like, if you actually don't understand what somebody is saying to you, somebody is writing to you, then how are you actually going to understand their ideas? How are you going to understand how they're thinking? And how are you going to actually understand what needs to be done and what you can personally do or need to do or other people need to do to get something done? So what ends up happening, and I've experienced this because I've been a consultant for many large corporations, small startups, been in a startup, all that sort of stuff. What I see is that big ideas are often, and especially in larger companies, they're lost and disregarded specifically because the people that have them are not able to communicate them in a way that executives or their team members can actually understand and implement. And that's really because of poor writing. And it's really, poor writing is also the cause of misunderstanding basically between people, which causes a lot of unnecessary conflicts, and which makes it really hard to get actually big, meaningful things done in the world. So I've seen all of this firsthand, right? So give you a little bit of my story and background. So after I graduated from MIT, I went to work for McKinsey. And when I got there, I quickly realized that I was an absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible writer. But I found myself getting better on a daily basis because I was actually getting feedback from people, from my McKinsey colleagues, who were both subject knowledgeable in what I was writing about, but also had a lot of written communications experience. At the same time, I actually realized that most of my job, or a huge portion of my job, was actually speaking with employees and management at companies and really understanding them, right? Understanding their ideas, and then actually translating those ideas and communicating those ideas into something that the executive team could actually understand so we could go and execute on it. So one way to look at it, and one way to look at my job and what I was doing is that I was brought in because employees had ineffective written communication skills to be able to put their thoughts down on paper or on the screen or in a meaningful way that the executive team could actually take that, understand it, make decisions, and then be able to execute on that. So this kind of brings me to like the first point that we're going to talk about today that is really critical. And there's like going to be 4 key takeaways from this session. But the first one is that writing is actually a lot more than grammar. Okay. So what I mean by that is, let's see if I can actually get the slides to function here. So writing is a lot more than grammar. And what I mean by that is that the grammar part of this, which is like the spelling, your syntax, your sentence level writing, is actually one of the least important parts of the entire writing process. The single most important part is actually the higher order aspects of writing, because writing is not really about grammar. Writing is about structured thinking. And what I mean by that is it's about the quality of thought. It's about the content that's used, the structure that's used, the clarity that's used. And that is a really, really important point, is that we need to stop as a society thinking of writing or good writing as just grammar, as knowing where to put commas, as knowing sentence structures, etc. What we really need to think about is that writing is just a mechanism for helping structure our own thoughts in a way that other people can then take those thoughts and understand them, right? And thus get big, meaningful things done in the world. So that's like the really most important thing that we think about when we do writing. Now, when you actually look at this and you think of like companies and like what their superpowers are, or like what are really important things to actually think about, is that, you know, I always use the example of Amazon. Okay, so Amazon, for them, writing is actually their superpower. That's how they're able to get so many things done, big, meaningful things done in a relatively short period of time. And other companies that I've worked with do not have this superpower. So I always like to talk a little bit about what Jeff Bezos, actually back in 2017, he wrote a shareholder letter, which he writes every year. And he actually talks very explicitly about writing there. And I'm going to pull out a couple of points. So Jeff Bezos says, we don't do PowerPoint or any other slide-oriented presentations at Amazon. So they actually have banned that. Okay? They've completely banned that. So Bezos goes on to say, instead, we write narrative-structured 6-page memos. We silently read one at the beginning of each meeting in kind of a study hall. Not surprisingly, the quality of these memos varies widely. Some have the clarity of angels singing. They are brilliant and thoughtful and set up the meeting for high quality discussion. Sometimes they come in at the other end of the spectrum. And he goes on to say, often when a memo isn't great, it's not the writer's inability to recognize the high standard, but instead a wrong expectation of scope. They mistakenly believe a high standard 6-page memo can be written in 1 or 2 days or even a few hours, when in reality it might take a week or more. So what's fascinating here, when you really dissect it, which is going to tie into the next point we're going to talk about today, is that writing is really about structured thinking, right? Writing is really helping codify all of an individual's thoughts into something that they could present and something that somebody else can read and relatively easily understand. So Amazon Prime, which is like a subscription service, actually started as one of these 6-page memos. Pretty much everything Amazon does that's big and meaningful in any sort of way, shape, or form actually starts as this. And it takes a long time to put these together because you're really trying to like take all your thoughts, take all the analysis, take everything that you're really doing associated with something and present a meaningful case behind it. Now you look at other companies, they're not doing that, right? So they're throwing together presentations at the last minute. They're struggling to really communicate thoughts and ideas. I learned this firsthand, right, when I was at McKinsey and as an independent consultant. And what we really need to do is actually focus on how can we improve the writing feedback, writing skill, right? How can we actually help people really go through and make writing great? And that really applies for both the student level as well as professionals, because you need to solve writing at the student level in order to even get to the point where people have adequate writing skills for the workforce. And then you need to continue to improve those skills within the workforce. So it's really about like this holistic system for improving writing skills. And what's great is that all of the writing research, all of the writing research that exists in the world basically points to a single philosophy for improving writing, whether or not you're a student or a professional, whether or not you're a college applicant or in an MBA program, whether or not you're trying to get a job at any point basically in your life, whether or not that's as your professional life or even in your personal life when you're texting and communicating and causing all sorts of misunderstandings with people that leads to passive aggressive behaviors and all sorts of stuff. There's a single way to actually think about improving writing skills, which is the philosophy of deliberate practice. Okay. And so what deliberate practice actually looks like for writing, so I will pull up now. What deliberate practice actually looks like for writing is this, right? So deliberate practice is basically systematic practice where you are kind of actually thinking about everything that you're doing actually in that process. So when you think about it from the perspective of writing, you actually need to do the pre-writing process, which basically is like thinking deeply about content and structure and pulling all of your ideas and everything together in some sort of meaningful way and generally developing an outline for everything before you actually start writing a draft. Then actually after you've written something, you actually need to receive instructional and actionable feedback from somebody who ideally has some sort of knowledge about what you're writing about, but also a lot of written communication experience where they can actually comment on content, structure, and clarity rather than just like sentence level grammatical stuff. Then you actually have, somebody actually has to take that feedback and revise their writing based off of that feedback. And then they need to go through that receiving and revising feedback loop again before actually turning it in, right? And for students, they'll receive a grade. For professionals, they'll actually, use it ideally to move something forward and to get ahead. But this actually needs to apply for any situation, whether or not you're writing a presentation, an essay, one of these 6-page memos, one of these, even just an email. This is how we need to actually be thinking about our writing in order to actually improve it and make it better and make it clear. And this is the process that I actually go through for everything that I do, right? Every big meaningful thing that I do, I am constantly going through the receiving and revising feedback loop for writing. Now, what's fascinating about that is actually today, the entire world's education system is actually not structured to support writing, and our professional world is not structured to support writing either in writing improvements, because the critical receiving and revising feedback loop basically does not exist. It doesn't exist in our education system. It doesn't really exist in the professional world because it's really time intensive, and people also don't want to create conflict in the professional world and say, oh, your writing is not great, or I don't understand this, or how can we actually make that writing better? It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of effort. And for students, it's the same issue. So we end up like completely eliminating the single most important part of deliberate practice, the actual practice. The actual like getting feedback and acting on that feedback. That's the critical learning part of this whole process. Not to mention the pre-writing process doesn't do a great job generally either. We do a reasonable job sometimes within education, getting students to actually think a little bit about their writing before they write a draft. But most people, I bet if you think about on a daily basis, if you have to write something, you're probably not writing an outline before you write it. You may not even be thinking or structuring your thoughts before you write something. You just kind of start writing it and then you send it off. And that's not really the best strategy for actually improving writing skills. You might eventually get to the point where you can do that for, you know, less important things, but for anything that's important, you really should be going through this entire process. Now, when we actually look at it from the education standpoint, which we spend a lot of time on, is that you need to do this feedback in a really specific and certain way. And what that is that what we talked about before is that feedback is like writing is not grammar, right? Grammar is a means, it's a set of rules, right, that helps us understand what somebody is thinking. And what most people do is they provide feedback on grammar, and that's not the significant part of the value. So what we do is we provide feedback on content structure and clarity. Yeah, we do some grammatical stuff as well, but as you see on the left here, this is the type of feedback that we provide, that we train our writing coaches to actually provide. And we also train other educators and college counselors for admissions essays, for example, to provide this type of high quality feedback to students, and then eventually we'll be doing for professionals to make them make people actually better writers through this process. So on the left here, you see what we'll do is we'll provide a lot of feedback. All this blue text is actually feedback that we provide that helps somebody get along the process of improving their entire essay. So we're commenting on what didn't I learn from reading this that I actually wanted to learn? What did I actually learn from the whole process? And does that match with what the audience is actually looking for? And then what is an example outline? What can I follow to actually improve all of these writings and all these skills? So writing education, actually, the entire world is not set up actually to support writing education. It's just not. And that's because it's actually set up to support like math or science or history. And because writing actually requires a significant amount of time to actually implement deliberate practice within the classroom. And so what educators don't have is enough time to actually provide high quality instructional feedback on writing. So a typical teacher here in the United States, and I know it's even more in India, has 150 students. So every time you give a writing assignment to a student, it'll take maybe that teacher might spend 5 minutes grading it, maybe marking up a couple of grammatical things. Every time they do that, every time they give an assignment, it takes 13 hours to just do one-on-one instruction to actually grade that assignment and provide a little bit of feedback. And most teachers don't even require the students to actually act on that feedback. But what's really needed to actually improve writing skills for students is to actually do about 30 minutes per essay across multiple revisions of those essays, which equates to 75 hours for those 150 students, which is not possible in the way our current education system is structured. So what we do and how we think about this is we need to provide personalized, individualized learning supports alongside of writing, English writing education classes, and then actually enable the teacher to have get as much capacity for their students on demand for essay feedback, for writing feedback as possible. And that we've actually found greatly and rapidly improves student writing skills. Even in a course that's as little as like 4 to 8 weeks, you can greatly improve student writing skills when they're actually going through this whole deliberate practice process associated with writing. Okay? So this is really critical, especially as we're thinking about the education system here in the United States, the education system in India, the education system globally. This is a critical piece that we have to solve. We have to solve it. And we are solving that problem. We're also working on solving that problem for professionals. But this is the critical piece. And we have to do this in order to actually improve writing skills. So what we do is we actually marry curriculum instructional design with these personalized, individualized writing feedback supports, asynchronous writing feedback. We also do coaching calls to actually help students get started, like on a 1-on-3 basis, to get students started actually with their writing through that pre-writing process that we just showed. So that way they can actually go through that whole deliberate practice process. So next we're going to talk about, there's 2 other kind of critical things that we're going to talk about today. before we kind of get to and wrap things up. So first is that when we need to think about kind of how do we think about or use or apply writing kind of in our everyday world. So first is, and a key lesson that I've learned over the years is that anytime that you are reading something, that somebody else has written, you need to always assume that they had the best intent when they were writing it. Because what we often find is that we misinterpret what other people write. So there's some great research that came out of actually out of Harvard recently that showed that about 50% of all written communications are misinterpreted for tone. So in other words, even if we think we know somebody and we're reading it and we think we're reading it in their voice, we're actually misinterpreting it for the tone that they actually meant, which means that a lot of times we're thinking that they actually mean something else than they actually meant. So what we do, or what I do, and I always recommend this, is anytime you read something, you always want to assume that the person had the best intent while writing it. Don't think that they're being, passive aggressive. Don't think that they're being mean, right? Don't think that they're being like relatively curt when they write like a short message. Instead, what we want to do is we always want to think that the other person had the best intent in mind while they're actually doing this, or while they're actually writing something. And when you read something while thinking somebody has the best intent, you probably are actually reading it the right way. Okay. And we find, and I saw this all the time as a consultant working companies. I see this all the time in my personal life where I see people that are texting and like miscommunicating via the written word all the time, is that if you just assume that they have the best intent, think about like what their motivations could be in the best possible way, you're going to move through life much better, number one, and happier. But number two is that you will actually do things the right way and you'll actually be able to move stuff ahead much faster. So that's a really important lesson. So always assume the best intent when you're reading somebody that something is writing. Secondly, is when you're writing something, obviously you want to go through the deliberate practice process, but what's really, really important there, and actually the key thing, is to always think about who your audience is and what your audience cares about and what they want. So we do a lot of work with college admissions essays. We provide feedback on 10 times as many college admissions essays as any other company in the world. And what we often find is that students don't, when they're writing their essay, they actually don't understand the purpose of the essay. Like, why are they even writing this? Like, what is the point of it? They have no idea. And so what you actually need to do is you actually need to instill the mindset in the student of, here's what the audience is looking for. Here's what we're actually trying to accomplish, which in the case of writing an admissions essay is the entire purpose of it is to prove that you're going to be successful in college and after you graduate. That's the purpose of it, right? So everything that you're doing there needs to prove that, because that's what admissions officers want to know. They want to know that you're going to be successful in college. They want to know that you're going to graduate. They want to know that you're going to go do meaningful things in the world and have a positive impact on the world. That's what they want to know. And what we find is that most students actually don't understand that, right? They don't understand what their audience is actually looking for. And in the professional world, that's the same thing. They don't understand, if you don't understand what your audience is looking for, how are you going to write something? How are you going to write something that they're going to be able to actually understand? So the first step that I always do in any writing that I do, I think about what is the audience looking for, and what am I trying to accomplish, and what does the audience actually need to know in order to actually accomplish that. So if you do these kind of like three things, right? You do deliberate practice, you always assume the best intent when you're reading something from other people, and you're always thinking about your audience when you're writing something, that is going to greatly improve your writing skills. And this is the exact thing that we need to actually deploy for both students and for professionals, and really kind of like, in every aspect of your life. So that's the main thing, the main points that I wanted to cover today. We'll just kind of wrap up now. I'll see if there's any questions that came in that maybe we'll be able to take relatively quickly. I want to, and said, like, give a big shout out also to the team that put all this together, the 3G team. So G3 team. So thank you all very much. And you know, just like a quick note on like what we do, right? We are focused on, like, we work with a lot of like admissions essays for undergrad, graduate applications. We focus on writing skills improvement courses, actually, for students and professionals. And we actually do a lot of work directly with educational institutions now to really actually deliver writing courses that actually integrate all of these like writing supports and supplement like the deliberate practice that is there. You can find out more information at prompt.com. You can also just message me with any thoughts, anything. Mark Agarwal is also our director over in India, and you can message him at mark@prompt.com with any thoughts or questions about what we're talking about today. And you know, our mission, right, is to make people better writers kind of across the world. And I think that for India and like what you're all trying to accomplish in the world, which I think you have, like, India has the biggest, I mean, which is why like it's the first country that we're operating in actually outside of the United States, has probably the biggest, most potential of any country in the world to actually have a meaningful impact on where the world is headed. And what really matters to do that is to actually bring in, right, these writing skills, improve written communication skills, and that will enable everybody to be more successful in life, uplift the country, and have great success. So thank you all very, very much. And if we have time, I'll take.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time and delivering this wonderful speech and sharing your experience with our lovely audience. So we would like to present an e-certificate for you, sir. Please accept our certificate.
All right, thank you.
I request the coordinator to please present the certificate for sir. Just a moment, sir. We'll be right back. Until that time, sir, you can take some questions from our audience.
Yes, sorry, Sonia. I think there is a network problem for you. Certificate has been issued, actually.
Yeah, it's been issued. I was going to say,
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. Actually, she has a network issue, so she's not able to get that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time.
All right, thank you. Do you want me to answer a few questions, or no? We can just end it. I know it's getting kind of late there.
So you can take, I mean, you can take 1 to 2 questions if you want.
Okay, happy to do that. Let me just kind of take a look at the questions that have come in here really quick. Yeah, so we had just like a couple of questions here. So, you know, humans will be replaced by robots in the coming 8 years. So this is actually, you know, one of the reasons that actually why we do this is that there's something uniquely human about writing. Now there's some AIs that have come out recently that write some pretty interesting things, but you know, the way that we look at it is there's going to be increasing automation, especially in a lot of industries where there's a lot of repetitive tasks, right? And so when we think about like all the industries of the future, which is more moving and more to a knowledge economy, writing becomes more and more of a critical skill. And what we find is that like writing feedback or actually improving writing skills is not something that actually technology is able to do today. And there needs to be a massive technological leap in order to actually make that even happen. So really the human element of all of this is really, 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 really critical in terms of doing this. And then we have, take one more thing here. What are your suggestions for a writer to improve on his or her creativity or acquire new ideas to write new things? So I always look at this like the single best way to do this is actually to improve writing skills, to do a lot of reading, right? And to do a lot of thinking. So it's really to actually like comprehend what you're reading and then actually tie that to other things that you're reading or other ideas or thoughts that you've had. And then actually to write that down. So oftentimes what I do is when I'm reading through like any sort of interesting article that I see, one is I bookmark that because I want to save it. But number two is I might actually write down like some notes about it, as well as like what was my thinking at the time when I read that. And so I do this a lot with like different like new launches of products or businesses, or especially stuff in the education industry, where I see things that I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. Like, how do I think about it? And how would I interpret it, or how would I interpret what they're doing, or where they're going, or what they're thinking about? And that can really help you start really kind of generating these different ideas and different ideas about what you can do to actually improve what they're working on or what they're doing. So it's really about like building that, using writing as a way to collect your thoughts, or to really like detail your thoughts in a way that, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It could be bullet points. Your grammar doesn't really matter necessarily, right? It's really just about to like start structuring your ideas and structuring your thoughts. So just those were the couple of questions. I know there were some other good ones, but that really jumped out at me that I wanted to just cover briefly. But thank you all very much for having me. This was wonderful. I had a great time, and I look forward to seeing everybody in India once I'm allowed to actually travel to the country. So.
Thank you. We have a pleasure to welcome you to India, sir.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. So, our lovely audience, here we come to the end of the first day of our 3-day conference. Today, we gained so much knowledge, and there is a lot you will take back from here. And I hope you come back again tomorrow with the same energy to grow and learn something. As we all know that learning is an ongoing process and the journey is never ending, there's always going to be growth, improvement, adversity when it comes to learning. So I would like to thank everyone, our lovely audience, and a special thanks to our guests and the speakers for their valuable time and for sharing their views and thoughts with us and enlightening us all. Thank you so much, everyone, and let's continue to grow by meeting each other tomorrow as well. Let's all come together to build India and serve the world. But before we sign off, we have a few announcements for you. So please listen to them carefully. Ms. Namni can take over from here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Sonia. You were really great. Thank you very much for all those wonderful work done since morning. Thanks to the MC team, and thanks to Naina, Joel, Ayush, and yourself. Thank you very much. All right, so audience, I'm really very happy and excited because we are coming to the end of day 1, and it's my pleasure in thanking all the speakers. And before which, I would like to thank you all because you have been very, very supportive, very, very, I should say like, very, very bubbly and always, replying in the chat and commenting and throwing and pouring your love. That was amazing to see that energy, and we felt that really. Thank you very much. And we know that we had amazing speakers since morning, and of course we would like to thank all those wonderful speakers who were awe-inspiring and thought-provoking, and they were like quite powerful with their sessions, and I'm sure you will agree with me, right? And in fact, I should say, like, the speakers, panelists who light on those topics and by enlightening the minds that came in search of knowledge food. So we all came for knowledge, and we had that, knowledge explosion, I should say. So today it was amazing, and thank you very much to all the speakers. And now let me take some time in thanking everyone who also reiterating the speaker and you will get to know that maybe probably people who might have joined right YouTube because they have live, and so that will be there for years together now. So even if you have missed watching the YouTube. So I'm going to thank the speakers. So we had so I would really like to thank Mr. Randeep Singh, National Director of World Book of Records Australia, who graciously accepted our invite and guest of today. Thank you very much, sir. And who is also
Nandini, sorry to interrupt, Nandini. Your voice is breaking actually. So maybe we can go for a quick time note for the speakers. Voice is breaking very badly. Yeah. Or else you can turn off your video and you can continue.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
is it
better.
clear? Okay. Better. Okay. Yes. So we would like to thank Mr. Randeep Singh Kohli, the International Director of World Book of Records Australia, who is also the grandchild of former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, chief guest. We all know that, Dr. Shai Cholayil, who is the founder, Mission 3G Humanitarian and Egalitarian, who talked about the on the employment ecosystem. And thanks to Dr. Stephen nature framework. He was also accepting our invite. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Paul Rodolph. And next speaker, our keynote speaker, Mr. Parikshit, who is the Chief Strategy Officer, Mindlove, and professionally trained from Harvard University and India's leading life and career coach, who talked about shaping the career guidance landscape in India, need for over 1.5 million career coaches. That was an awesome and thankful to Parikshit Danda. And it was on the topic importance of career counseling and psychometric tests in India, which was moderated by Dr. Amanullah Khan, the Director Knowledge and Learning at Big Ways. And we had amazing panelists to start with Mr. And we had Ms. Mala Mary Martina, who is the CEO of I Love Mondays, and we had Mr. of iDream Career for Growth and Learning Department, and Mr. Naufal Ali, who is the co-founder at Hikewise, and Mr. Armo, who is the Unity Business Head for Global Career Counselor Online. In an amazing session, and post which we had the career avenues in India, aviation and logistics and leadership talk, which was given by Hemant DP, who is a Chief Executive Officer of Asia Pacific Flight Training Academy Limited. And we are thankful to him as well for giving us such a wonderful session. And post which we had the emotional intelligence topic, which was spoken by Mr. Robert Giras, author of Mind Matters and the Emotional Intelligence Quotient. So we are thankful to Mr. Robert Giras for being very gracious enough to accept our invite. And then came the panel discussion, which was a topic of the future of higher education during and post COVID-19, which was moderated by Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, who is the National Source of MAV. And we had amazing panelists, Dr. Mohit Gambhir, Innovation Director, and Dr. Ramesh Unnikrishnan, Director of AICTE, Dr. Manpreet Singh, and we also had Dr. Manoj Tiwari and Professor Nizam. So thank you very much to all these panelists for making the session so interactive. And last but not the least, we had Mr. Brad Schiller, who talked about writing is the most important skill for the future. So who is the co-founder and CEO of Prompt, the world leader in writing feedback. So thank you very much to all these speakers, and we are honored and privileged to have you on board. Thank you very much. And over to you, Tamil.
Before we proceed further, of course, we need to invite one more person. Incidentally, he's a speaker for tomorrow as well. He would like to share a lot of insights about today's session and what we can expect tomorrow. So without any delay, and of course, I request all the audience who are here to stay back for another 5 or 10 more minutes, because always any of the session, once the session is over, they think what we discuss at the end, that's very important. So I would like to welcome Dr. Maharaja Siva Subramanian, who is a blogger, speaker, coach, and consultant, to just address the gathering to set a prelude for tomorrow's session. Welcome, Doctor.
So thank you, Tamar, and hi, everybody. So let me begin with today's session. I hope I'm audible properly and my video is also clear.
Yes,
perfect, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay, let me just adjust my video a little bit. Okay. So if we look at, we had a wonderful day one for the day today, and we had an amazing lineup of speakers starting from Mr. Cholayil to Dr. Shai Cholayil coming and talking about AI and psychology, and then we had wonderful insights in terms of the robotics and what's going to happen in terms of the future, how much artificial intelligence is also can be a beneficial tool and technology for all of us. And then we had Mr. Parikshit from Mindler coming in and sharing in his insights in terms of career counseling and all those things, and from his vast experience of more than 2 decades. And then we had an amazing panel of speakers coming up in terms of different care counseling platforms and all those things, from Hikewise to iDream Career to Mindler to I Love Monday and Univariety and all those people. And they were really gracious enough to come and share some of the best insights in terms of what next, what's the need of career coaching and how we can take it forward. And one question that was repeatedly being asked from them is, how can I become a career coach? How can I become a career coach or a career counselor? And that's what the most important thing that we are going to be addressing tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, the most important session, actually the theme of the entire session, I, along with Dr. Shai, Cholayil and Irfana, will be presenting to you about the 3G Me Life platform. Okay, so we'll be understanding in terms of the business model, in terms of how you can become a career coach, what are the tools and technologies and the methodologies in which 3G IRPS can support you and make you an individual brand. And that is for some of you who may be looking in for becoming a better career coach, who is already a career coach and looking to become a better career coach. And for some people who are looking in for making a transition and taking up career coaching as a field, as a career. So that's going to be an interesting and amazing session happening up over 2 hours tomorrow morning. And apart from that, we also have 2 amazing panel discussions tomorrow happening. One is about education abroad, and another one is about what's the next in terms of the higher education. We also have an eminent speaker, Dr. G.V. Kumar, coming in and talking about psychometric assessments. So that's going to be an interesting session in the afternoon post-lunch. We also have a speaker by name Dr. Srimati Kesan, who is going to speak about different aspects of entrepreneurship, and also a couple more interesting surprises waiting for you all. So yes, some of you were asking the question. In fact, I received some of the people sending in some WhatsApp messages to me asking that, yes, we had shared about how to earn 6-figure income working from home with no marketing worry. So if you are looking for freedom, security, passion, pleasure, and if career coaching seems to be a calling for you or a potential calling for you, and you want to impact millions of lives, and you would like to do it along with 3G Me Life, then please do ensure that you along with your friends are present for the meeting at sharp 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And that's what we are going to be covering up and discussing about tomorrow in an extremely detailed presentation in terms of the blue book, where a lot of people kept on asking, what's the blue book? It's an encyclopedia set. Yes. At the same time, what is it speaking about? Like thousands of careers. What is it speaking about? Tens of different industries. That we will have a detailed, in-depth discussion. So that's number one. Number two, we'll also be looking at in terms of some of the advanced certification options available for people over here. Okay, for people who want to become career coaches, we'll be discussing about the same, and we'll be coming up with some interesting announcements, something which is revolutionary and is going to for sure going to be impacting millions of lives. And if you want to be part of that movement, that mission, where you want to take the ownership and responsibility and contribute for building India to serve this entire world, then please be sure to dial in tomorrow. Okay, so that's what it's going to be, and I'm really excited and looking forward to talking with you all, to connecting with you all. And please do keep on sending your feedback forms, your questions, and all those things. And it's going to be an amazing and interesting power-packed day tomorrow. So looking forward to connect with you all, and thank you once again for being part of this wonderful day of learning. And we are just going to now take it to an entirely different level tomorrow. That's going to be on day 2. What we said today is the foundation. We are going to take it up tomorrow, where we are going to take it to an entirely different level, to the next level, and then take it from there. Okay, and once we complete it, then we'll also be looking at taking it over in terms of new age careers on day 3. So looking forward to having each one of you tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Please be on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please finish your breakfast, and please do have your pen and paper to take notes. And we are going to come up with some really amazing offers and opportunities tomorrow for people who are looking for earning a 6-figure income with no marketing worry and working from home at your comfortable time. This is Dr. Maharaja Subramanian signing off. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. And yes, of course, officially our event is over today. However, for the want of the audience who just want to stay back for the networking or to get more information, we are here for another 5 to 10 minutes so that we can clarify rest of the doubts. Like what are the announcements we have been giving since a morning, like how to get the certificate, because you have been asking so many questions again and again. And of course, we are ready to answer them. So first primary thing, what you can do is joining the WhatsApp group because we are sharing all the communication in the WhatsApp group. So I have been sharing the phone number again and again, but anyway, I'll show that once again in the whiteboard also. You can make a note of the number. So if you have got connected with us, that is the easiest way. Any doubts you have, even after the conference, you can be in touch with us. Second, what are the certificates you are going to get here? First one would be Career Counseling Foundation Certificate, for which after the 3 days webinar, you'll be writing a test that is MCQ multiple choice questions. And if you clear that, I'm sure everyone would clear that. It will be quite easy if you're going to attend the session properly. So you'll be getting that certificate. Second one would be for the certificate for attending Artificial Intelligence and IR 4.0, that is Industrial Revolution 4.0. You are entitled to get that certificate. Third one is the World Book of Records London certificate, for which you need to attend all these 3 days and you have to keep reviewing every session. That is, once the session is over, you need to fill in the form. Even if you don't find time, at least at the end of the day, now the session is over, you can take some time, fill in individual form. Every form has the speakers list. You can select the speaker name. Same way, if it's a panel discussion as well, we'll request you to give a review for each and every panelist. For example, in a panel, you would have had 5 persons or 6 persons. So you take a form, you fill all of the details, select the speaker, submit it, and once again, open the same form. I mean, same form, the sense, same link. Same link is going to be there for all the 50 speakers. We are going to have more than 50 speakers. So this is the method to get the certificate, a World Book of Records certificate. You'll be paying 250 rupees directly to them through the link what has been shared to you. So these are the things related to certificate. And if you ask me what is the benefit of having this certificate, we have been showing that video again and again. And if needed, maybe I'll show that once again before you sign up, or again as the first thing tomorrow morning. So this is regarding the certificate. And regarding what are those career opportunities, what are the income earning opportunities, as Dr. Marja said, we are going to see a lot of session tomorrow about Blue Book and a lot more career opportunities. These are the things. And this is happening here in Zoom, and also it's getting live streamed in YouTube channel as well. Whoever has got the link today, you can use the same link tomorrow as well. For the Zoom, you'll use the same link. For YouTube, you can subscribe to the channel Dr. Shai Cholayil. It will be live streamed there itself. And also, if you like this program, please do share it with your friends also, friends and relatives whom you think this is going to be really helpful. Because this situation, the pandemic situation, is not only because of COVID or Corona. In fact, even if it has not yet come, most of the careers are under risk, like what we'll be discussing it tomorrow as well. And certain things Dr. Shai discussed in the morning also. Everything is keep changing, so you have to keep yourself updated in terms of career or in terms of your personal life, whatsoever it is. So definitely, please do join us for the next 2 days. I'm sure a lot of you are working, so probably Saturday, maybe you would have been busy. But tomorrow being Sunday, we would expect everyone to log in on time. That is sharp at 10 o'clock. We'll start. We maintain the time. We wanted to start sharp at 10 a.m. So after this, beyond this, if you still have any questions, feel free to ask us. We will leave the chat box open for another 5-10 minutes. Maybe we can play some of the videos for you. You can also share your feedback over here. And also, I'd like to thank all the MC team and all the volunteers team who have been working since morning actively for this event. But actually, they have been working for the last couple of weeks for this event to put up such a great show. We had more than 15,000 subscriptions, 15,000 registration for this event. So Nandini, if your voice is okay now, maybe if your internet connection, probably you can share some more insights about this.
Yeah, thank you, Tamar. Is my voice okay? Clear, audible?
Okay, in case if it breaks badly, probably I will come back in. Yeah.
All right, superb. So yes, as you said, like the MC team, they have done a great job bringing the interns. They have got trained just in 2 days, and they have done amazing job. Thank you very much to all those wonderful MCs. So to name them, Joel, Naina, Sonia, and Ayush. Thank you very much, guys. And our interns, other interns who are very swiftly and quickly, and they're very interactive and they're very fast, so they're also working there as an event support team, and we are very thankful to them. So extremely thankful to them. Thank you to all those interns who are doing such a wonderful work in collating many good information at the back end. So thank you very much to all those people who have registered actually. So we don't know all the 15,000 people have participated today or not, but then I'm sure that maximum people have participated participate because this is going to be the best session that they are attending. So I'm sure that they would have participated. I'm really, really happy welcoming on the day two. So in case some of the participants who join probably likes to be or tend to be your friends, please do inform them today about the today's session so that they will attend for tomorrow, because that's going to be really, really valuable session that's awaiting for you. And okay, so one more good thing that I want to insist here is since we are going live in YouTube, people who are also watching in YouTube, so thank you very much for being very patient till evening. So we'll meet you tomorrow, and you can also join in the Zoom link, because you would also be would have also received the Zoom link. So you could always join in case the Zoom overflows. Probably you can go to the YouTube and watch there. Yeah, thank you so much.
And yes, thank you, Nandri. And also, I could see some of the chat questions like, I made the payment, but I have not got it. Any response? Any sort of things, definitely. Please make a note of this phone number. I have put it in the whiteboard over there. You can just make a note of it. Save the number immediately. So hardly you're going to take 10 to 15 seconds. Save it as 3G. 3G IRPS also can save it. And you can message in WhatsApp. We'll be replying to you, because sometimes we have been getting a lot of questions here in the chat. Please don't think that we have ignored your question. That's the reason we have been giving the WhatsApp number. So anything you can share in the WhatsApp number. Even if you are not getting reply today, definitely in the next 2 days you'll be getting, because we have been getting so many calls and so many messages as well, and we have been handling it. So we request your patience for a while so that our technical team would be getting back to you, whatever the queries you have. So please do join the WhatsApp group. Thank you so much once again. Meet you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. So for the next 5-10 minutes, let me play some of the videos so that you can have a look at it. And those who are running short of time, please feel free. You can log out. And those who still have time, if you want to see what's happening here, you can go ahead and watch it. And also my suggestion for best practice would be, if you have a mobile Wi-Fi data or a broadband, I would request you to come on the calls. Come on the Zoom using the Wi-Fi data or broadband, because I'm sure that if you're using a mobile data, it gets exhausted. In fact, some of our team members, they have been keep on recharging and they have been coming again and again for that. So best practice would be using the Wi-Fi. And for the panelists, once again, we'd like to thank everyone. And also we are looking forward to having a great day tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. MC Tamilsan signing off, along with MC Nandini Aravindan from Chennai Event MCs, Entertainers and Professionals, along with the entire MCing and the volunteering team and the interns from 3G IRPS.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for watching it. And also, before we close, we'd like to take some audio feedback also, as we gave instruction in the morning. Like people, when you come as attendees, you'll be able to only send the messages. However, we'd like to give opportunity for some of you to talk. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to lower all the hands that have been raised up now. I don't know what was the reason. If someone would like to share your feedback or you would like to share what are the things you have learned today, now you can raise your hand so that whoever is raising the hand, let me see what are the names come first for me. I'm going to let you talk so that you can share your feedback as well. So I could see Mr. Govind Kumar Jha. I'm going to allow you to talk, sir. You can unmute yourself and you can share your feedback. Mr. Govind, you can unmute yourself and you can speak. All right, if he's not ready, probably let me go to Mr. Rashid Sheikh.
Hello, sir. Good evening,
Yes,
sir.
you can speak, Mr. Rashid.
Good evening, sir.
Yes,
Hello?
you can share your experience and you can share your happiness. You can introduce yourself.
Excellent seminar, sir.
Thank you.
Never before attending this type of webinars are in my life. One day I learn a lot of knowledge, sir. Even I am ignoring also classes, sir. I'm concentrating in this webinar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rashid.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Next, I'm going to let Mr. Khalil to speak. You can share your opinion and you can share your feedback, Khalil. One second.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You can speak, sir.
Hi. It's been an amazing session. I want to thank you, the organizers. It was so wonderful hearing the different speakers, their opinions, the new educational policies. So as an educational entrepreneur, it was a lot of things for me to learn. So I thank you very much and I look forward to attend tomorrow and the coming day as well.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Khalil.
Yeah. Thank you.
And, let me unmute Mr. Priyanshu Kashyap. I'm going to allow you to speak or you can share your feedback. Yes, sir. Mr.
Hello.
Priyanshu, I have unmuted you. You can speak.
It's a very good seminar. This. Hello.
Oh, you can speak. We are able to hear you. You can speak.
Sir, good seminar.
One second. Let me put others on mute so that. All right, Priyanshu, you can speak. We can hear you, but your voice is a little low. If not, let me move on to the next person. I have Tusharika Gogoi. I'm going to unmute you. You can share your feedback.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. This seminar is very good. This seminar excellent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, sir. It's me, Tusharika.
Yes, Tusharika, you can share your feedback.
Good evening, everyone. It was a very amazing session I have ever attended, and really thankful to everyone, sir. And is it okay to if I fill up the feedback form now?
Yes, definitely. You can fill the feedback form. You can take some time. You can fill the feedback form for each speaker. You would have got the link in WhatsApp. All you need to do is just fill the feedback form for one speaker. And then once you submit it again, you can click one more response or you can click the link and you can do it for the next speaker. So we expect a feedback form for all the speakers. Okay.
Okay, sir. Definitely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you
sir.
so much, Tusharika. All right. I have...
So, Amir, sorry to cut you here. So we can ask some takeaways of today's sessions. So to people who are sharing their views.
Sure. That's the reason I'm just asking for the feedback, because most of their voices are low. When they are going to share some technical content, people may not be able to listen to it. So I'm just checking whose voice is clear over there.
All right. Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Right. I have Dr. J. M. Paul's hands raised up. I'm letting you speak, sir. You can share your takeaways and you can share your feedback.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Perfect. Very clear.
So today's session, which is starting from Sahid Cholayil, we got a lot of information regarding this artificial intelligence. From there onwards, all the sessions were very good. You properly arranged, systematically arranged all these speakers, all are eminent speakers, and panel discussion was also very good. Now I want to appreciate you people. You very structurally, systematically you arranged this program, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. All right, next I have yes, Rajalakshmi. I'm unmuting you, ma'am. You can speak.
Yeah, sir. It's a very well coordinated. I'm Rajalakshmi from Chennai. It's a very well coordinated program. The first session itself was very interesting. I'm very new to this artificial intelligence, and what I take away is the messages. Based on that only, I have to plan everything in future. That is the main takeaway message for me. And remaining sessions also was very useful for us. And we're waiting for the.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. All right, I have Mr. Karthik Swami Shankar Devmani. I'm going to unmute you, sir. You can share your feedback and you can share your takeaways as well.
Very well coordinated webinar, sir. Hello.
Yes, Rajalakshmi ma'am, are you still there? I think your voice was breaking.
Yeah, I'm still there. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am.
Yeah. So it's a very useful seminar for me, sir. The first session, the artificial intelligence is very interesting, and we are going to plan our everything based on that only. That is my main thing I've taken, the main message. And the training session also very useful, and I'm waiting for the tomorrow session, sir. Very useful one.
Thank you, ma'am. And those who are not able to come on audio feedback, please feel free to leave the feedback in the chat box. And all of this, those who are there, whoever I have unmuted you, I will request you. Once you have done with the feedback, you can mute yourself. Next, I'm going to unmute Dr. Ghanshyam. He has raised his hand. Let me allow him to speak.
Okay, Tamil, I'm taking care of the muting part, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, as of now, you can keep everyone else mute except the speaker who is going to speak now.
No, I'm saying like once they're done, I'll take care of the muting.
Dr.
Hello.
Ghanshyam, yes, sir, you can speak.
Yeah, I am audible?
Yes, sir, clear, sir.
Okay, sir. Myself, Dr. Ghanshyam. I am a professor as well as training and placement officer, BIT Central Government of Jharkhand, sir. It is a great moment for me to listen all the experts. And we know that learning is a continuous process. And it is the era to learn the skill. And starting from the session, it is started from the artificial intelligence, AI. And now in the era of the industry 4.2 revolution, all things automated. So the artificial intelligence is very important. Is connected with 5G or the high speed, and everything is automated. And so we must know about coding and your Python, blockchain, big data, etc. And so there is one thing to be noted that the total job is in this COVID era, the total job maximum is shifted towards the agriculture sector, dairy sector, your we can say that is essential commodities, transportation, etc. So it is my humble request to you that in tomorrow's session try to include all these. How can our students will get job? Actually, in core sector, the job is reducing. It is my personal experience. But in IT sector, as well as agriculture sector, dairy sector, logistic, the jobs are open. So it is a great moment for me. We can say that it is excellent, and learning is a continuous process. And my humble request to all the participants, mainly from the students, try to learn more and more skills. Thank you, sir, for nice coordination.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your detailed feedback. Definitely your points are noted. Thank you again.
And the takeaway is a domain of knowledge. Domain of knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Well rightly said. Thank you so much. All right. Next, Galaxy A80. I've been raising hand for quite a long time. I'm going to unmute you. First, I would request you to say your name and then start. Galaxy A80, I have unmuted you. Okay, for he or she is not ready, I'll move on to next person. Okay, probably we'll have some 5 or 6 more participants sharing their feedback. And of course, I've already given the option if people are running short of time, the session is over. We just wanted to hear some more feedback from people who are here. All right, let me unmute Mr. Mohammad Niza. You can share your feedbacks and also you can share your takeaways. Mr.
Hello.
Mohammed? Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So the first session really gave a lot of insights into what is in store for us in the future. So it was really eye-opening for me. So it gave the message that we have to brace up. Obsoleteness is the biggest challenge in the new world. That is one takeaway. And all the other sessions gave us insights in different aspects of career building, especially in the context of India. It was well structured. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammad Niza. All right, the last few participants, I'm going to unmute you. I have Mr. Sandeep Singh. You can share your feedback now, sir. And next, I'm going to Ms. Sangeeta Arora and Abhishek Chitri. Yes, Mr. Sandeep, you can share your feedback. I've given the access for you to speak. Maybe, yes. All right, I think you have
Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I could hear a lot of background noise from your side. I'm sorry. I need to put you on mute. I could hear a lot of background noise from your side. And next, as I said, I'm allowing Sangeeta Arora to talk. You can share, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Yes. Hello. May I audible?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you. You can speak, ma'am.
Sir, from morning I have seen all the session. It is really very informative sessions. So the first session of Dr. Shai is very more important than artificial intelligence. It is really an eye-opener for so many people. Thanks a lot for such a presentation and for arranging such a sessions. Thank you, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Please do join us for the second day as well. All right. And next, Mr. Karthik Shankar. Yes, you can speak now, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So I'm Karthik Soumya Devmani, a career counselor, and I've been working last 9 years. Today I had excellent experience, nice learning, and especially Dr. Shai sir about artificial learning. The session was so good, and I think this kind of session we should attend because we need to grow more, sir. And I think the presentation was very nice from morning to till evening, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karthik. All right, I would like to hear from Jaya Rangarajan. You can speak, ma'am. And also let me unmute Mr. Abhishek. You can.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Jaya Rangarajan, a life coach and a counselor, and also a consultant. This session was really a wonderful session, especially how the youngsters are going to face the world in the next 10 to 15 years, how they have to mold themselves. All the speakers have given wonderful, the tips for the parents as well as the students, how to mold themselves and how to face the world with the new artificial intelligence and other things. It was really an amazing sessions from the morning till the evening, waiting for tomorrow's session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, Mr. Abhishek, you can share your takeaways.
Hello.
Yes, your voice is pretty low. Probably you can speak a little louder.
Hello.
Yes, brother.
My name is Abhishek, and I'm a student from Siliguri. And I have joined the session from the morning. And as a student, I found the session to be quite informative about the current situation, about how to cope with the COVID-19 situations. And I really found the sessions to be very interactive and very informative. And I really enjoyed it. So thank you for the session, and I'll be glad to join tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Sure. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Looking forward to meeting you tomorrow.
Thank
All right,
you.
I'm going to unmute Ms. Sudha. I could see she was raising hand for quite a long time. I've unmuted you, ma'am. You can share.
Good evening, team. It's a great session. I was attending from the morning. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I am Sudha Damodran. I am a psychologist and international certified career coach and also certified life skills coach. Really, I was attending from the morning all the sessions. Really great session about the artificial intelligence about given by Dr. Shai. Yeah, really, it's eye opener for everyone. The students mostly has to understand those things, and the parents also take mean about that, and they have to work throughout that. And also other speakers on multiple nature framework and emotional intelligence and writing skills for the future. Those speakers also very good. And two panel discussions. What a excellent panel discussions, and it was given a great knowledge for us. Really very thankful for the team and a good coordination, and went on the session without any break. Very good coordination. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We could really see how much happy you are and how much takeaways you have with your voice and the expression. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, I would like to unmute Mr. Avjit Pati. I'm going to unmute you. You can share your experience. Yes, I've given you the access.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, you can.
This is a very wonderful session, and I also attend all the session from morning to till now. And also, I eagerly waiting for the tomorrow session. Thank you for the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Primanshu, sir.
Yes, Primanshu.
Sir, very interesting, sir. This seminar, I will be attend this meeting morning to evening, sir.
Okay.
I had a lot of fun doing this seminar, sir.
Great, that's great to hear that. Thank you, Primanshu.
He will be a seminar again tomorrow.
Yes, seminar is there tomorrow again. You can use the same link to join. You can join by 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Also, do invite your friends to share the links to your friends. They can also join.
Okay, sir. Okay. Always, sir. Sir, from Buddha Polytechnic Institute, Gaya, a student.
All right. Thank you so much, Primanshu. All right, last couple of participants, I'm going to unmute you, and because really we need to close the Zoom. It's been running since morning 9 o'clock, and I'm going to unmute Jasprit Singh and then Mr. Amir Ali. Thank you so much. Thank you all for sharing your feedback.
A very good evening to one and all over there. I'm Dr. J.S. Oberoi. I'm professor in mechanical engineering. It's really a very interesting learning experience, especially one speaker which gave a presentation on emotional intelligence, which is a very relevant as far as these days are concerned. Apart from that, soft skills, panel discussions, it's really is interesting. I gained a lot of things. Aspects might be the same, but approach of learning is new. That's important. That's how we can also include our students and mentees how to cope up with the needs of the society in coming days. Thanks for such a seminar in which participants from Pan India is there. I attended all of the seminars and lectures. It's really interesting. And I congratulate the organizers for doing such and providing such a common platform for all of us. Thanks a lot.
Sure, thank you so much, sir. All right, we'll take one last person for the feedback. And once again, thank you each and everyone for staying back and sharing your feedback. I'll request Mr. Amir Ali Sheikh to share his
Hello,
feedback.
am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. So I'm attending this. I'm Amir Ali Sheikh. So from Bangalore, Jayanagar. Okay. So Dr. Amanullah Khan referred me this webinar,
Right.
and from morning, I'm on this webinar and gaining a lot of knowledge which I have not gained, in previous days, and I have got to know all the new stuff, and I have, I have a plan in my mind which is going on, like, as the discussion is going on, forward. There are a lot of things which I have gained, and coming 2-3 days, inshallah, I'll be there first to join the webinar, and I liked all the topics which we spoke on it, especially how to come up in the education level. It's very wonderful.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Amir. And thanks to Dr. Amanullah for inviting you for such a great webinar.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you all once again. Have a lovely day. Meet you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the same link. MC Thamurasan signing off for the 3G commune and also 3G IRT.
Hello.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Amir.
I have one question. Actually, I have I paid for the certificate. So, but like, how will I be getting it?
You mean you have made the payment or you have?
Yeah, I have made the payment.
All right, we'll be in touch with you in WhatsApp. Okay.
Okay.
So you have a number anyway. You can just leave a message in the WhatsApp saying the same thing, and
Okay.
we'll be in touch with you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you everyone. We are going to close the Zoom and have a great time. And those who have been watching this from YouTube as well, thank you so much. We are really sorry that we are not able to communicate with you. However, tomorrow, once you log in, I would request you, preferably you can first try for the Zoom login. In case you don't find a place over here, you can go to YouTube. Thank you so much. Have a great time.